Hola, mamacitas. Oh, it's been like 100 years. It's been 74 years. Or what do they say in Titanic? It's been, what do they say? I don't know. My brain is mush, bro. Mush, bro. Mush, bro. Oh my god. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Mamacitas? It's been a long time. This Discord update is gay as fuck. I'm just gonna say it. I don't like this Discord update. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's ugly. I don't know what I don't like about it, but I don't like it. I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that much. I don't like it. I'm just gonna say that much. I don't fucking like it, bro. I don't fucking like it, bro. It's fucked up. I haven't been in here. I haven't been in here in years. In years, bro. In years. It's been years, bro. What's up, guys? Rosie is here. Andy is here. Army the Frog is here. Max is here. Saronin is here. Grayson is here. Babu is here. Lesser Older Tales is here. Melina is here for girl time. Yes, our Darkstorm. Great reminder. Everybody witness. Let's witness, shall we? Let's like the stream, guys. Let's do that. Let's do that. Oh, fuck. Hang on. I gotta fix this. Oh my god. I'm gonna crash out. Where are my settings in here? Hello? Voice and video. What? Why did that not work then? Did you guys not hear the witness? Did you guys hear the witness? What the fuck? What the hell, bro? What the hell, bro? It's just not gonna play. Why? Will this work? Okay, that works. Will I ever know peace, you guys? Will I ever fucking know peace? Ever. Will I ever know peace? It's on the right setting. That's gay. Where's my... I'm gonna fucking flip out. My soundboard volume... I can hear it. It's just not capturing it. I don't know why. Can you hear this one? Nope. Wow, I guess I'm gonna have to kill myself. That's crazy. I'm gonna kill my mom. I'm gonna kill my dad. Where the fuck... Where even is this setting, bro? I don't even know where that fucking setting is. Oh, soundboard. Oh, okay. The soundboard volume is on. What the fuck? It's literally on and it's playing through my headphones. That's gay. Is that just me or is that gay? What the fuck? Wow. You're just gonna have to pretend you can hear it. Witness! Okay, thank you. Sorry, my bad, guys. Darkstorm, yes, witness Darkstorm. Like the stream, guys. It makes me happy. Jar X Lexity fanfic. I would rather die, thank you. What's up, Kaiji? What's up, Graham? What's up, Intensive Porpoises? Joe Mama, good to see you. Theo is here. Shotgun Fox is here. Invincing Emu is here. ABXI is here. Oh, and then I need to pop out my other chats. That's what I need to do. Wow, I'm rusty. I'm out of practice, guys. Hang on. Let me get my other shit popping. Hang on. Jesus Christ. What's up, Spencer? I see you now, Spencer. My strongest Twitch soldier. And Final Zed. You guys, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Jesus Christ. First, crash out, then lock in. Don't put that evil on me. What's up, Max? What's up, Sai? My favorite lesbian. Easy is here. I did survive my birthday. Only barely. Only barely. Only barely. Oh, what's up, Vince? What's up, Trayvon? What is up? Did you hear that JoJo Part 7 is getting an anime adaptation? I don't watch anime, so don't know nothing about that. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, boy. Killjoy is here. Don't Smoke in Bed is here. Let's go. Yeah, dude, it's been a big week for gay people, guys. What's up, Scones and Jam? I hope that you're doing well. as well, guys. How do I fix the soundboard on my Discord interface? How do I fix that? Like, why does it... Do I have to be unmuted for it to work? If that's the case, I'm going to be pissed. No, I don't have to be unmuted. That's annoying. Why is that doing that? Ugh. That makes me really sad, guys. Ah, thanks, Ren. I've missed you guys too. I've missed you guys too. Missed you guys too. What's up, Hella? Payne is here. Andrew is here. 1 like equals 1 witness. Well, we don't get any witnesses, I guess. Check my soundboard settings. I did. I don't know. I did. I forgot how to stream. That's what happened. What's up, Poet? It's Streamlabs. Like, my desktop is recording. So I watch the bar. You guys can hear that. I can hear that. Oh, I know what I did. Hang on. I know what I did. Everybody hang on. I know what I did. Hang on, I can fix this. Ready? Is everybody ready? I fixed it. That's because I had the wrong setting on my desktop. Just girl things, guys. Just girl things. I don't care, Stevie. You can talk about Hassan all you want. I don't give a shit about the Hassan thing. I don't give a shit about the Hassan thing. What is up, Tenflix? Good to see you, my king. I fixed it. That's my bad, guys. That's my bad. I fixed it, though. That's okay. I fixed it. Don't worry. We're good. Okay, we witnessed. Everything is good. I know. I felt like I was going to die without my soundboard. Shut the fuck up, DZ. I just fixed it. Shut the fuck up. What have you guys been up to? I miss you guys. What have you guys been up to? I've been, live laugh loving. Did you see the shit coming out about Keem? Apparently an employee at Locale came up with some sex shit. I did see that. Oh man, we've got a lot of stuff. I'll start now. Let me get my poll up here. Let me begin polling. Let me put my feelers out what you guys are in the mood for, because boy, do I have a hefty list of shit for you guys. I've got a lot of shit for you guys, so oh boy. And we have lots of girl time, you guys. I'm gonna stream tomorrow, like night, probably tomorrow night, and then on Saturday as well. So we get lots of girl time. So, okay, these are all tough choices. This is a tough choice. Okay, so take your time, really peruse your options, and while you're deciding on what you want to do, feel free to like the stream, okay? Because that makes me really happy, okay? Makes me really happy. If you guys want to stream on 420, that's fine, but if you come into my chat and you're off the marijuana, I'll ban you, because I don't believe in that. It's haram, okay? So you guys are, welcome to do, you're welcome to do the Devil's Lettuce. We'll probably stream on Easter Sunday, you guys. We'll probably end up doing it. I'm sure that we'll end up doing it. I'm sure that'll happen. Tomorrow I have a dinner that I have to go to that don't tell anybody, but I'm trying really hard to get out of going to this dinner. So if I get out of the dinner, I'll stream earlier, but I'm very over socialized, you guys. I'm tired of being around people. I'm tired of small talk. I'm tired of blah, blah, blah. I'm really bored. I'm really bored of being around people. So I could use, our locked in autism time. I could really use you guys as emotional support, to help me stop touching grass just for a little bit. I'm so fucking over socialized. So, I'm really trying to get out of this dinner tomorrow. Don't tell anybody though, because that'd be really embarrassing if you guys like ratted on me. That'd be really embarrassing, but I'm going to do my best to get out of this dinner. We'll stream either way. It'll just be later if I have to go to this dinner, but I really don't want to go, you guys. I really fucking don't want to go. Really don't want to go. Very, very tragic. Very tragic. Apparently, Lio isn't performative of the game or lobby portion. Well, we're also... I did see that Wick went on Tim Pool, and I'm just... The number one reason I'm upset about it is that his ego is going to be inflated forever because of that. It's not that I'm like, oh my god, I hate to see people succeed, or... that I'm such a hater. It's just that his ego is going to be inflated to the size of like a bloated corpse that's been left in a river for like 15 to 20 days. just from going on Tim Pool. That's what's upsetting to me, is that his ego is going to be even more insufferable now because he got the attention from Tim Pool. But then I read the comments on the Tim Pool video and it made me feel better. I was like, never mind. Everybody hates this guy as much as I do, so we're good. That was kind of a good vibe check for me. But that did make me very upset. I won't lie. It made me very fucking upset, but please vote. I'm Alex. I literally could not stand to watch Diesel's stream. Beautiful. I won't be streaming on 420 because I'm already doing my birthday stream tomorrow. Based.
Kaiji donatet $2 truc superchat. Just say you are a pedant can go to dinner.
Thank you for the $2. Everybody witness. Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm mentally ill. I can't go to dinner. My bad. I don't. My new thing is like, oh, I'm not drinking, so I don't really want to be around if you guys are drinking, you know, just for my peace of mind. And everyone's like, you're full of shit. I'm like, yeah, you got me. You got me. That was a lie. You're right. That was a lie. I'm so sorry. I've been trying really hard to use that one, but it's not working. It's not working. Everybody knows me too well. They're like, no, you can still go. And I was like, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. All right, damn. You got me there.
Genoveva Simmons donatet 5 lliures truc superchat. One pavili Optimus videos about the Mallex stuva va so much incredibly bad faith as to been them to think. One per assembly got married.
Oh, thank you very much for the £5. Everybody witness. Everybody witness. Thank you endlessly. Yeah, I've heard. So I was told that this is a Crash Out stream, but then I was also told the Crash Out is not as good as I would have expected. But either way, I mean, I think it will be interesting. Either way, I think it will be interesting. I need to change this so Hella can't come in here. Hang on. I need to lock this channel. Hang on. Hang on. What's the user limit in here? One user. Hopefully that will keep you out. Fuck. Save changes. Hopefully that will keep you out. Because that always scares me. That always freaks me out. I'm never ready for it. I'm never ready for it, bro. Never, never, never. Oh, okay. Just say that you're too neurodivergent and a minor for dinner. Very true. My wife can't save me. I'm fucked. I have to go to this dinner. I'm completely fucked. And it's my turn to cook. So I'm like quadruple fucked, you guys. I'm quadruple fucked. Not only can my wife not save me, it's my turn to cook dinner for everybody. So I'm just like, I'm mega fucked. I'm mega fucked. Mega fucked. Oh, it's tragic. No, the Carl Jobs tea I'm unfamiliar with. Goddammit, Malcolm, I did find an archive. Yeah, I saw that. It was in the stream chat. I have the archive. Yeah, I heard it wasn't very interesting either, but okay. No, don't do the whiny sexy goblin. Hopefully that keeps Hella out. Cooking stream when? I've shared my clam chowder recipe with everybody. I make fucking fire clam chowder, dude. Everybody loves my clam chowder. Everybody. My fault. It's my fault, guys. It's my fault, but it's fine. Everything's fine. Sending thoughts and prayers. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Okay. It looks like Lexity is winning. Where the fuck would I get clam chowder from? I like have to make it, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I have to make it. It looks like Lexity is winning. We'll do a cooking stream. Yes, bitch. We're gonna cook. Maybe if you guys are like super cool. Maybe if we're super cool, maybe I'll stream when I'm at Base Canyon. I don't know if the service is good enough there, but we can try. We can try. The sea, duh. Good one. What do you mean, where do you get clams? You can just fucking buy clams at the store. What are you talking about? You can just buy clams. They come in a can. You don't know this? Have you not heard about this? Have you not seen this? Okay. Hang on. Please pardon my my dead air. I'm getting this queued up, guys. Hang on. Hang on now, everybody just hold your horses. Watch your ears. Okay. Everybody watch your ears. Okay. Alright. Alright, Lex City 1. We'll start there and then we'll do the Lio video. We'll start there and then we'll do Lio, okay? Also, the Brianna Wu Marcy Bowers debate, delicious, guys. They would know it was in a can, though. Could go claiming, very true. Yeah, we'll do this first, and then we'll shit on Lio. We'll shit on Lio, but we'll start here. Malcolm, I'm getting into RV life, and my friend wants to go to raves. Do you have any recommendations? She really wants to do Beyond Wonderland in Washington. Beyond Wonderland at the Gorge in Washington. Mwah, best Insomniac festival you'll ever find in your life. My number one recommendation would be... Oh, hang on.
Genoveva Simons donatet 5 lliures trucs superchat. Off topic. Would did you add the audio of Lily Urchard being nasty towards her wife? Bobas al ready and abuse a victim before meeting Lily?
Thank you very much for the £5, everybody witness. I've heard many audio clips of her being shitty to MK, so, I mean, you'd have to be a little bit more specific. Anyway, I'm so sorry, Theo. Insomniac, puts on Beyond Wonderland. They do one at the Gorge in Washington. They do one in, LA. Insomniac usually helps put together EDC Las Vegas. Anytime that you are going to a concert or a festival and it is an Insomniac festival, unless it is at the Gorge, do not go, okay? Because what ends up happening is they sell tickets for these massive fucking venues in cities and they oversell and you get crowd surges. It's very dangerous.
Donatet truc superchat. Alex City. Diu man empodiment of BWTF.
Thank you very much for the 50 DKK, everybody witness. Yeah, I literally fucking hate Lex City, but yeah. There's RV parking everywhere. So if you ever want to go to an event at the Gorge, you have to either camp or RV. The closest hotel is probably 15, 20 minutes away. And then you have to go through security and all this other shit. You do have to camp because the Gorge is in the middle of nowhere. Other festivals will have camping, but it's usually in a parking lot. So EDC Las Vegas has camping, but it's in a fucking parking lot. Lost Lands has camping. It's in a field. What's the other one I'm thinking of? Electric Forest has camping. Wakan has camping. What's the other one? Somebody help me. There's one more that I'm thinking of that I can't think of right now. It's Lollapalooza has camping. Pretty much anywhere that isn't in a city is a good festival to go to. If you look at the event and the venue is in a city, in a big city, I wouldn't go to it. You can still camp, but those events always oversell and they're always no fucking fun at all. Big raves that are festivals that are kind of out in the middle of fucking nowhere are the ones that you need to go to. Those are the best ones to go to. Yeah, anything that's Insomniac, I would stay away from. Certainly, anything that's Insomniac, I would stay away from. Also, everybody witness kitten fart. Let's go. 69. That's the sex number. Wrong. Oh, I'm crashing out. I don't know if I can get a map. They changed the camping. The Gorge, Washington camping map. I think they changed the camping this year, but so this is what I want. Is it this one? Hang on. Yeah. Hang on. Hold on. This is for Theo. Everybody hang on. Okay. So Theo, witness. Okay, Theo. So this is the stage. At Beyond, there's a stage here and there's a stage here. The camping over here, this walk right here, this walk is a mile and a half. If you have Premier, or Terrace, there's a shuttle that will take you all the way to the front gate. This is the good camping right here. You can RV camp in Standard, Premier, or the only one that you can't RV camp in is Terrace, Oasis, Other than that, you can RV camp wherever. This walk right here is easily a mile and a half and it's uphill. So if that's what you're worried about, I would camp in Gold or even Premier because they have a shuttle or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter where you go. You're going to walk a lot. You're going to walk a lot. If this is your friend's first festival, I would not recommend going to the Gorge. I would not recommend going to the Gorge for your first festival. It's brutal. In Central Washington, in the summertime, it's like 110 degrees. It's in the middle of a valley, and there's no fucking shade. There's no trees. There's no air conditioning. The only thing that will even kind of save you is a breeze. If your friend wants to go to a festival, I would highly recommend not going to the Gorge for their first festival because that is a really, really, really bad idea. Yes, it is absolutely worth going to a rave if you're straight edge. If you can't go to a rave sober, you're listening to the wrong kind of music. The most fun I've ever had at concerts has been sober. If you can't go to a rave sober, you're in the wrong genre of music.
Genoveva Simons donatet 5 lliures trucs superchat. S'ha les discusset Lily's Dragon Age videos in a strami in a clip. Lily rages at her wife. To think that this isn't a one-time thing is so sad.
Thank you very much for the 5 pounds, everybody. Witness. No, it's very sad that Lily's such a piece of shit. Yes, I agree. But yeah, if it's your friend's first festival, I would not say to go to the Gorge. That is a brutal fucking venue, especially in the summertime, because there's no shade and you're walking easily like 5, 6, 7, 8 miles a day. Easy. Even if you camp close, even if it's close to the venue, you are walking a lot and it's very brutal. It's hot as fuck. Even at Lost Lands, you're walking probably like 5, 6, 7 miles a day. Electric Forest isn't as bad. Electric Forest is smaller, so is Wakan. Lollapalooza is pretty big. No, it's not Lollapalooza. What's it called? Dance Festopia, excuse me. Dance Festopia is okay. But Lost Lands, Beyond Wonderland, Base Canyon, and what's the other fucking one that I just said? Electric Forest. Those 4 you're gonna walk a lot. Those are pretty intense venues, and there's a lot of walking, and it's really fucking hot. So if your friend doesn't like the heat and doesn't like walking, I would start very small, and I would go to like Wakan. I would say to go to Wakan, probably. You're too tired to rave. Oh, yeah. But raves are super fun. The only thing is festivals are like an entirely different fucking animal. Festivals are brutal. Festivals are really brutal, especially if you don't know what you're doing. I've been going to festivals for like 6 or 7 years, so I know what I'm doing. I have all the stuff that I need. I know what to expect. But for like your very first event, your first event probably should not be a festival, because they're pretty fucking brutal, dude. They're pretty brutal. All right. Who is ready for some Lexity bullshit? Who's ready? Who's ready, guys? Who's ready? Oh, also, if your friend does have a drug issue, I would not recommend going to the Gorge because everybody gets life flighted out because it's literally in the middle of fucking nowhere. Literally in the middle of fucking nowhere. So if you have to go to the hospital, that's going to be a helicopter flight, and those start at like 14 grand. So yeah, be careful. Be careful out there. It's the wild, wild west. It's the wild, wild west. Is everybody ready to get in the van? All right, guys, let's get into the van. We're going. We're on our way. Let's go, guys. Let's go, lesbians. Let's go. Everybody get in the van. Oh, I forgot that I put this on my fucking soundboard. Are you guys ready?
Slay. Oh my god. Slay.
I forgot that I put that on my soundboard. Slay! Oh my god. Slay. All right. Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to jump scare you. My bad. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh no, it's Elaine's first time turning into stream. I played that clip on the soundboard. I'm so sorry, Queen. All right, Slay Queens, let's go.
they just like they can't do an Onision expose about me. That would require me having done anything, you know. Or
Wait, do we need to do a drinking game for this, you guys? And by drinking, I mean drinking water. Do we need to do a water-based drinking game for this? I think that we should make some. I think we should make some rules.
like anything of an Onision level, which is not even remotely the case. People literally could not do an Onision style expose video on me because I have not done the things that Onision has done.
Hi guys, how are you doing today? I hope you are all doing very well. So first and foremost, this is my second part of my video.
This is benevolent Lewis McClung. This is Lewis McClung's good twin. Okay.
On Anastasia or Lexity. And for those of you that are returning from that video, this video is going to be focusing on the public allegations made against Anastasia. We're also going to be looking at her reactions to the allegations, and we're also going to be looking into her opinions on topics such as abuse, as well as victims of abuse. Now, if you are here and you have not watched part 1 of this video, I strongly urge you to watch part 1 before you watch this video. This is my first ever 2-part series on this channel for a reason. This is a very complex story, and while I will be doing a very, very brief recap, this is not going to include the myriad of things that we went over in part 1. We simply have far too much to discuss today. We do not have time to go through every single
We watched part 1, so everybody flex your memories.
thing we went through in part 1. There will be references to clips and statements in part 1 in this video, so if you have not watched part 1, this is going to be a bit difficult to follow. Please go watch part 1 if you have not done so already. In part 1, we focus on Anastasia as a person, as well as her internet come up. Having a deeper understanding of Anastasia as a person, her mental illnesses, and her behaviors really gives a lot of context to the situations we are going to discuss today. So if you have not done so already, please go watch that video. Now, additionally, I need to give a very big trigger warning. Today we are going to be discussing topics such as abuse, SA, and coercion. We're also going to be once again seeing video clips from live streams of our protagonist Anastasia being extremely angry and volatile. Those of you that had already watched part 1 already know what to expect with that. However, we are going to be seeing far more of that today in this video than in part 1. It can be very overwhelming to watch, so please just keep that in mind. I will try to
As long as there's no beatboxing, I'll be okay. So that's my only request. Sorry, I have like fucking cat hair in my eyes. My eyes are burning. Ugh. My allergies have just been fucking me lately. I've been struggling.
remember to include both verbal and trigger warnings before I show those clips. So just a quick recap, in part 1 we discussed Anastasia, or also known as Lexity. We talked about her social media come up and how she had gained hundreds of thousands of followers both on TikTok and Instagram. We not only discussed how she came to be as an internet personality, but we also looked at some of her behaviors and actions as a result of her mental illnesses, including her BPD. In part 1 I stated that there were public allegations made against Anastasia, and that is what we are going to be going over today.
Oh my God,
please go watch
slay.
part 1 if you have not already. There will be missing pieces to this puzzle if you have not watched part 1. Now, with all that said, let's get started. The date is January 2nd, just one day after New Year's. You're scrolling on your phone and suddenly a video pops up in your feed. A woman appears to be crying and very distraught in the video. She also appears to be sitting in a vehicle.
And you say, damn bitch, that's crazy. And then you scroll to the next video.
Hey, sweet pea, so sometimes when people ask you to hang out, it's just because they need someone. And I have been alone for so goddamn long. Everyone just stares at me, and most people don't like me because I'm trans and punk, and nobody wants to be around me. I need someone in
Guys, I hate when I'm trans and punk and people don't like me. That's so sad.
my life who will spend just 2 minutes to give me a hug. Ever. Goddamn.
Where's my hug at?
I can't do this. I can't do this.
Hey, so sometimes when people ask you to hang out, it's because they need someone, and I have been alone for so goddamn long.
Yeah, I would scroll so fucking fast on this video, bro. I would scroll so fucking fast. I'd be like, damn, that's crazy. Next.
Everybody just stares at me, and most people don't like me because I'm trans and punk, and nobody wants to be around me. I need someone in my life who will just spend 10 minutes to give me a hug. Ever! Goddamn.
You guys, I really just need somebody to give me $100. If it was just what nobody gives me $100 because I'm a fucking neurodivergent and a minor. God damn! Looking at the donation bar. Kill me.
I am so, I can't do this. I can't do this.
The video has over
Then don't.
2.6 million views and over 170,000 likes. One of those 2.6 million viewers was a person named Marcella. Marcella had been following Anastasia for a while and really enjoyed her videos.
Oh my God, we know
and
her.
when she read the caption of the video, it stated, "If you are in Southern Oregon and will give me a hug right now, please hit me up. I will drive to you. I feel cursed. Somebody please just show up for me." Marcella just so happened to be in Southern Oregon, and she could see how desperate Anastasia was. Marcella had felt this way before, and she really just wanted to help people in crisis. Sometimes just having someone be there for you can make the biggest
What trans guy was screaming at people in public? Tell me more about this. I'm always in search of everybody. So everybody's always like, Malcolm, you only cover like unhinged trans men. It's because you're a trans misogynist. First of all, I'm a trans misogynist. Okay, get it right. Second of all, send me videos of like trans guys that crash out like this. I would laugh just as hard, if not harder. Like, Where are they? Where are they? Where are all the trans guys that are doing this shit? Where are they? I would like to laugh at them. Not even in like a mean way. Like you only cover trans women. Okay, then send me shit of trans guys doing this because I would laugh just as hard.
Biggest difference. So Marcella reached out to Anastasia saying, I could be that hug you're looking for.
Really scary state of mind.
Que es pe donatet $5 truc superchat. Suma peu placall ismania I call mamacita mans.
Witness Casper, guys. Mamacita madness. That's a good one. That's a good one. Everybody write that down.
I got involved with a person that is online. I followed this person because I thought they were very attractive and interesting looking.
You know what they say, guys. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
And their videos were like very soothing to watch.
Soothing? This is soothing? Hang on now. This is soothing to you?
Slay. Oh my god.
I'm very relaxed. Very relaxed right now after hearing that.
And they posted.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to clown on Marcella. Marcella is a queen. I'm not trying to be mean to Marcella. I'm teeheeing. We love and respect women here. I was just kidding.
Posted a video of themselves, like, in crisis mode, and they needed someone there for them, and disclosed that they were in Southern Oregon, which I hadn't known about. I didn't realize they were so close to me, like they could have been anywhere. And so I reached out, and I was like, hey, like, I can be that hug that you're looking for, because I want to help people.
Guys, please, I swear, there's a puppy in the van. You just have to come with me. I swear. Guys, I pinky promise. There's a puppy in there. Just, come on, get in. There's a puppy and candy and cigarettes. Come on, let's go.
And I've been there. Like, we've all been there.
Marcella had no idea
I don't know
that one
about that.
text message would spark a series of chaotic and traumatic events over the course of 4 days. And the kind and gentle image she had of Anastasia, someone she looked up to, would be completely shattered. Following that message, Anastasia drives to see Marcella. She drives for over 2 hours. They met in public and they had dinner together. Upon meeting, Marcella was very nervous. I mean, why wouldn't she be? Here she is sitting across from this public figure she's been following who she never expected to meet. And yet, there she was, right in front of her.
Wow.
What a surreal feeling. There's no denying that there's an inherent power imbalance here. I mean, sure, it's not like she's a celebrity, but Anastasia has a combined 430.
I mean, to be fair, for Gen Zers, e-celebs are basically a celebrity, right? Like, I think that, like, Gen Zers would crash out harder if they had the opportunity to meet, like, fucking Hassan Piker versus meeting, like, Scarlett Johansson. I think that that would be way more impressive of a thing for, you know, somebody who's like in their 20s. I don't know. Or their early 20s, I should say. I think that that is the equivalent of a celebrity status in today's day and age.
38,000 followers on both TikTok and Instagram. She was a real influencer. Marcella states she's never been one to fall victim to parasocial relationships easily, but she was just very drawn to Anastasia.
I met this person in a public location. We had dinner. I was quite nervous because I've never met, like, a public figure, you know. Obviously, there's a power dynamic happening there. And I am pretty good at refraining from developing, like, parasocial relationships. Like, I watch people online, but I don't really, like, allow myself to become attached to them. So I felt like it was fine because I was just seeing this person as a person that just needed help.
The two hit it off. It was quite clear that they had a lot of chemistry. They both found each other very attractive. Marcella states that Anastasia finally broke the ice when she turned to her and said, "You're attracted to me, aren't you? How could you tell? Because you're flirting with me."
Kind of, like, in shock that I was looking at this person across.
Oh my god, we know him. Oh my god, witness. Oh my god, witness, guys. Witness. Oh my god, that's so crazy, girl. Oh my god, slay.
Across the table, and we were just generally
Who's on screen here? We have Ink Love, Pinky Wise, Slop. Oh, DZ, there you are, DZ, you're famous. Travis, I can't read that. Something crypto. Look, guys, you're famous.
talking. I mean, it felt like a first date situation. You know, you ask, like,
Just for like small talk, stuff like that.
Yep.
Ew, my voice. Disgusting.
At one point, she goes, "You're attracted to me, aren't you?" And I was like, how could you tell? And she said, because you're flirting with me. And so then that, for me, that opened up like, okay, obviously we're both attracted to each other. So what is this going to look like?
This was the catalyst that sparked the relationship between Anastasia and Marcella. Anastasia was lonely, and like stated in part 1, her biggest desire was to find a life partner. And on the other hand, Marcella had also been yearning for a partner. She had this idealistic image in her head of what that would look like, and she said that Anastasia had checked off all of the boxes. She thought it was meant to be.
I've been spending a lot of time yearning.
I just don't work this way. So I mean, this is just kind of like a foreign concept to me. Like, I don't think that you're ready to be in like a serious, committed, long-term relationship with somebody until you've at least lived with them. That's my opinion. I don't know. I understand that everybody, goes at different paces, and everybody knows at a different time when it's the one or whatever. But I just don't operate this way. So this isn't true to what I believe to be true about relationships and shit like that. So, nonetheless.
For a partner, and like creating a picture in my head of what this partner would be like in a physical sense, and also in an emotional sense, and in intelligence-wise. And she hit the nail on the head with most of it.
Now, something to note here really quickly. According to Marcella, Anastasia had no idea either what she looked like, and also never asked Marcella her age before meeting her.
It was just because she was in a crisis, and I've been in a crisis, so I wanted to help. So, sight unseen, she didn't know.
Oh my god, Witness! Who is that guy? Wow, he looks really cool. Wow. Oh my god, what a cool person.
Who I was, what I looked like, how old.
Also, how embarrassing, you guys, that my little trans violence thing is going while this girl's talking about being domestically abused. Wow. I should work on that. Whoops.
Old I was. She
never asked how old you were before you guys met up?
No.
Now, Marcella is a legal adult, but I personally find that very alarming. Especially if you're
yeah, me too.
To not verify the age of someone you're meeting up with is a huge red flag. So
also, if somebody was like, oh my god, can we meet up for a hug? I'd be like, what are you, like, how old are you? That's kind of weird. Why would you even fucking say that? I couldn't imagine, you guys. I couldn't imagine. Somebody's like, hey, do you want to, hang out with me? I've never met you before. How old are you? This is kind of weird. Hello? Especially because, her whole fucking audience is teenagers. If somebody from her audience messages her, she's probably safe to assume that they're, fucking 14 years old. Okay? Because her entire community is just fucking teenagers. That's it. Insane. Insane, dude.
Once they had established that they were both attracted to one another, Anastasia then asked Marcella if she can kiss her. She says yes, and after that, Anastasia would spend the night at Marcella's home. Anastasia would stay for 4 days total, and the two fell hard for each other. It was an extremely intense and passionate relationship from the beginning. Marcella stated that she felt they were both vulnerable and unprepared for how invested they would get in one another. Marcella had been working through her own mental health issues and past trauma at this time. She admits she has a tendency to become anxiously attached to people and tends to fall into codependent dynamics very easily.
So, this person that I met.
It's true. It's literally true. I did not ask don't smoke in bed how old they were. Never mind that don't smoke in bed has talked about, higher education, which unless you're a super mega genius, which you may be, my bad, you're right. You could be, the one kid that's 14 that has 700 IQ. My bad. I didn't even consider that. That's my fucking bad, dude. I did not even consider for 1 second that you could be the 12-year-old that has the Albert Einstein IQ. That's my bad. That's my bad.
I think we were both very vulnerable and unprepared.
Shame.
For what was going to happen, and for the feelings that we were going to have for each other. And it sort of went south.
Bloody teeth, what the fuck? I think someone in my apartment complex just died. Girl, you should go and deal with that. What are you doing? Why are you here?
Partially my fault and partially their fault. Partially just too intense.
There are many ways that people respond to trauma, and studies show that experiencing abuse and trauma long-term can alter the physiology and the chemistry of the brain. Trauma can actually shrink areas of the brain, believe it or not, including the hippocampus and the prefrontal cortex. The hippocampus is what helps us retain our memories, and the prefrontal cortex controls our decision-making and our impulse.
Hippocampus, great band, by the way, guys. You guys are looking for good music, Hippocampus, really good music, just so you know.
Control. There are many factors that play into how and why survivors can sometimes subconsciously find themselves falling into repeated patterns of toxicity and abuse within their relationships. In part 1, we discussed how Anastasia refers to herself as a Dami mommy and tends to take on the more dominant roles within her relationships. And since
Oh my god, slay!
submissive and codependent roles, it seems like both of them would be able to satisfy each other's needs. But problems would soon arise between the two. First off, Marcella
Trouble in
describes her
Paradise.
attachment style as avoidant, meaning that she has difficulty
Buttercup is their best song. What's the other one where it's like, that's the way it goes? What's that one? I'm gonna be really embarrassed if the name of that song is That's the Way It Goes. Oops, I accidentally clicked on shopping for Hippocampus. Very cool. Thanks, guys. Very cool. No, whoops. Can't just buy a new one, I guess. That's unfortunate. It is Way It Goes. And that's really fucking embarrassing for me. Great song. Great song. The only thing that fucking sucks about Hippocampus is they always do shows on like a fucking Wednesday. Hello, do you think that everybody that likes your music is unemployed? Do you think nobody has anything to do during the week? Okay.
with emotional closeness. Everyone has these attachment styles or ways that they bond and connect with other people. It is usually shaped by our experiences in life. Avoidant attachment style often happens when a person has been mistreated or abused. They tend not to trust very easily and may reject intimacy and closeness. People with this attachment style tend to have trouble opening up and being vulnerable, and oftentimes they have experienced inadequate and inconsistent emotional care in their lives. And in part 1, we talked about how one of Anastasia's biggest triggers for her rage and BPD episodes is people pushing her away. So already, there are some serious incompatibility issues here. Anastasia began to pick up on Marcella's more avoidant attachment style, which became a trigger for her.
She was very triggered by my attachment style. I wanted time. I wanted to get to know her. I just kind of wanted to exist with each other. Like, let's, go out and do fun things. Let's watch movies together. Let's hang out.
My attachment style is if you have enough money, I'll do anything. That's my attachment style.
Let's not become so, crazy attached right from the beginning. Let's build this slowly so that I don't crash and burn, and so you don't crash and burn.
Crash out alert.
But that was very triggering to them, just because of past relationships they've had. So my past relationships and their past relationships were very conflicting.
Babe, I really want to take it slow. I've had my heart broken in the past. I just really want to take my time and really appreciate the time that we have together and, make sure that this is going to work. I really want to be deliberate with our time and put in effort and go nice and slow so we can really be the best versions of ourselves for each other. Take your fucking pants off and get in the van is what I said. You're triggering my attachment style. Nice. Yeah. Chicks dig that, guys. Chicks dig that.
And we were very triggering to each other.
Marcella stated that she just wanted to take things slow. Go to the movies, go to dinner, just
Sorry, not an option. Take your underwear off.
build an organic relationship and
Not an option. Get in the van.
just exist with one another. But Anastasia wanted immediate commitment, as she has an extreme fear of abandonment.
Oh, what the dog doing? I'm gonna have to go and get rowdy in a second if they don't settle down out there. They're gonna have to get in the van. Oh,
On January 6th, it was the
Unacceptable.
anniversary of Marcella's father's passing, so it was a very emotional day for her.
And so then on January 6th, which I want to add, I forgot to add in my video, January 6th
What am I doing? That's so disrespectful. What am I texting? Oh my god, you guys.
was the anniversary of my dad's death, and I made that very obvious to her and that it was a very difficult day for me. So the fact that this all blew up on that day doesn't surprise me because that's how these people operate. But
Anastasia, having picked up on the fact that Marcella seemed more anxious, especially because Marcella was having trouble eating ever since Anastasia came around, decided to ask Marcella a question. She told Marcella that she was scared to lose her and then asked Marcella what her fears were. At that moment, Marcella wasn't thinking about Anastasia's fears or triggers or BPD or fear of abandonment. She was thinking about her anxiety and how quickly they were proceeding in their relationship, on top of it being the day that her father passed away.
Oh, I was typing. Okay, that's fair.
So Marcella is honest with her, and she tells her, I'm afraid that we became anxiously attached to each other. Anastasia then blew up in a very scary way. Marcella was not prepared for Anastasia's rage. And on top of this, Anastasia had actually been drinking. In part 1, we discussed that Anastasia is an alcoholic, and alcohol is something that really triggers her rage. Marcella
May he who is out without sin cast the first stone, you guys. Everybody gets a little crazy sometimes. It's okay.
Anastasia had a drinking problem, and when she showed up that day, she had showed up randomly bringing alcohol with her. Marcella was surprised. She asked Anastasia, "Oh, you're drinking?" Marcella would not drink with Anastasia.
Started to have an insecurity.
Good choice.
They asked me, or they told me.
Also, crazy fun fact, life advice, everybody get out your notepads, your pens and paper, okay? Don't, like, get fucked up around strangers. I hope that goes without saying, but obviously when you're drinking alcohol, your judgment is impaired, your cognitive capacity and your thinking ability and your judgment is all, impacted when you're consuming alcohol. Obviously, a bev here and there, I mean, whatever, but getting, like, drunk, don't do that around people you don't know. Don't do that around people you don't know. Just life advice. If you didn't know that, I'm telling you now, don't get fucking hammered around strangers. Not a good idea, okay? For plenty of different reasons.
Told me that they were really scared to lose me.
Yes, Saito dear, allow me to play it for you.
Yeah, I was crazy back then.
That's me.
And asked me what my fear was, or what my fears were. And I wasn't even thinking about them in that moment. Like, they said they were scared to lose me, and based on...
I'm so sorry, Noval. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, if you're gonna get fucking crazy, a rave is a place to do it, because, like, per capita, there's less assholes at raves than other places. But nonetheless, just like, you're meeting somebody for the first time, maybe don't get fucking plastered. That's a bad idea.
Knowing about their past, I should have consoled them.
Probably
You're
not.
not going to lose me.
She was fine. She's fine.
But I did not do that. I
Shouldn't have had to.
just answered their question. I told them that my fear was that we became...
Oh no! She asked me a question and I answered her question and then she got mad at my answer to her question! Oh, good heavens! Marcella makes my heart sad because I think that Marcella is very well intentioned and just kind of like means well, but like was really unprepared for the like fucking hornet's nest that she accidentally walked face first into. Like, it makes me sad. It's not your responsibility to like babysit somebody else's feelings, and because somebody asked you a question, you answer that question, and then they get mad at your answer to their question. It's like, dude, you don't have to apologize for shit. You didn't do anything. There's literally nothing for you to be sorry about. She makes my heart sad. She makes my heart sad.
anxiously attached to each other. And that was the absolute wrong thing to say and do. It triggered something extreme.
Ooh, allow me to refresh. Have we been liking the stream, Mamacitos? Have we been doing this? Wow! 66 likes, 109 people watching right now. That means that there's like 40 freeloading bitches in chat. That's completely fucking unacceptable. I can't continue with my day. I'm gonna pull up the beatboxing clip and I'm gonna make you guys watch the entire Slay beatboxing clip unless we start cranking up this number right now. I'm giving you 30 seconds and then I'm refreshing. And if we're not cranked the fuck up, we're watching the beatbox again. All right, I'm gonna refresh. Let's see. Let's see if everybody's doing their part. Let's take a peek. Oh, much better. Much better. Okay, good job, Girly Pops. Good job. You were spared. You were spared.
Extremely scary, this person. And they were drinking alcohol, which frightened me when I learned that they would be drinking that night because they had warned me that they were an alcoholic. So I was already a little bit worried, and they...
God, that works really fucking well. That works really well. Is that emotionally manipulative of me, you guys? Damn, that worked really well.
They blew up.
So at this point, Anastasia is having a major BPD episode. She is screaming in Marcella's face. Marcella made 3 video statements talking about this situation, and in the third one, she goes into great detail about what it was like to experience Anastasia's rage. And it sounds like a literal nightmare.
You can have the beatbox video if you want, Sai. When you rated me, I made your audience watch the beatbox video so they know what it is. I can send it to you if you want it.
She stated that Anastasia had yelled for hours. Her yelling was so loud, at one point Marcella's ears started ringing. This caused Marcella to completely disassociate. She tried to console Anastasia, say anything she could to calm her down, apologizing to her repeatedly.
Malcolm used emotional blackmail. It was super effective. True.
Anastasia would calm down, but then she would baby all over again. You know what? Fuck you, she would say. And the cycle would just repeat itself. For Marcella, it was a constant switch between paralyzing fear and calm. Anastasia's switches were so unpredictable. At one point, Anastasia called Marcella a whore and even did this like spitting motion at her. She didn't actually spit on her, but she just reenacted the motion of doing so, implying that Marcella...
She haktuat at her. Terrifying visuals. Obviously we disavow violence here, you guys. Violence is bad. If somebody like attempted to spit on me, even as like a joke, that would be like a getting hit in the face kind of thing. Like, ew, I don't want your fucking asbestos fucking Ebola spit on me. That's horrible.
Marcella was nothing and deserved to be spat on.
Will take accountability for. She has taken accountability for yelling at me, but she is downgrading it so severely. And so I wanted to share with you what it was actually like when she was just yelling at me. The yelling went on for what felt like a couple hours. That timeline could be a little bit skewed, but it was so loud and went on for so long that at one point my ears were ringing. And of course, as I mentioned before, I was dissociating.
Which dog? There's several of them. They all have really stupid names, so. They all have really stupid names. Because they are stupid. Just kidding. I love them. They're just fucking yappers. They take after me.
So there was a lot of stuff that was said that I don't even remember. What I do remember was, as I said before, I would take accountability and say, you know what, I should have consoled you. I'm sorry, I understand why you're upset. Next time I'm going to do better. She would calm down. She would say, I'm so sorry for blowing up on you. You're right, you did nothing wrong. And then she would circle back around and...
Spitting on somebody is aggravated assault, which can be classified as a felony, because you could like literally give somebody some like flesh-eating like virus or like fucking Ebola or something. Like, kind of a big deal to spit on somebody. Kind of a really big fucking deal. Yeah.
She would say, you know what, F you, and then she'd go off.
The dogs are going to Brown University. They're very smart.
And the same ramblings over and over again. It was just the same circle. So to me, it was like being screamed at and scared, and then, oh, she's calming down. Okay, everything.
Melina, you know that's not real.
Everything's gonna be okay. And then screamed at
Just
again.
kidding.
And okay, everything's gonna be fine. I'm safe. And then screamed at again. I don't know how many times that happened. It was at least 3 or 4. At one point, she called me a whore. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, she made the motion of like spitting in my direction.
And by the way, a lot of people don't know
Smacked.
this. In some states in America, it is actually illegal to spit on someone, and Oregon happens to be one of those states. It is considered
You learned that from R2-D2? That's so based on Smoking Bed. How cool.
willful or unlawful use of violence or force against someone, and carries a $2,000 fine and up to 6 months in jail time. At one point, Marcella was so paralyzed in fear that she curled up on the floor in a fetal position and pleaded with Anastasia to please stop screaming. Anastasia then lowers her voice, almost in this like childlike voice, and then says to her, if I talk to you like this, are you going to understand me? If I talk to you like this, is that better for you?
Like, I said the same thing about Zoopy Poopy. Said the same thing about, like, literally spin the wheel, dude. Anybody we've ever talked about. People like this would never dream of talking to somebody with a spine. And I'm not saying that these people are, like, spineless, right? Like, not in that way. It's not like you guys are pussies or, you know, you guys didn't fucking do anything. Like, that's such bitch behavior. Nothing like that. But they, like, imagine somebody who would be like, I'm gonna pretend to spit on you. No, the fuck you're not. Get out of my fucking face, bro. They would never do that shit to somebody that had, like, that confidence, right? There's a reason that people prey on, like, the generosity and kindness of people, because they know they're not going to stand up to them. And it's really fucking sad, and it's really fucking pathetic, because people like this, like, deserve the worst in the world. Like, oh my, like, you would have to call the cops for me. For me. You'd have to call the cops for me if somebody got in my fucking face. That's crazy, dude. I couldn't imagine. That's just so fucking gross. Like, I don't know. We've talked about a lot of shitty people, you guys. We've talked a lot about a lot of precarious individuals, some eccentric internet individuals, and what have you. I think that this bitch takes the cake. I gotta be totally honest with you. I think this bitch is pretty high up there. She's easily top 3. Easily top 3.
S'ha donatet $5 truc superchat. Leo as in Said a Pep Tomasin se evas in my comments 11 minutes after evas in one of my polls for the first time lol.
Everybody witness.
Witness!
I also covered Lio for a while there after the Stardust thing with Barbie or whatever the fuck. And there was a few times where I knew that he was in my chat, but he didn't say anything. So
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
oh my goodness, everybody witness. Everybody's being so generous today. Thank you. Thank you, Hella. I didn't ban you. I just restricted the chat limit, so you can't be in there. Only I can be in there. No, yeah. Lio's a huge bitch. The only reason I think that he ever even kind of agreed to talk to Stardust is because he thought Stardust was like a dumb woman. And well, yes, Stardust is in fact a dumb woman. I completely agree. Stardust like actually did a pretty significant amount of research into Lio Convoy before she even started talking about it or like agreed to talk to him. And then he had no fucking idea that Barbie was going to come on. And then he expected Barbie to be like another dumb fucking woman. And Barbie stomped the shit out of him. Like he is really bad at gauging other people's power levels, especially if they're women. Which is why I'm surprised that he didn't say anything to you or about you, because obviously woman equals dumb. So obviously he would go in at you really hard because you are in fact a dumb woman, right? But it was like, I have no idea what his metric is for any of it. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Hang on, I'm gonna turn this. It doesn't matter. It's so bright. Okay, sorry. Dono text is too small to read. Oh, I'm sorry. It says, Lyle hasn't said a peep to me since he was in my comments 11 minutes after he was in for one of my polls for the first time, LOL. And then Hella said, abuse, you ban the goblin. Sorry, guys. I'll read those out for you. I'm so sorry.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Ooh, everybody witness Noval. Everybody witness. Beautiful. Love that. Hey, are you supposed to be in here? Hey. Hey. Are you supposed to be in here? Yeah. What? For fuck's sake. Come here. Well, then come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. What do you... You can come here or you can leave the room. What do you want? Excuse me? What? Okay, I think that we have to go OUTSIDE. Sorry, guys. Jesus Christ. You see that? I was just like verbally abused. Did you guys see that? Did you guys hear that? That was insane. Did you see that? Did you see that attitude right there? Jesus Christ. That was a lot. Wow. Wow. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, I'm talking to you. Come here. Okay, whatever. Sorry, he doesn't want to listen. He's not being well behaved right now. I think he needs to go out. Let me quick five. We'll be right back. I'm in trouble. Okay. Now you're in here too? Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to let them out, apparently. Sorry, I'm being bossed around. I'll be back in just a minute. Everybody behave. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry, I was being fucking harassed, my bad. I'm sorry, I was being harassed, and now they won't come. No, they won't come, hang on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on, come here. Come here. Come here. Why are you acting like this? Come. This one is Grandpa. This one is Grandpa. He doesn't like to be held. He doesn't like it. What? He doesn't like it at all. He's not very happy. He's not very happy, but he's okay. You want to go now? You can go. And the other one won't come. He's being a turkey. He's being a turkey. He won't come. He won't come. The other one... Don't start barking at me. I don't want to do this. Why are you doing this? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, maybe he doesn't like that I'm talking to the walls. Maybe he's like, "Are you okay? Are you developing schizophrenia? I'm concerned about you." That might be his problem. That might be his problem. I don't know. They never come when they're called. They're not very good listeners. They're not very good listeners. It's just a spam comment. What size are your plugs? They're an inch. They are an inch. The other one is potato. The other one is potato. You should tell chat that the dogs don't like being held unless there's a super... Yeah, it's true. They only like to be held for money. Very true. They only like to be held for money. Yeah. The other one won't come. They're both very ornery. They're both very ornery. So they like to do things on their own time, and they're not in the mood to be in here right now. So they just come in here to bark at me when they think it's time to eat or when they want to go out. So I would. There's two of them. There's Meatball and Bobus. That is a USSR KGB Border Patrol uniform hat. Yeah, they're very ornery. They're very ornery. Sorry. I can't control them. They don't listen well. They also don't have any teeth. Grandpa only has 2 teeth. He only has these ones. These teeth. So he looks like a little boar because it's only these 2. It's actually pretty funny. Can't bite, can only gum. Alright, let's carry on, guys.
extremely condescending towards Marcella.
as if I was, she looked at me as if I was worth nothing. And then at another point,
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Everybody witness. Thank you, Casper, for the membership. Yeah, he needs to get the rest of his teeth pulled. I think he only has 7 left. I think he has 7. He has these 2, and then like a few sporadically about. He needs to get the rest of them pulled out. I just haven't done it. They're not like, they don't like have to come out, but they should at some point come out. So he needs to get that done sometime in the future. It's on my ever growing list of things to do. It's on my list, but he cannot bite. He can only gum, and he's very upset about that because he would like to bite, but he cannot. He is unable to bite.
I was cowering right here on the floor. Okay,
I gave him wet food, but he doesn't like it. He just kind of like swallows the kibble. I don't pretend to understand it. I don't know what he's doing. Because I did give him wet food and he just was not interested at all. So, I mean, it crunches sometimes, so he must have 2 molars that are kind of close enough where he can crunch it. Like, I can hear him crunch when he eats, but I don't know. He doesn't like wet food. He won't eat it. He just kind of looks at me like, sorry? I'm trying to help. I don't understand what the attitude's about, but I do what I can with what I'm given.
I was in like a fetal position, and I told her, please stop screaming at me. I really need you to stop screaming at me right now. And she said, she switched up, and I'm sure you've seen this in her lives. She switched from yelling to a baby voice, and she said, if I talk to you like this, are you going to understand me? Do I need to talk to you like a baby?
On
Is
site.
it okay if I talk to you like
On-site.
this?
Karate chop.
Please look me in my eyes. And
What is that Cardi B lyric? Oh, speaking Japanese, hit him with karate chop. Very true, Cardi B. Very true. Very true.
tell me that's not
Marcella did everything she could to calm Anastasia down and be agreeable with her, but she had only known Marcella for 4 days at that point. It's not like they had known each other for a long time. I mean, how
Very true. Hoes don't get cold. That is true. Truer words have never been spoken. Hoes don't get cold. Very true.
would she be able to know exactly what to say to Anastasia in that moment to calm her down? Since Anastasia is drunk, she's starting to lose her balance. She's wearing these tall platform boots, she's stumbling around and knocking things over, and this is when Anastasia finally leaves Marcella's home for good. Upon the approval of Anastasia,
white girl
Marcella filmed
wasted.
her first video statement on January 2nd.
Dude, I have the worst anxiety in the entire world. I could not imagine, like, knowing somebody for a few days and then getting this fucking drunk around them. I'll have, like, 2 White Claws, and I'm like, what if I tweeted my social security number, you guys? Oh my god. Even though I obviously didn't. And I will perseverate on that for, like, a day and a half. I could not imagine getting this fucking white girl wasted around somebody I just met. I would never know peace. That's crazy, dude.
7th. Yes, you heard that right. Anastasia gave Marcella permission to film and post a public video statement about their experience. Not that she really needed her permission, but I do find it interesting that Anastasia didn't seem to have a problem with Marcella talking publicly about what had happened. At least, in the beginning, she didn't have a problem with it.
I feel comfortable posting this because she already took accountability, like, publicly and privately, and she gave me permission to post it.
Then on January 8th, Marcella had
She gave me permission to... Mother has given you permission to call out my terrible behavior, kitten. I don't know. I think that if I got, like, white girl wasted and screamed at somebody, I wouldn't be like, excuse me, you don't have my permission to tell people about that. We're never beating the controlling, maniacal, fucking narcissist allegations, you guys. Jesus Christ.
called Anastasia. She wanted to see how Anastasia was doing and make sure she was okay, as she had left her house in a state of rage and drunkenness. And she also wanted to ask Anastasia for video advice regarding the video statement. This is when Anastasia tells Marcella that she
See, Miss Jasmine, you're just not with the cool kids. I have, dogs always sheathed autism, so I always have, slippers or socks on, or shoes. Always. The only time I'm not wearing slippers, socks, or shoes is if I'm in the shower. I have the shoes on, kind of autism. I'm actually wearing my slippers right now. Funny you say that. I'm a shoes on all the time kind of person, so. Sorry.
is going to
You
quit
just don't get
drinking
it.
for her, something Marcella had not asked her to do. In response, Marcella would tell Anastasia to stop drinking for you, not her. This caused Anastasia to get angry and start drinking. And by the way, just for anyone out there that maybe
Sai, I know your feet are just nasty. I know they're... You get like the little floor crumbs all over your feet. Ugh, it makes me uncomfortable. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Ugh.
struggling with addiction or is close to someone struggling with addiction, you never ever put your sobriety onto somebody else. Sobriety is a
True.
personal choice to benefit you. It is not something that you do for someone else.
True.
And people who do this pretty much always end up relapsing. It is never
True.
someone else's responsibility for your sobriety.
Very
After this,
true.
Marcella releases her first video statement.
What is the dog doing? Oh my god, hang on. God, it's just, they're just fluent in Japanese. It's like, oh god, I get it. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Bark, 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 bark. Yes, inside Birkenstocks. Let's go. Let's go.
She would make 2 more after that. And when you watch these video statements in order, it's very obvious that she is slowly and gradually kind of processing what had actually happened. Initially, Marcella was a lot more sympathetic towards Anastasia and had blamed herself for a lot of what happened. But as she began to
Oh, also, Sai, you might have it. You're my Lily historian. You probably have it. Do you have that that tweet where she was or Skeet, whatever they call it on Blue Sky, where she posted something and it was like, my followers question, how do you not have more addictions with what you went through? Me on my 4th cup of coffee a day. I drink like 10 cups of coffee a day, maybe 11. Okay, I don't want to hear shit. 4 cups of coffee is like your daily intake of caffeine. That's like your daily intake of caffeine. That's like a normal amount of coffee to drink for an adult. It's like probably around 200 milligrams of caffeine. Like, shut up. Yeah, I drink a fuck ton of coffee because I don't drink. That's like, it's like a thing. I don't know what to say. It's because they always have coffee at AA meetings. It's what everybody does. You just replace one addiction with another, and coffee is better than meth. You guys, I'm just kidding. I don't do meth, but it's like it's a thing. It's a thing. That and eating a lot of like candy and sweets. That's another thing. But yeah, I drink a fuck ton of coffee. Like a fuck ton of coffee. It's just a black cup of coffee, guys. Relax, chill. That's too much liquid. Oh my god. Wow, I thought that I could be safe and vulnerable with you guys, but I guess not. I didn't realize that everybody here was such a judgmental bitch. My bad. Whenever I quit smoking, I actually eat my body weight in sunflower seeds probably every day. That's what I replace my smoking with when I quit smoking. I go on and off. I don't think that I'm going to quit smoking anytime soon. But when I have quit smoking in the past, it's like I eat my body weight in sunflower seeds a day.
process it more, she realized that Anastasia's behavior was completely unacceptable, even if she had been triggered. Now, Anastasia did make a response to this video statement in multiple videos and live streams, but before we discuss that, we need to talk about the next person that came forward, because another person named Marcy would make their video statement just 3 days after Marcella made hers, with their own set of allegations against Anastasia. And since the video statements were posted so close together, most of Anastasia's responses refer to Marcy and Marcella. So I think it only makes sense to know both of their stories before going into Anastasia's response. I realize Marcy and Marcella are very similar names and it can be slightly confusing. So I
Yeah,
will
that
try to
confused me
remember
as
to
well.
include on a screen a picture of Marcella or Marcy just to make it less confusing for you guys. Before we dive into Marcy's story, this story involves allegations of SA, so just the trigger warning for that. Marcy had met Anastasia in a local bar in Southern Oregon in November of 2024. Now, unlike Marcella, Marcy actually did not know of Anastasia's social media and following, and after they met, they didn't really hang out with each other for a couple months. They had simply just been texting back and forth. During the holidays, Marcy had called Anastasia. Marcy had been in Tennessee at the time, and they called to vent to Anastasia about what they were going going through in their relationship and to ask for relationship advice. When Marcy had returned from Tennessee, they called Anastasia to make plans with her, but Anastasia had been in Colorado at the time, so plans fell through. Then when Anastasia
tragic.
had returned from Colorado to Southern Oregon, both Marcy and Anastasia would meet up, and this was 2 days prior to Marcy's video statement.
So I met Anastasia about 2 months ago, I would say, here at a local bar in Southern Oregon. It was very natural. I didn't know about their following at first, so that wasn't something that persuaded me to know Lexity. We didn't get the chance to hang out for a few months, which was fine. We were texting back and forth. It was good.
Aw, pen pals.
Backstory, I should say. I did call Anastasia while I was in Tennessee over the holidays. I did discuss some things about what I was going through in my relationship with her, looking for support, looking for advice. She gave me advice. It was fine. We moved on. There was no weird feelings whatsoever. So I come back from my trip, and we were already talking about maybe seeing each other when I got back. And I didn't know if she had come back from her road trip yet. She had just came from Colorado. So I come back. We try and plan a hangout. It doesn't work. We plan another hangout, which was 2 days ago. She said she wanted to take me out to dinner, so I was like, heck yeah, that sounds awesome.
The two made plans to go to dinner, and Marcy was very excited. Anastasia comes to pick up Marcy in her van. Once Marcy is in the van, the first thing Anastasia asks them is if they are in an open relationship, to which Marcy says no and that they are in a monogamous relationship, so then they just go to dinner.
2 days ago, we planned the hangout. I get picked up by her in her van, and the first thing I'm asked is, are you in an open relationship? To which I say,
just going
no,
right for
I'm
it.
not. I am in a monogamous relationship. We can totally talk about it. We're meeting each other for the first time. So, we'll get there. You'll learn who I am.
Hey girl, are you single? No. But can you fuck other bitches? Oh.
I'll learn who you are.
Now, Marcy initially had very high opinions of Anastasia. In their video statement, they even said that they found Anastasia to be very respectable, and they even viewed Anastasia as a pure goddess.
Anastasia seemed very respectable to me as a person. It's like a pure goddess. That's the first impression I got.
And like I stated in part 1, these are a lot of the things that I hear from these ex-sweet peas and people that no longer support her. They find Anastasia attractive, charming, emotionally intelligent, all of these things. But right off the bat,
there's a reason that only lasts for 24 hours, though. There's a reason. We're not very good at masking that, I think.
Marcy notices that Anastasia is really prying into Marcy's relationship. She's pressuring Marcy about relationship details, and is also simultaneously trying to convince Marcy that they want Anastasia more than they want their own partner. Marcy says that they often seek out relationship advice from their friends, which is perfectly healthy, but they do feel like it crosses a boundary for them when those friends try to persuade them into leaving their relationship or cheating or telling them that they deserve better.
At the get-go, it seems like Anastasia is pressuring me to want her more than I want my current partner. And I will say, I do go to my friends for relationship advice, support, whatever that may entail. But what I believe in is that it is not okay to try and force somebody out of their relationship they're currently in and try and persuade them that they deserve better, because that's very harmful, especially if the person the friend you're trying to convince to leave the relationship can't or doesn't want to because they love that person, which is valid. We all have our own.
I think that there's also a very important distinction to make between a close friend of yours being like, hey, I've seen the way that Jeremy treats you and he treats you like shit. You deserve to be with somebody better, versus the random fucking TikTok influencer that you met 15 minutes ago. I think that I would weight those differently. I would say that it's probably a little bit more appropriate for one of your close friends to be like, dude, I think that you deserve better than the relationship that you're in right now, because I can see how the relationship is affecting you, blah, 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 right? That makes sense. But random Discord user number 27 of the day, I'd be like, why don't you fucking eat my ass? What are you talking about right now? I don't even fucking know you, dude. What are you talking about? You deserve better. You don't even know me. We literally just met. Sorry, what's your name again? Just shut up.
Kind of timelines with how we heal and how we figure our situations out.
Anastasia was heavily pressuring Marcy into thinking they deserve better than their current relationship. And Anastasia is also trying to convince Marcy that she would be a better partner to them than their own partner.
Was pressuring me to, understand that I deserved better and I needed to leave my relationship, and somebody like her could treat me so much better.
Additionally,
Obviously, we
Anastasia
know
was
that's
also
not true.
trying to convince
Hindsight.
Marcy that they were a submissive and needed a mommy like her to take care of them.
You just need a dommy mommy. You'll feel so much better. You just need a dommy mommy. Conveniently, that's me. Please, dude.
Marcy states explicitly that they are not asking for that and they do not want that at all.
And that, you know, I'm obviously a submissive woman that needs a dominant mommy to take care of her, which I do not. I'm not asking for that. But unfortunately, because I was in shock.
Listen, we know a strong woman when we see one. She's fine. She's fine. She doesn't need Lexity. She's fine. She's good. She's good. What's up, Pyman?
I didn't know how to process the fact that my boundaries were being actively broken, that I continued to be nice and sweet and kind of shy.
Marcy states that they were in a state of shock. They didn't know how to
This is something that's really effective too for people that are very manipulative and very abusive, is like sometimes when you're all gas and no brakes with somebody, they don't know how to react, and you rely on that shock factor in order to maintain the control of the situation. Like, if somebody is acting like so brazenly out in the open with like the most insane shit you've ever seen in your entire life, it's kind of hard for you to like process that and be like, dude, what are you doing right now? Like, you're kind of like in shock that it even fucking happened. So I think that part of it is that she's incredibly successful in being manipulative because she relies on people like not even really truly being able to process like what the fuck is going on. Like, how do you process, like, pretend that I just meet somebody right now that I just on stream, say that I don't even know, let me pick on somebody that I don't even really, who's like not in my Discord. Who's not in my Discord? Give me somebody. I don't fucking know. Let's just say somebody jumps in the chat right now named John. And John is in the chat, and John's like, hey, Malcolm, how are you? And I say, oh, I'm good, John. And John goes, you know, I think that you could do a lot better than your current relationship. I think that you should date me instead. Like, how do you even begin to process what was just said? How do you even start? You're just kind of like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, when you're so bold, when you're so revolutionary, when you're so out and brazen and insane in the shit that you say, it doesn't give people like the ability to like process and then refute whatever the fuck it is you're saying. It's like if somebody came up to you and was unironically like, yeah, the earth is flat, and you're just like, where do I even begin? Where do I even begin?
S'ha donatet $5 truc superchat. Manipulativa peuple al surrali on other peuple veïn descenen polita Vic is we telling them of macas them imputent limat.
Thank you so much for the $5. Sorry, everybody witness. And it's true. Like, people that are manipulative prey on other people's goodwill because most people don't assume malice in people's actions or their words or anything like that. And truthfully, 9 times out of 10, people aren't intentionally being malicious. I find that to be actually pretty rare, in my opinion. But nonetheless, people prey, like, most people, 9 times out of 10, are conflict avoidant. Most people don't want to stir the pot. Most people don't want to, like, cause drama. Most people don't want to offend somebody or anything like that. So a lot of people will kind of, like, you know, bare their teeth and nod if somebody's doing something really weird and they won't really say anything about it. And they expect that somebody else will do it. That's also the bystander effect. But a lot of manipulative people really, really, really rely on that. And I think Lexity is a really good example of that because, like, again, it's like if somebody came up to you with a straight fucking face and was like, the earth is flat, you'd be like, what, bro? Like, you don't even know, like, what to say. Like, obviously you want to be like, dude, you're fucking stupid as shit. But, like, your rationality is like, do I need to say this to this stranger? Is this person mentally ill? Does this person have brain damage? Like, what? How do I even fucking respond to this in a way that makes sense? You know what I mean? It's, I don't know. I think that really manipulative people really enjoy that weird psychological dynamic where people don't want to be inflammatory or confrontational. Most people don't want to
react to their boundaries being crossed so blatantly and intensely. So they remain sweet and nice towards Anastasia, which in hindsight is probably
exactly emotional flashbang. You got it. You got it. If Shauna Shipman came up to me, she would be dead the second that she approached. I'm not like Melissa, okay? Melissa let that bitch get away. All of their problems could have been solved if Melissa wasn't a pussy, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Also, there were like 10 of them little bitches. They could have just killed Shauna. They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to do this cat and mouse thing. It was, ridiculous. Kill Shauna Shipman!
No sa plaet si ets donatet $10 truc superchat. Sorry im lata can you start to be.
Everybody witness, thank you Nosebleed Seats for the $10. Yeah, let's go ahead and take it from the top, guys. We're gonna go ahead and start this video over. No, I'm just kidding. Ha, psych, got him. I don't even remember how she got the gun, to be completely honest with you. I don't know. With every progressing episode in Yellow Jackets, I'm like, somebody kill Shauna. I'm like, somebody get her. I'm tired of this bitch. I am tired of this bitch. Somebody take her out right now. I don't even know what to do with her. I hate her. Great rookie move. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. We were rooting for you, Shauna. We were all rooting for you. Hate her. Hate her.
A good thing, as we've seen how enraged and volatile Anastasia can get when she feels she is being pushed away. And instead of perceiving Marcy's body language as discomfort and compliance, Anastasia perceived it as activating Marcy's submissive mode, in that Anastasia
It was called Woodsheds, briefly. How? Why did you think it was called Woodsheds? What the fuck, dude?
once again needed to be their dommy mommy.
I believe she took that on her own to be like, oh, this person like is shy because she's being activated.
She said, I don't need a dummy mommy, and I took that personally. Ooh.
Into her submissive mode because I need to be her dommy mommy, and that's not the case. I was very insecure. I was nervous. I didn't know how to tell this person that I felt like they.
What freak off scenes are you talking about? There's not a freak off in Yellow Jackets. What are they having a freak off? Did we watch the same fucking show? What are you talking about?
Breaking my boundaries because I'm still working on that. I'm still actively healing.
Anastasia then used this activation to further push boundaries for Marcy. And let me just say very quickly,
Activation.
if you are making moves on someone, whether that be romantic or sexual, if you have to try to convince them that that's what they want, that is incredibly manipulative.
Oh my god, she was doing the unihemispheric sleep. Oh my god! Dude, oh my god! What if she's in the cult, you guys? What if she's in the cult? What if she's a Zizian? Oh my god. Has she ever made a video about like rationalism or anything? Holy shit. Now that would be a crossover, guys. That would be a fucking crossover. Oh. Do I have anything that's on a string in here? I don't think I do. Fuck, that's terrible. I have anything on a string. Here, this is my glasses cleaning cloth. You are getting very desperate to give me money. Your eyes are getting heavier. Your hand reaches for your wallet. You read me the number on your credit card along with the security pin and expiration date. Like, what? Oh my god. Dude. This is, wow. Whoa. That's crazy.
And coercive. Consent should be affirmative and enthusiastic. It should not be something that you have to convince someone of. And if you need to try to convince them, it's because they don't want that and they don't know how to set those boundaries without trying to upset you. And typically people pick up on these signals and they don't try to push further. And I'm not sure if Anastasia genuinely can't recognize.
Very close dopamine. That is actually the Love Has Won cult. The Zizian cult is a transgender rationalist AI worshipping cult based out of California that believes in a super mega computer that's similar to the Sith, that's going to punish everybody for not contributing to its creation, that's responsible for at least 6 documented deaths. Very close.
Signals or chooses to ignore them, but I'm leaning more towards
confusing, I know, but don't stress yourself out thinking about it. You'll never understand it. Just do what you can with what I've given you.
It's the latter. Anastasia speaks so openly and boldly about respecting people's boundaries on her channel, but yet seems to always find a way to push people's boundaries. But the second that her boundaries are crossed, all hell breaks loose. Marcy once again states that they were not comfortable with this, but that they were very insecure and nervous, and was unsure of how to properly and respectfully convey that their boundaries were being crossed. And I think people will kind of look at this and sort of judge Marcy for not being more clear and expressing what their boundaries were. But I feel like as an outsider, that's a lot easier said than done. Because it's one thing to hit on people, right? But if someone is trying to use your relationship to manipulate you, while also trying to simultaneously convince you that you're a submissive and need a
This is a good point, Caramelized Onions. I believe that Lexi goes all gas, no brakes, because she is shopping for somebody with very weak boundaries, somebody who will accept even the most absurd controlling behavior than they just met her. That's very true. It would weed out a lot of people, right? Because your average person who wouldn't tolerate that would say something almost right off the bat. Testing the waters is something that a lot of manipulative people, and even not just manipulative people, even just like bad people in general, and even not, it's like a normal thing. Like if you make a new friend at work, and maybe your guys' humor is different, you're gonna kind of push the envelope just to see like where that line is for them. Not in like a controlling or a manipulative way, but it's like, okay, this joke was okay, I wonder if this joke is gonna land. Or, you know, they laughed at this joke before, I wonder if I can say it again, or something similar, and they'll think it's funny. Like you're kind of testing where everybody draws their lines around different things, but it's surprisingly a good way to also read what other people are willing to tolerate, and who's kind of easy to steamroll. Maybe not even in a manipulative way, but in a way where it's like, oh, you know, I can like goof off at work or whatever around Jeremy because I've done it in front of him before, and he won't tell anybody about it. Okay, I know this is somebody that I can kind of like act a fool in front of, or somebody that I can slack off around, shit like that, right? But manipulative people really enjoy that because it's a good way to weed out people who otherwise would not tolerate that behavior. Because think about it realistically. I can only speak for myself. If the first time that I met somebody, they were like, you really need a dommy mommy, and I would be way better for you than your wife, I would be like, get the fuck away from me. Like, you're actually fucking crazy. Go away. Like, hell fucking no, dude. Like, eat shit. Like, absolutely the fuck not. But somebody who doesn't have, you know, kind of, not even the wherewithal, but even just like the proclivity to be confrontational like that, that's kind of the person that they're looking for. They want somebody who is unwilling to have that conversation, somebody who is unwilling to like have that fight or stand their ground. You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. That's very true.
A dommy mommy, that is an entirely different level of boundaries being crossed. And personally, if I was in that situation, I don't think I would know how to react. I could also see myself just trying to be nice and compliant just in order to get out of the situation safely without upsetting the other person. And
also, I have to give you a real life example of this because I totally forgot that this happened to me the other day, and it like, I didn't know how to move on, and so I want to tell you guys this story, okay? I went to Walmart. I went to Walmart really early in the morning. I think it was like 7 o'clock, and obviously there's like nobody fucking there. So I was like, hell yeah, brother, like let's go. Like I have Walmart all to myself. This is amazing. And I'm in the self-checkout aisle. I have a fucking AirPod in. I'm like listening to something actively. And you know, I'm buying my shit or whatever. And the Walmart associate dude like comes up to me, and I thought it was because I had a Red Bull in my pocket, but I was gonna take it out and scan it, but I had it in my pocket because I didn't grab a basket, so I had like shit that I was carrying, you know, and so I like pulled it out of my pocket, and I was like, I'm scanning it, I just had it in my pocket or whatever, and he like gets like kind of awkwardly close to me, and he goes, do you want to hear a joke? And I was like, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm listening to a podcast right now, sure, like what are we doing? And he's like, how fucked up is your sense of humor? He didn't say fucked up, but he said, how edgy is your humor? And I was like, it can be pretty edgy. And he goes, did you know that Anne Frank was a lesbian? And I was like, no. And I was like trying to predict where it was going, and I was like kind of panicking. I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? And then he goes, yeah, they never let her out of the closet. And I was like, you're clocked in at work right now. I'm listening to somebody talk in my ear at 2 times speed. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. I have not had my first Red Bull of the day. You're like 2 inches away from me telling me this fucking joke. I was like stunt locked. I was like, oh, like I just like I didn't even know. I didn't even know what to do. I was just like, like what? I was like, what? Like, sometimes people just be like hitting you with shit, and you're like, what the fuck just happened right there? What just happened? Yes, it was like an emotional flashbang. I was flashbanged at Walmart. I was like, anyway, I was like, he was like, I hope you have a great day. And I was like, I'm gonna try. I don't know how to process what just fucking happened. I have no idea what just happened, but I'm gonna try. I don't know what it is, you guys. I attract Very interesting people. And I don't know what it is about my aura. I don't know what it is about my aura where people like I had my fucking AirPods in, you guys. I had my AirPods in. I wear AirPods when I go to the store so people don't fucking talk to me, but it still happens. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I was like it's like Jesus Christ. I don't know. Maybe I just look like someone who's read the Diary of Anne Frank. I don't know. Maybe I give off that vibe. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, I wear my AirPods to the store because I don't want people fucking talk to me. I don't want people talking to me. I want to be left alone. He was trying to shock you from buying the Red Bull. I was like, just take it. I was like, just take it. Take it. I don't want any of this shit. It's for you. Yes, hello. What do you have for me? Shocked, flabbergasted, bamboozle. You look like you've read the Diary of Anne Frank. I mean, I have. So if he was profiling me, he profiled me correctly because I have read the Diary of Anne Frank. I have. Okay, I'm letting you in. If you play the horny goblin, I'm leaving. I'm kicking you out. Okay, you can come in and play me one thing. It better be funny. Okay, I'm ready. You're keeping the hoes waiting.
I cast Vicious Mockery. Nat 20, let's go.
Not funny enough. Not funny enough. Boo. Boo. Yeah, that was exciting. That was a perfect example of people just saying shit to like throw you off your day. And it worked. By day, I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened right now? What is going on? Am I in the Matrix right now? Terrible. I don't know why people feel comfortable approaching me. I do the most in my power to make myself as unapproachable in public as possible because I want to be left alone. Like, I'm just going to start pretending that I don't speak English when people talk to me or something. I don't know. I don't know what to do at this point in my life because no matter what I do, people always come and try to talk to me. It's crazy.
You never really know what someone is capable of in a state of firm rejection, and people and women especially often get assaulted and killed for firm rejection. And we've seen previously how angry and volatile Anastasia can get when she feels she is being pushed away. So in hindsight, I think Marcy proceeded very cautiously. And I'm grateful that they did because, again, you really truly never know what someone is capable of when they're angry, especially someone like Anastasia. Marcy stated that they were not okay with how quickly Anastasia was trying to convince them to leave their relationship, all because Marcy had just been asking for relationship advice. Marcy also stated that they enjoy platonic forms of affection, whether it's hugging or holding hands or in some cases even kissing, just as long as it's platonic and consensual. Anastasia had asked Marcy for a hug and they said it was a nice hug and it was consensual and it was fine. But after that, Anastasia would even more intensely try to convince Marcy to be intimate with them, both sexually and romantically. Marcy denied these advances and the two would end up going to a local pond and sitting with each other on a bench. Marcy was cold, so Anastasia offered her jacket to them. Then all of a sudden, Anastasia attempts to kiss Marcy. Marcy was shifting and pulling away from her, trying to send signals in her body language that she was not okay with this. If you try to kiss someone and they actively lean away from you, you shouldn't need any other signals. Like, that in itself is so abundantly clear that a person is not interested in you. And then after Anastasia attempts to kiss Marcy and Marcy rejects, Anastasia then decides to grope Marcy's breasts.
So after dinner,
She doesn't want to kiss. She doesn't want to get in the van. She doesn't want me to be her dommy mommy. I know. Hit him with the honk honk. Like, walk me through this thought process. Like, what? She's just running around honking people, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god.
we're walking to the park. And I love platonic affection. I love hugging, holding hands, even like consensual platonic kisses.
Platonic kisses, write that down.
I hugged Anastasia, and it was nice. It was a really good hug.
That's good. Thought it was good.
From like the hug on, I felt like she was really pressuring me to be romantic or sexual with her. She gave me her nice jacket. It was really warm. We went on the bench in front of this pond to talk and just sit and digest. And
beautiful.
Anastasia was trying to kiss me. I was kind of trying to pull away and just not give in to that. And then next thing I know, Anastasia is groping my breast. and she does this twice. And
Like, was she... Come here, babe. Like, what the fuck? It's so insane. It's so insane. You go in for a kiss and it doesn't work and you're like, come here. It's like, what the fuck? That's insane. That's insane. The only thing that would make this, like, more, like, just absolutely fucking ridiculous is if she went, honk, honk, like, oh my god. She can't be a real person. Like, she's, like, out in the world, like, walking around and shit right fucking now. Isn't that terrifying? Isn't that fucking horrible, guys? Oh my god.
I froze because,
Because, yeah, you're like,
According to Marcy,
what
she
the
raped
fuck?
Marcy's breasts twice, and Marcy did not give Anastasia permission to do this, and they froze, unsure of what to do. This is an extremely common response to SA. We all know about fight or flight responses, but there's actually a third response known as freezing,
Freeze,
and the term
yes.
for this is tonic immobility.
And Fawn as well.
Anastasia didn't seem to make any more physical advances onto Marcy, thankfully, after this, but the night did not end there. They both had returned to Anastasia's van, and Anastasia would get a vape for Marcy, something that Marcy said that they were grateful for as they were in quite a bit of distress. And at that point,
Oh, wow,
Marcy
a
is
vape.
trying to figure out how to proceed.
Sorry for hunking your boobs, babe. Here's a vape. Like, I feel so... I have just, like, this horrible feeling in my heart for everybody who has had the displeasure of encountering Lexity in real life. Like, I feel disgusted on behalf of these women. It makes me really fucking upset that this shit even kind of happened to them. You know what I mean? It's like fucking disgusting. It's just, who treats other people this way? It's so fucking sick, dude. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
And they are wondering if Anastasia is possibly in a manic state. Which,
Probably,
even if
yeah.
she is in a manic state, is still not a justification for her behavior. The two are driving on the freeway, and Anastasia is still trying to pressure Marcy into leaving their relationship. Anastasia then begins self-loathing, asking why she can't find a partner and why no one wants to be a partner to her. Why she can't find a partner, but everyone else can. And then Anastasia turns to Marcy and asks why she...
I'm so sorry for molesting you. Do you want to hit my vape? This is like evil Riz. This is like Whiplash Riz. It's... Also, again, maybe this is a me thing. I don't know. I'm sure if you guys are here, you have at least somewhat similar sentiments as me, I would assume. If somebody hits me with that, oh, I'm so ugly, why doesn't anybody want to be with me? I'm like, it's your attitude. And they're like, what? Like, it's your shit attitude. That's why nobody wants to fucking date you, bro. Like, why would you say that? Why would you ask a question if you don't want the answer to the question? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my god, nobody loves me. I'm literally gonna die alone in a hole. With that attitude, you sure are, bud. See you later. Like, hello? Like, again, I understand that I am not everybody, and I understand that everybody has different experiences and whatever the fuck. But I'm like, how the fuck does this work on some people? Oh, I'm so ugly. Nobody's ever gonna show me their tits. It's like, damn, that sucks. Bye. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
He can't be enough for Marcy. Why can't Marcy be with her? Marcy is just sitting there thinking to themselves, what the hell is happening? How did we go from mere relationship advice to Anastasia literally asking Marcy to leave their relationship for Anastasia, and even making blatant sexual advances onto them without their permission or consent?
And then she starts getting into, like, why nobody wants her as a partner and why everyone else
God, can't imagine why.
find a partner for themselves, but she never can. And then it kind of
It's everyone else's problem. It's never mine.
got weird where she was kind of directing it towards me, and she was like,
I'd feel so much better if only one person showed me their tits.
you know, why can't I be good enough for you? What, like, I'm right here. Like, why can't I just provide for you and love you and care for you in the way that you need?
Because I have a man, bitch.
I'm in the
Bye.
passenger seat, like, what is happening?
Anastasia is repeatedly asking Marcy if they want to be intimate with her, and Marcy has to continually remind her that they do not.
Anastasia kept asking if I wanted to be intimate with her, which I had to keep reminding her no.
Do you want to fuck? No. Oh, okay. How about now? No. Okay, sorry. How about now? No, I still don't want to fuck. Okay, I was just kidding. What about now? Did you maybe want to fuck now? Oh god.
I don't. Just because I find her attractive doesn't mean shit. Okay, I set my boundaries from the get-go.
So
Good for
Marcy
you.
then realizes
Good
that
for you.
they've just been driving on the freeway for a long time, so Marcy then asked Anastasia
Qui te'n far donatet $2 truc superchat. Sene vergets parnes búteres tu bom en RN.
Thank you very much for the $2, Kitten Fart. Everybody witness. Yeah, she's like, oh my god, everybody thinks that I'm ugly, and then these two girls are like, I think that you're attractive, I just don't want to date you. And again, if everywhere you go smells like shit, you guys, check your shoes, okay? Nobody loves me, everybody hates me, I'm gonna go eat worms. It's probably your fucking attitude, bitch, and it 100% is in this instance. Like, it is 100% your attitude, your temperament, your behaviors, the way that you treat other people, the way that you act entitled to other people, their bodies, their intimacy, their relationships, their desires, their wants, their lust. It's like, yes, it is you. It is you. People need to get more comfortable answering that question in that exact way. I don't know what the problem is. It's you. You are the problem. Your behavior is the problem. It's you. Say it. Just say it, Bella. Say it.
where they are going. And at this point, Marcy just wants to go home, so they ask Anastasia if she can take them home. And
True, Paimon. I think that plenty of people are like good looking, but that doesn't mean I want to smash. Like, chill. People are crazy.
Anastasia agrees, but Anastasia guilt trips Marcy for this. Anastasia then asks Marcy randomly if they can go to the ocean, and Marcy says that they would rather plan for an ocean trip than just go to the ocean spontaneously.
I asked Anastasia where we were going because I realized that we were just driving on the freeway down to California, and I did not know where we were going. I wanted to go home.
Yeah, you were about to get fucking killed.
I was ready to go home. So I asked Anastasia if I could go home, and she said yes, but she made me feel bad about it. She was like, oh, well, you know, like, why don't you just want to go to the ocean? Like, we could just go to the ocean. Like, and I was like, you know, I kind of want to, like, plan an ocean trip, like, a day in advance or something before we do all that. Like, I wanted, like...
This is like a Dateline NBC episode. Like, this is fucking insane, dude. Let's go to the beach. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and I just met you. I said, let's go to the beach. It's like, holy fuck, dude.
Change of clothes, all that stuff. And Anastasia was basically, like, upset that no one wanted to, what's the word I'm thinking of? We just go do something without thinking about it.
And just a rule of thumb,
being
for my
impulsive,
viewers, if
being
someone
crazy,
is crossing boundaries with you like this and they randomly say, hey, let's go to the ocean after you deny their advances, don't go to the ocean or a trail or any place that is secluded and very not populated. Just better safe than sorry. So Anastasia then finally picks up on, or in my opinion, chooses to acknowledge the fact that Marcy is clearly uncomfortable. So then Anastasia starts asking them what is wrong and if she did anything to upset them. Marcy, again, is...
babe, did I do anything to upset you? Yeah, you keep trying to fuck me, you keep insulting my relationship, you honked my boobs without asking me about it, you're driving me to a different state without my permission, I have no fucking idea where we are, and now you're, like, gaslighting me again for the 8th time. What else is there? I'm breathing in fiberglass. My lungs are starting to hurt. You won't even let me hit the vape. Like, there's a lot going on, okay? There's a lot going on. I'm mad about a lot of things, actually. Curious you ask.
Nice and compliant, considering they are alone in a van together.
Never go to a second location. This includes the beach.
And Anastasia has now repeatedly crossed boundaries. Then Anastasia randomly pulls over and asks Marcy if she can hold them. Marcy tells Anastasia no and says, I actually don't want to be touched right now. And Marcy actually has to repeat this a few times before Anastasia finally says, okay, I understand, and gives up.
It gets to the point where Anastasia is worried about me. She pulls over and she looks at me and she goes, like, can I hold you? And I go, no, I actually don't want to be touched right now. And it took a few times for me to tell her that. And she goes, okay, I understand.
So Anastasia finally then starts to take Marcy home, and Marcy notices that Anastasia's demeanor has changed a bit, and that Anastasia is giving them the cold shoulder. And then Anastasia gets upset once she realizes she is taking Marcy home to their partner's house. And Anastasia tells Marcy, I can't believe you're going home with him and not with me.
And Anastasia...
Girl, you just met! Oh my god! Call the police, call the FBI, call the Department of Homeland Security, call ICE. Holy shit! I can't believe you're going home with him. Sorry, what was your name again? It's escaping my memory. What was your name again? I'm so sorry. It's so good to meet you. What the fuck, dude?
She is upset that I'm going back to my boyfriend's house and not staying with her. Oh my god. And she tells me, basically, like, I just can't believe you're going with him and not with me. And I was like...
I am utterly dumbfounded at the fact that someone could act this way. Marcy then starts crying in front of Anastasia and says, "Hey, I just needed a friend tonight. I'm sorry if I put any of this stuff on you and made you feel like I needed that much saving. I appreciate you and I understand where you were coming from and I really appreciate your concern."
And I started crying in front of her. And I was like, "Hey, dude, I just needed a friend tonight. I'm going through my own things as well. And I'm very sorry if I put any of those onto you that made you feel like I need that much saving, because I don't. But I appreciate you and I understand where you're coming from. And I appreciate the concern."
The night had not ended the way they
Appreciate
thought
it.
it would, and they hadn't fully processed all that had happened until the next day. Marcy said that they felt disgusting and used, and that they felt like they could not trust anyone else but themselves. Then, upon seeing Marcella's video statement, they reached out to Marcella, and 3 days later, Marcy would release their video statement. Marcy states that they do not want to cause harm to Anastasia, but that it's important to speak out about these things, and that they are not trying to gain anything publicly from speaking out, and they just want to be able to move on after this. But Anastasia would absolutely not allow them to move on from this, because now, in a matter of a few days, 2 people have come forward with public allegations against Anastasia. And her reaction, if she didn't already look guilty before, she most definitely does now. So let's take a look at some of these live streams following the
Yes,
allegation.
crush out,
So
let's
this
go.
first set of clips is actually from a January 10th live stream, which was the day before Marcy released their video statement. So this is just in reference to Marcella. Now, this live stream doesn't start with Anastasia talking about Marcella. We actually don't have a whole lot of context here as to why this started. But when it starts, Anastasia is in a state of rage. She's raging and screaming about being trans and racism and the system and how we have to stand up against the system. And although
Wow.
it may not be relevant to the allegations at this point, it's very clear that Anastasia is very angry. And this is only 2 days after Marcella's video statement. So we're getting a bit of insight into
I wonder if this is the one where she's like, only Mexicans and trans people are oppressed. I wonder if that's what we're getting right now, because that was a good one.
Anastasia's state of mind following that. The live stream is broken down into 5 parts, and in part 1, she is screaming and responding to comments of people telling her that she is very scary when she is angry.
That they do not get credit for. I'm very scary when I'm angry? Yeah, well then f***ing join me and we can f***ing change the world. You know what scary is? Scary is f***ing power.
Scary is power.
Have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Oh my fucking god. Ugh.
I'll be honest, that line gave me chills, especially considering what we now know about what took place between her and Marcella. It's clear that she attributes fear to power and control, which is interesting.
Kinda makes your
considering
butthole pucker,
Anastasia
doesn't
claims
it?
to lose control when she is angry, but yet she feels power and control when she is angry? The math isn't mathing. Anastasia then goes on to defend her anger and rage. "Why won't you accept my anger as a valid emotion? I have righteous fury. How else should I communicate that I am angry?"
You can express it this way all the time, but you know, like I'm doing this because like this is an appropriate way to communicate rage. You know, like how else would you communicate that you're angry? Right? Well, you communicate that you're sad by expressing sadness, right?
I have a really good way. I'm feeling angry right now. Boom! Now everybody knows that I'm angry, and nobody has PTSD.
And you communicate you're angry by expressing anger. Why are you unable to accept my anger as a valid emotion? Because I have righteous fury. Because I do not like when people are hurt.
Now, part 2 of this stream is much shorter, but take a look at this clip for a second.
You've spent your life being apathetic to the harm of a lot of people, and you know what? I have to accept that.
Apathetic, sympathetic, diabetic, old men on roller skates with a marked propensity for procrastination and sloth. What emotion am I emoting right now?
Lot, because I find out about new harm every f***ing day. And yeah, it is hard to realize that you missed something and you need to do more work. But you know what? It's worse. Denying the problem because it's too much work.
You know who she reminds me of? Do you remember that British rapper who is like, where is it? This one.
How to vote, they devoted that time to defining isotopes. I wasn't taught how to look after my
Isn't this
health,
the same
but
video?
Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Never spent a lesson on current events. Instead I studied the old American West. I was never taught what laws there are. I was never taught what laws there are. Let me repeat, I was not taught the laws for the country I live in, but I know how.
I think that's the same video. I think this is the same video. Yeah, he's also, yeah. So, guys, look at the insulation on this fan. She is entitled to financial compensation for contracting mesothelioma. Like, this is insane, bro.
What racism? What racism? I'm sorry.
What racism?
Because I said that there was oppression of people of color.
Did you guys catch that switch there? How she goes from extreme rage to calm in just a matter of seconds?
Yeah, it's
The reason
terrifying.
I wanted to include that is because, to me, this appears that Anastasia does have some control of her emotions to a degree. She can, to a degree, control her emotional reactions, at least when she wants to. And that, coupled with the scary is power statement, I think is a clue that Anastasia really does have more control over her emotions than she leads people to believe. Now, in
Yeah, I
part
would
3, we
agree.
get a bit more insight into Anastasia's state of mind. She is extremely high energy and still
Unwell.
very angry at this point, and we find out that she has not slept in a week.
I know I'm right, so it doesn't matter if you call me delusional. It doesn't matter if you call me manic. It doesn't matter if you say that I've been up all the like for how.
Oh, also, I don't know if you guys remember this. Remember when she was like tattooing her fucking arm on live stream and just like drawing squiggles and shit like that? Wow, guys, she wants to get laser for that. Is no one could have reasonably predicted. Nobody. Oh my god, like who would have thought that she would have thought that was a dumb fucking idea after like a week? Oh my god, crazy, so weird, so insane. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean, I love speculating as much as the next person. It's like my favorite thing to do. But like, I gotta be honest with you guys. I think it's some kind of stimulant. If I had to guess, if I had to put money on something, I would say we're abusing some kind of stimulant. Because I've seen videos, again, where she has her light in her fucking face and her pupils are just blown. You don't just get that from, lithium. You don't get that from just like a normal dose of Adderall. When your eyes are blown like that, you're on something, dude. I don't know. I think we're cooking, and I think we're in the kitchen making meth. That's what I think.
However long you want. I've been up for a week straight. I've never slept in my life. It doesn't
Me
matter.
either.
All my points are correct, and I'm right.
And I feel this is extremely
It doesn't fucking matter. I'm right, and all of my points are correct. Love that. I'm stealing that.
important because we as humans don't fully realize how much sleep and sleep deprivation especially affects the way we behave and our decision making. First off, sleep deprivation can cause the neurons in our brain to
I'm telling you guys, if it comes out that she's doing unihemispheric sleep, I'm gonna crash out. If she's doing unihemispheric sleep, that will kill me. I will be dead. I will pass away if that comes out. That'll be my 13th reason, bro.
overwork themselves, leading to a lack of cognitive brain functioning and affects various ways in which we think. Additionally, sleep deprivation affects the way we retain our memories, leading to lapses in memory and full memory loss. It can also heavily impact our decision-making skills, as sleep deprivation can contribute to poor decision-making and lack of emotional control. And remember, Anastasia has BPD, so she already lacks emotional control. So sleep deprivation only serves to further exacerbate that. And last
So the unihemispheric sleep, I'm sorry, I forgot, not everybody was here for this. There's a cult in San Francisco that is a tech bro AI cult that's run by a transgender woman named Zizian. She developed her very own philosophy of rationalism that worships Roko's basilisk, which is basically the philosophical thought experiment that there is a mega, super powerful, omnipotent AI god that will torture everybody in virtual reality for all of eternity if they don't help contribute to its existence. This person named Ziz is like it's an actual cult, like not like a tee-hee-hee cult, like a literal cult that's responsible, or I guess I should say tied to. They're responsible for at least 6 deaths, and one of the ways that they get people into their cult or like indoctrinate people is they do what's called unihemispheric sleep. And so unihemispheric sleep is alleged to have a way to split the brain into 2 separate personalities. So it's based on the pop psychology that you have 2 separate parts of your brain. You have your left hemisphere and your right hemisphere, and they're both their own entities.
LEIL i abug donatet $5 truc superchat. Remindez atanyon can lear emocional control. It's a matter if banting to or not 3 al subuo, tomato y ataculs.
Thank you very much, Layla, for the $5. Everybody, what is? That's true. Everybody can learn how to control their emotions. But so they rely on this idea of unihemispheric sleep. So it plays on the pop psychology, understanding that you have 2 different hemispheres of the brain, but each of them act as an independent, like sentient agent. if only half of your body rests at a time. So the idea behind unihemispheric sleep is that if I sit here and I close my right eye and relax my right side of my body, but do something with this side, so I'm going to play solitaire over here with this side of my body, this half of my body will fall asleep, this half will remain awake, and then this is an entirely separate persona, and therefore, you know, I'm going to reveal all these inner truths about myself or something like that, because it's like a different part of my brain is activated while the other one rests. And these people literally replaced their normal sleep cycles with unihemispheric sleep. So they were all sleep deprived. They were all fucking crazy. They were all losing their shit. So two people actually committed suicide relating to this. So it's like a thing. It's not actually possible, but like, there's some weird psycho babble bullshit where like your brain, like, so if you're incredibly sleep deprived, your brain will actually take micro naps, like different parts of your brain will fall asleep at different points of the day or whatever. That's why like a lot of people that are very sleep deprived kind of like space out for a little bit. Maybe they like jumble their words when they're in the middle of talking. It's because your brain takes micro naps, like different parts of your brain are different, whatever the fuck. So unihemispheric sleep is something where like you're in a disoriented state. Like it's something that's like possible, but one, it's not true restful sleep, and then two, it's not like you have like a hidden self like locked away in your fucking brain. It's just that you're like half asleep. That's all it is.
Calvin Garrar. Who is he?
Thank you for the membership, Layla. Everybody witness. It's like if you fell asleep and somebody woke you up and they were like, what's your favorite historical fact? And you're like, that 9/11 wasn't real. Everybody, oh, Malcolm's a conspiracy. There's a secret conspiracy theorist inside of Malcolm. It's like, no, dude, you literally just fucking woke me up. I don't even know what day it is. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's dumb. I don't know if this is going to go or not. Hang on, I'm waiting patiently. Hello? I don't know if it's good. Thank you, Layla, for the gifted back. Everybody witness. I don't know why the alert's not playing. Everybody witness. Beautiful. Thank you very much. That's what unihemispheric sleep is. Too long didn't read. So, Lexity, obviously, our sleep deprived girly pop. If she is practicing unihemispheric sleep, which is this weird cult tactic that the Zizians use in order to get people to, you know, kill themselves and shit like that, I'm gonna crash out. Sorry, too long didn't read. That's what I was talking about.
Lastly, sleep deprivation can heavily decrease brain signaling, which can contribute to our mood and emotions as well as our body movements. So the long-term lack of sleep, I feel, is extremely important context into Anastasia's state of mind and perhaps why she may be acting this way. And if she really has had this much difficulty sleeping her entire life, like she says, this may be a huge contributing factor to why she is exhibiting these behaviors, which seem to only be getting worse with—
You're right, Kitten Fart. Roko's basilisk is an info hazard. Yes, you're right.
Time. Now, at one point, she refers to herself as a celebrity, and people in her chat call her out and tell her that she's not a celebrity, which leads her into this tangent about how many people watch her and how many people love her content.
You call that? Okay, fine, I'm not a celebrity. I'm something. I'm definitely something.
Yeah, that's true. We're definitely something.
Like, just because you don't want to acknowledge my successes does not make my successes stop existing. Yeah? Like, you try to build a following. You try to make content that people love as much as people love my content.
Info hazards are basically like a gayer Pascal's Wager. It's Pascal's Wager, right? No. What is it? Yes. It's like a really gay Pascal's Wager. So Pascal's Wager is basically the philosophical question of like, if God is really real, like pretend God is real, what are the consequences of living a sinful life if God is real versus if he's not real, versus living like a godly life or whatever the fuck. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to give you like such existential dread that you're gonna fucking kill yourself. That's what an info hazard is, basically. But the Roko's basilisk is just like a gay AI tech bro rewording of Pascal's Wager. It's supposed to cause existential dread and make you kill I don't know. I spent so much fucking time reading about rationalism, trying to understand these people. I still don't fucking get it. I still don't fucking understand it. Like, I can like vaguely describe what's going on. Like, I understand. What was the other one? There was another one with the boxes. The boxes with the money and the observer. That's like another philosophical question or something fucking stupid like that. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I read so much about this shit because I was like desperate to understand. There's no rationale behind it. There's no logic. There's no consistent answer. Like, you're never going to be like, oh, that makes sense. It's never going to happen. Okay. It's not going to happen unless you have like a PhD in like conspiracy theories correlated with schizophrenia. It's just not going to happen. No, it wasn't Schrodinger's cash. I can't remember what it was. It was what was it? Oh, thank you, Miss Jasmine, for the gift of membership. I don't know if this is going to go either. Everybody witness. Thank you, Miss Jasmine. Everybody witness. What was it?
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
I'm not going to be able to think of it. It was boxes with money, all-knowing observer. Philosophy. What was it? Newcomb's paradox. I never would have remembered that. Newcomb's paradox. So it's the whole philosophy. I'm getting super stunlocked on this, but so it's like the idea that the fuck was that? No, it's the idea basically that you don't make choices based on the probability of a certain outcome. You make choices based on other people's ability to predict that outcome. It's really fucking stupid. I read about this for like 2 hours. I'm not even fucking kidding you to try to understand this. It was just so dumb. It's like your choices influence others' choices, and therefore it like affects the hierarchy and order of control. I don't fucking know. Okay, if you guys want to read this shit, I'll put this in the chat. I melted my fucking brain trying to understand this shit. It was so fucking stupid, dude. I would not wish this on my worst fucking enemy. Have fun trying to read that, okay? Sorry.
Try. Do you think it's easy? Do you think you can do it?
It's clear that Anastasia has this grandiose image of herself and inflated self-ego, which I think may contribute to why she thinks certain behaviors of her are acceptable, especially the behaviors we saw towards Marcy. How she tried to convince them that she could be a better partner to them than their own partner, and how all they needed was someone like Anastasia to be there and take care of them. Now, here Anastasia said something that set off major alarm bells in my head when I heard it. Because while Anastasia is going on this live stream rant, you actually see her playing with a box cutter.
Who is he?
Everybody witness. Thank you so much, Kitten Fart, for the membership.
Ela i Abuc donatet $2 truc superchat. I tinc TPL ara just making existence to the app.
It's okay for bringing out the info hazards, Kitten Fart. It's okay. And then everybody witness Layla Bug. Thank you for the $2, Layla Bug. No, it's for people that are boring. It's like you just can't enjoy your life. You have to be like the most annoying fucking person in the entire world to get into rationalism. It's like, can you just like not have fun? Does anybody have fun anymore? I don't get it.
Since she had been still working on her van at this time, and someone in her chat calls her out for playing with the box cutter, and listen to what she says here.
A celebrity. I don't care. What do you call it? And put the box. I'm sorry. It's triggering for people. It might be triggering for people. I'm sorry. It's just an installation.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Silence Zeros a 2 is speaking. Everybody witness DZ. Everybody witness. Thank you so much, DZ. I appreciate it.
I punch trees and things when I'm like engaging in like self-harm. I was never a cutter. Just because like I don't know. Yeah. I like the thud. I like the impact of like the thud. It feels more satisfying to me.
I like the thud. I like the impact of the thud. It's satisfying to me. Now, this is a huge...
Personally, that's why I love hitting bitches in the face. The thud is very exciting.
...red flag, and is often a warning sign that someone may become or is already physically abusive. We've already seen Anastasia's rage, and we know how
let the bodies hit the floor.
...volatile she can get. And when you combine that rage with the statement of enjoying the impact of the thud and the satisfaction of the thud, that outward expression of anger and aggression, these are pretty clear steps in the pathway to becoming physically abusive in the future. And if you recall from part 1, Anastasia had gotten kicked out of her mother's home when her mother came home and found a huge mess and a bunch of holes punched in the wall. So this just is...
This is literally like Jalen 2.0. Like, it's just... I know a freshly drywalled wall hates to see her coming, dude. Jesus Christ.
A consistent pattern of behavior that is statistically likely to escalate further. Now, in part 4 of this live stream, Anastasia's chat is trying to tell Anastasia that she seems like she is in a manic episode.
But let's say I was. Let's say I was, right? Let's say I was in a manic state. What I wanted to accomplish before I was in a manic state. Like, it was this, right? When I'm not in a manic state, I would plan to do the exact thing I'm doing right now. So if I am in a manic state right now, does it matter?
And Anastasia
I'm such a depraved individual. Pain. Malcolm getting the bag today, and I was like, we're getting a bag! Sorry, I'm just kidding. This is my just kidding heart. We're straight edge here.
has stated that she is diagnosed with ADHD, so it is possible that that could be contributing to her elevated energy here. And she says something at the end of this part.
Dude, if you have ADHD and you're taking stimulants, unless you're like abusing the fuck out of them, you should still be able to go to sleep. You shouldn't be up for days at a fucking time if you're taking your prescribed dose of whatever stimulant it is. You shouldn't be up for days, dog. Get the bag. Get the bag. Get the bag.
That I found really amusing.
Very educated. I'm insanely educated, you know? And like, that's not me bragging, I'm not competing.
I'm
I'm
also
saying,
insanely
you assume
educated,
I don't know what I'm doing is
true.
ridiculous. I don't assume you don't know what you're doing. Why do you assume I don't?
God, I wonder why.
Nothing that I do should lead you to believe that. I'm incredibly articulate. I'm good at what I do.
And I'm going to circle back to that statement a few times in this video as we progress, so just keep that in the back of your mind. So when we get to the final part of this January 10th live stream, Anastasia finally brings up Marcella, as people in her chat keep calling this out and want Anastasia to address this. So first, she accuses Marcella of just wanting attention from her fame, even though Anastasia is the one that encouraged and gave Marcella permission to talk about the situation publicly. And she encourages people to not go to her channel and watch her video statement, which again is
True. Stimulants usually make people with ADHD mellow out. Very true. If you're getting like fucking high from taking stimulants, you probably don't have ADHD. Very true.
funny considering she is the one that encouraged Marcella to post a video statement. And then Anastasia insists that she's apologized to Marcella so many times and that she's not going to keep apologizing for the same thing over and over again.
Okay, so let me be clear. At this point, Marcella is like literally just trying to get attention from my fame. Okay?
Oh.
At this point, that is all that's going on. Okay? Do not go over there because that's what's going on.
Don't do it.
You know? Like it's fine that she wants to talk about stuff, but like a bunch of people coming over here and being like, "Oh, Marcella. Go over there or not." Okay? I'm not going to spend my entire life apologizing for something that I've already apologized for multiple times.
Now,
Where
this
did
is
we
where
apologize?
Anastasia makes the allegation that Marcella encouraged her to drink, and listen to the hesitation in her voice when she makes this claim.
Yeah. I got mad at Marcella. I apologized. She can't forgive me for it. And, she encouraged me to drink alcohol.
Yeah, you definitely didn't totally make that up on the spot, Anastasia. Definitely not. And this claim will be addressed later on.
She'd be
so
lying.
Just keep that in mind. Then Anastasia states that what happened between her and Marcella is just normal human behavior.
Anymore. This is not a story. This is normal human behavior.
And this goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. This is not normal human behavior and not normal relationship dynamics. And if you are experiencing these symptoms or these behaviors, or you are on the receiving end of these symptoms and these behaviors, please seek professional help. Then she says something so unbelievably stupid. Just stupid.
Literally, what am I supposed to do? Fine, she's being a big baby, and she's trying to get attention off of me.
She's being a big baby. That wasn't very articulate and educated of you,
That was
Anastasia.
very...
I'm
wow.
insanely educated.
I'm
incredibly
impressed.
articulate.
Here's the thing about
I'm impressed.
articulate people. They choose their words very carefully. That's what makes them articulate. The big baby statement I just wanted to point out just because Anastasia constantly talks about how educated and articulate she is, and then in the
She's
moment
the
she
most educated, yes.
calls Marcella a big baby. That was a very, very big brain moment. Yeah. Now after this, we just get this
This is also one of the first videos I've ever seen where this Riley girl is actually being kind of a bitch, and I'm actually here for it. She's kind of like being petty, and I love it. If there's anybody that deserves it, it's definitely Lexity. She's doing great.
absolutely ridiculous monologue of Anastasia claiming and trying to convince her viewers that Marcella is just this narcissist, and I'm quite frankly not going to include that here and entertain that even slightly. And that's where this January 10th live stream ends. Now, moving on to the infamous Crash Out live stream of January 11th. This is the crashiest Crash Out live streams of all the Crash Out live streams in the Anastasia universe.
Oh
And
yeah, bitch,
Anastasia
let's
is
go.
in full rage mode, so
Let's
just a
go.
trigger warning for that. Thankfully, we have a whole hour's worth of footage from this specific live stream. Thank you so much to this YouTube channel for providing that for us. Now, we're going to go through and we're going to dissect this live stream and look at certain
Let's
clips.
do it.
And we're also going to be looking at some of her videos and TikTok she made around this time as well. That'll be a little later on as we talk about Anastasia's opinions on abuse and abuse victims and all of that. And this YouTube channel, XSweetPea, was extremely helpful for providing some of those other
let's go.
problematic live stream clips.
Why did everybody else's YouTube channel get a shout out, but mine didn't? Transmisia? Anyone else noticing this?
LE i L i Abuk donatet $2 truc superchat. I Moses dona bit l'exciti en diglobes R off.
You're not wrong, Layla Bug, and thank you very much for the $2, everybody witness. Beautiful, thank you. You guys are being so generous today. No, she just hates men. Wow, that kind of hurts.
Some of these video clips that we are going to reference, so thank you so much to that channel. So, literally not even...
I can't believe this fucking bitch didn't mention my YouTube channel. That's so... Ugh. I'm just kidding, I love you, really.
1 minute into this live stream, Anastasia is already screaming and enraged, saying, "Take me to court, you c***," referring to Marcy.
Take me to court if you think it's fucking true. Take me to court, Marcy. You know what? Because, like, Jesus Christ, if I fucking I didn't fucking consent and I tried to convince you to fucking be your partner, apparently I'm a fucking terrible person. Take me to court, you lying. Take me to...
Do you guys want me to live stream like this? I think that you guys would really enjoy this. I think that this would be fun.
I didn't fucking consent and I tried to convince you to fucking be your partner, apparently I'm a fucking terrible person. Take me to court, you lying. Take me to court.
And by the way, if you look closely, she's actually fidgeting with an axe. Now, don't get me wrong, I fidget with things too when I'm uncomfortable or overwhelmed, but perhaps an axe is not the best thing to be fidgeting with on camera when you are angry and addressing SA allegations. I'm just saying. And she does.
Just casually cleaning your gun while addressing the allegations. I just like it's so fantastical, you guys. It can't be real. It can't be real. It's insane. If the allegations are true, then take me to court, you lying bleep. It's fucking insane. It's insane.
Does put the axe down eventually, but yeah. That was a little scary. So then someone asked what is happening, and Anastasia goes on to explain what is happening, saying this.
This is not helping at all.
Thank you. What is that? Darling Israel. Very cool. Thanks for dropping in, bud. I hope that you're having a good day.
I don't care. What happened? I went on a date and I asked a girl if I could hug her, and I did hug her, right? And she hugged me and she grabbed my butt and I grabbed her and I grabbed her side too.
How could I have raped others when I myself was the raped? Like, what kind of a defense is this? Like, what are you... Yes, I molested, but only in self-defense. Like, what are you talking about, dude? What is she talking about, bro? I have tears in my eyes. She's like... This can't be real.
And I asked her if it was okay that I was doing that, and she said yes, and then apparently she decided that she regrets that.
Now, remember this because in almost every single instance after this, referencing the situation with Marcy, Anastasia says that they just gave them a hug and that it was just a hug. And she doesn't fully admit what she is admitting here, which is she did in fact grope Marcy, although Anastasia claims that it was consensual. And then we get this comment.
The self-defense molesting. Like, where are we right now? What happened? We are very far away from Oz kittens.
About 4.5 minutes into the stream saying...
And you know what? If you're gonna believe the minority person, trans women are minorities. So you know what? Believe me, because I'm the victim. If you're gonna believe a victim, that one's me, the trans woman.
And this is something Anastasia...
This is just like so fucking OP. Like, Jalen walked so this bitch could run. Like, no shit. If you're gonna believe victims, you need to believe the most oppressed, which is me. You can't write it. You can't write it.
Says pretty much every time she addresses these allegations, which is that she's only being accused of these things because she is trans, and trans people constantly get accused of being predators. And you'll find that Anastasia...
Can I get a 1 in chat if you're a trans person and you've literally never been accused of being a predator? Anybody? Anybody? Because usually if you aren't molesting, you're usually not accused of molesting. That usually doesn't happen. Yeah. There we go. Look at all those zesty bitches in chat. Look at all these zesty bitches in chat, you guys. Look at them all. Look at all these transgenders. Ugh. It's a good thing Trump's president now. Ugh. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. Just kidding. I love you guys. I love diversity in cis-dominated fields. True. Like, just a crazy idea. If you don't want to be accused of being a molester, don't molest. Really crazy idea.
Anastasia tends to use her trans identity as a scapegoat for her poor behavior. And let me be clear, I do not...
Miss Jasmina donatet $5 truc superchat. Fitxa t'invita a exabiles creaming into a camara i man intel·lectual. I dit nothing wrong.
Literally me pointing a gun at people. I am mentally well. Thank you for the $5, Miss Jasmine. You guys are being very generous today. Everybody witness. Thank you, kindly.
Not doubt that there is a demographic of people being transphobic towards Anastasia. However, that simply does not represent the majority of the criticism towards her. My video on Anastasia has about 800 comments at the time of recording this, and I check new comments every single day. And I've had to remove about 9 to 10 transphobic comments out of 800 comments. The large majority of the criticism towards her is not at all transphobic. This is an easy scapegoat for her, as unfortunately it's not a secret that many people—
God, where have we seen this before? Literally everyone we've ever talked about. That's crazy.
In the LGBTQ plus community, especially trans people, are constantly accused of being—
I'm waiting for her to like also say that she's like Mexican or some shit so she can like double oppression. You know what I mean? Where she's like, not only am I trans, but I'm also Mexican. And it's like, that's crazy that you just found that out yesterday. That's really interesting that you literally somehow just discovered you were Mexican. That's so cool.
Predators. But that's truly not what's going on here. There is absolutely valid criticism towards Anastasia that has absolutely nothing to do with her trans identity, and she knows this. So then she starts yelling about how she's famous and that Marcella and Marcy are just trying to leech off of her fame.
Yeah, they're
Once
clout
again,
whores,
it's clear
true.
Anastasia has a very grandiose self-image, and she says again that she's a famous celebrity. And I mean, sure, like, she is an influencer, but an influencer is a
LEIL i Abuc Donatet $2 truc superchat. Mai immediat a Thuit vas popi frum peiseta.
Oh, thank you very much for the $2, Layla Bug. Everybody witness. Yeah, I was going to say Poppy or Lily Orchard. Certainly. You're not wrong there.
very, very, very far stretch from a celebrity. That is a very important distinction. She then makes a comment about 7 minutes in, stating, if you think yelling is what abuse is, you have never been abused.
You have no idea what abuse is.
This is like the equivalent of like, I'll give you something to cry about, bitch. It's like, I was gonna say, is she okay? The answer is no. Like, look at this. We're obviously not okay. Obviously, we're not okay. Okay? We're kind of messing around outside of the van. You know what I'm saying, guys? We're just kind of messing around out there. Like, we're obviously having a hard time.
You think it's just one person getting angry one time and then leaving when you ask them to. That's not abuse.
Keep this one in the back of your mind, because later on when we go over Anastasia's opinions of abuse, this will become very relevant. Now, we have a clip about
very
11 minutes
intellectual,
in, and I wanted to include this clip because you'll notice she kind of switches into this baby mocking voice. And if you recall from Marcella's video statement, one of the things she said was that Anastasia would switch into this mocking baby voice when she would ask her to calm.
Dude, even if somebody's not mad at me and they do the baby voice, I'm like, brother, ugh. Like, don't fucking do that shit around me. Brother, ugh. What are you doing? Stop. Put that away. Like, sometimes my wife will be like, will you fill up my water? And I'm like, back, wench! That, you have no power here! I'm like, shut up! Don't do that little, don't do that little voice. It makes me upset.
Calm down. So I think this speaks a bit to the validity of that clip.
Just kidding, I love my wife. She is my morning and evening star.
Famous their entire fucking life, and they need a person who actually found a fan base, and they go, oh, I know this cancel culture is the thing. Maybe if I just convince everyone that they're abusive.
I would like to call attention to Mr. Mollusk, because always on point. If Mr. Mollusk, I love you so much. Is she okay? Unintelligible yelling. It's true. Accurate.
Like, they'll pay attention to me. And you know what? They were right. They were right.
So then Anastasia mentions that Marcy is starting an OF, or an OnlyFans, and tries to say that the reason Marcy is making all these allegations is
it's because she's a
promote
whore.
their OF.
Yeah.
That might be the case. Just like,
Did you guys consider that she was only molested because she was a whore? It's like, where are we? Where are we? Please. I don't want to be here anymore. And these are Onision crash outs. They tried to get my Patreon taken down. They tried to report my YouTube channel. Like, does anybody remember that? That's what this is. Transnesion, guys. This is Transnesion.
non-existent in your brain. Do you not believe that they might want attention? Marcy is starting an
Now, this thinking is incredibly flawed, because it's not a secret that people who engage in any form of sex work, including—
Your Honor, I could not molest her. She's an OnlyFans whore. Like, what is this logic? Like, what the fuck? Dude, come on.
OF are actually far less likely to be believed simply due to the nature of their job. You know what? I have an idea. Why don't I promote my OF with an SA allegation? Said absolutely no one ever. Now, about 16 and a half minutes in—
I mean, that is actually a really good point. Who's like, oh my god, another, like, rape review drop. I should go follow this girl's OnlyFans. Like, that's actually a really good point. That's actually an incredible point. Like, that isn't even a good marketing strategy. That's actually a phenomenal point right there. That's a good one. That's fresh. I like that.
then she says something very revealing.
Sorry, yeah, but like they used me. They used me. They used me. Do not believe a single word they said. They used me. Okay? Like genuinely, like I've done things that I regret. I've overstepped people's boundaries, and I will be honest about it.
I have overstepped people's boundaries before. Interesting.
Darling, yes, I have seen the 750 page I'm Alex document, and my response to that is, I'm sorry that happened to you, or I'm happy for you. But I'm not reading all that. That's my response.
FYI, she will go on to later say that she is extremely cautious when it comes to people's boundaries, which is a very conflicting statement considering she just admitted to crossing people's boundaries. Then someone in her chat asks Anastasia how she justifies name-calling Marcella, to which Anastasia replies that she doesn't justify it and apologizes.
How did I justify name calling Marcella? I didn't. I'm sorry for that. I was really angry. I left afterwards. Like I shouldn't have.
I didn't do it, but I'm sorry that I did. Based.
Marcella, that was mean. I was out of control, and I acknowledge that. I don't justify it. I'm sorry.
And this will become relevant later on, once again, when we talk about Anastasia's opinions on abuse. Then, at around 24 minutes in, she brings up Marcy again, stating, "It was just a hug, it was just a hug," after already admitting to have groped them.
It was a hug. It was a hug. It was a hug.
And the reason I bring these things up is because
it was a hug/honk.
Anastasia's statements are so conflicting and contradictory, which is exactly why people don't believe her when she says she did not do these things. Because people who want to seem truthful won't omit details like this and then go back on them. Oh, but it was just a hug. Oh, I mean, I did grope their breast and grope their butt, but it was really just a hug. Like, we literally see you trying to get your story straight, Anastasia. You are literally being caught in 4K. Okay, maybe not in 4K, but you get it. Then, of course, we get the, "These are fame piranhas, these are fame vampires," which is literally one of my absolute favorite statements ever.
These are fame piranhas, fame vampires.
You know, people usually just say like, "Oh,
Stephanie Myers, sweetie, I'm so sorry.
oh, they're just an attention whore," but fame piranhas, that is very creative. Then at around 29 minutes in, Anastasia starts going on about how she's going to be live streaming every day for
Oh,
a
hey,
year,
Britt.
but she
Hope you're
says
well.
she's going to be live streaming naked, and this isn't pertinent to the allegation.
Please don't.
I just find it extremely odd. Like, why are you live streaming naked? Like,
Don't do it,
I
please.
don't understand.
Spare me!
I'm not gonna do it. I'm in the live stream. I'm not driving. I'm naked for a year. Hell, if I could
No,
find a place
please
to live
don't.
stream that would accept me naked, I would fucking live stream all the time.
Now, this stream
Yeah,
goes
probably
on
not.
a little bit, and she
Let's not do
mostly
that.
is just kind of like repeating herself or answering questions that don't have to do with the allegations or talking about her van and the building process. And you can actually see her demeanor gradually shift from extremely angry in the beginning to somewhat calm by the end of it. It's almost as if she's like exhausted herself at this point with all of that rage and anger and energy. And remember, this was like the cycle that Marcella had mentioned with Anastasia. You know, she would rage and she would yell and she would scream.
LEIL i Abub donatet $5 truc superchat. Sura mai vaig just a up but like. I'm simply imagining one of those bros creep i uxvara dei filo pur lube back. One of those numbers.
Thank you very much for the $5. I love bug everybody witness. She's like the physical embodiment of "where's my hug?" It's like, please stop. I'm just very uncomfortable with the energy that we've created in the studio.
And then Marcella would talk her down, and you know, she would be calm and she would be reasonable, and then she would 180 and she would yell and she would scream and she would rage all over again. I feel like this live stream might be somewhat of a glimpse into what that could have possibly been like for Marcella, although obviously we can't know for sure what that was like for Marcella.
Certainly
and
the cycle.
Stream is 58 minutes long.
And good point. It is probably the half-life of an Adderall. Yeah, good point.
So if this is how her
Good eyes,
cycle
guys, good eyes.
is, that means that she is switching on and off literally every hour. And that's on top of never sleeping. And Anastasia makes a statement at the very end of the stream that really dismantles her whole argument she has against Marcella. Because one of the things that Anastasia keeps insisting and keeps harping on is this whole
She insists upon herself.
thing with Marcella encouraged me to drink and she won't take accountability for it. But listen to how Anastasia explains this.
No, she didn't say don't stop drinking because of her. I said I'm not gonna drink because I hurt you, and she said, oh well, don't stop drinking because of that. That's what she said. Okay, like okay.
Qui te'n far donatet $5 truc superchat. $100 King. Ursus Chonfodis Tabeak.
Oh, thank you so much for the $5 kitten fart. Everybody witness. Let's go. We hit our goal. Beautiful. Thank you guys so much. You guys have been very generous today. I really appreciate it greatly. You're also slay. You guys are also slay.
Slay. Oh my god. Slay.
That's how I feel right now. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, great. That's the reason I'm stopping drinking. And you know what? It doesn't even matter if she had a relationship with me. I wanted to stop drinking because I hurt someone. And yeah, it is unreasonable to say that that's not an acceptable reason for me to want to stop drinking.
No, it's not that it's not an acceptable reason. It's that it shouldn't be the reason. Like, again, I've talked about this. I think that anybody that knows anything about fucking anything ever, anything even kind of remotely related to anything, gestures vaguely under the sun, it's like, if you hinge your sobriety on an individual, like, you are destined to fail. That's like the number one thing that anybody who has been in any kind of recovery will ever tell you, is that you cannot hinge your sobriety and your recovery and your wellness on another individual. You need to want to get well for yourself. You need to want to get well because it's negatively impacting your life. Because inevitably, when something goes wrong in that relationship, or that relationship is no longer there, you know, people die, people get old, people are dynamic individuals. To put all of your eggs in that basket, never mind of somebody that you just met 3 days ago, in order to maintain and be essentially responsible for your sobriety, is one, incredibly reckless on your part, because you're hinging your sobriety on like a movable object. It's dynamic, it's not static. And then two, it puts that other person in an incredibly inappropriate position where they feel like they are responsible for your sobriety, and that is nobody else's responsibility except for yours in any circumstance ever. Okay? Unless you are passed out on the fucking couch and somebody is like injecting you with smack, it's no one else's fucking responsibility except for yours to maintain your own sobriety. And this mindset is just like fucking disgusting, in my opinion, and it goes against anything that anybody who has ever gone through any kind of process relating to or being involved in any kind of sobriety or any kind of wellness or anything like that. It's fucking disgusting, and it's manipulative, and it's actually really fucking stupid, and it's evil. Okay, and it contradicts everything that we know about sobriety as a whole and getting sober. So she can literally fuck off. Thank you, Payne, for the membership. Everybody witness. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Payne. You guys are being so generous today. Mashallah, sisters. You guys are being wonderful. Thank you.
So she said she's going to stop drinking for Marcella, and Marcella told her, don't stop drinking because of that, which entirely supports the claim that Marcella had said that she did not encourage Anastasia to drink. She simply told her to not stop drinking for her and to instead stop drinking for yourself. So she essentially debunks her whole claim, which was pretty much the entire argument she had against Marcella, and was the one aspect that she kept using over and over again to discredit Marcella. So this live stream ends pretty abruptly between Anastasia giving a fun fact about stars, so let's move on to another live stream now. So this one live stream, it's about 18 minutes long, and Anastasia is pretty much just regurgitating the same stuff and defenses and excuses that she had been in all of these previous live streams that we have seen. But then she says this.
I disagree that you were so specifically talking about the SA allegations. Yeah, I know my life. Not only do I not believe you, I know that's not true. So yeah, it is because I'm trans. Oh.
True. Everyone who disagrees with me only does so because I'm trans. They're actually all ontologically evil, and that justifies any action I take against them. Very true. Wow, she's based.
Hey, do you guys want me to kill? Is that what you want?
What? I don't remember seeing this one. I noticed that one of you guys in chat disagreed with me, so what, you want me to kill myself? Apologize. Right now. Dude, this is crazy. I've never seen this clip before. Wow, this is a new clip. I've never seen this one before. What?
Well, I'm obviously in a mental health crisis trying to bother me. Is that why? I mean, like, I really want to know why. Like, are you trying to help me grow? I'd like to know. You know?
Now, when you actually take...
I'm going to check the likes on the video really quick. Hang on, guys. Oh, so there's 130 people watching and there's only 106 likes on the video, so you want me to kill myself? Is that what you're saying? I'm in crisis, and you guys aren't liking the video, so you want me to kill myself? In a video game, in Minecraft. DZ, please, put the gun down. We'll watch Brianna Wu, I promise, please. Yeah, don't make me pull out. We'll finish with the beatbox video. We're gonna watch it again, so, I mean, we have to.
Moment to observe her chat. Nobody at all is telling Anastasia to end her life or encouraging her to harm herself in any way. In fact, the chat is overwhelmingly positive and supportive towards her. And the comments that are critical towards her are either asking her to address the allegations or telling her she needs to get off live stream and seek professional help. And we can see her reading her chat.
That's emotional abuse.
We know that she knows this. This is so very clearly a manipulation tactic. And I'm guessing if she's willing to emotionally manipulate her audience in this way, she's probably very likely to manipulate people in her relationship relationships in this way as well. Okay, so now that
Probably,
we've gone
yeah.
through most of Anastasia's responses to these allegations, let's go ahead and have a deeper look at Anastasia's opinions on abuse as well as abuse victims. So in one clip I mentioned earlier in a live stream, Anastasia says something regarding Marcella, and what she says is,
No idea what it is.
Quick little derail. I'm gonna pause right here because this is a great place to pause. So, I have to do it at like this weird angle. I have this duck tattoo, obviously. When I was younger, I had a cat. And the cat's name was Muffin, and Muffin was a terrorist. Okay, Muffin was probably the worst behaved cat that I've ever had in my entire life. Okay, and Muffin used to run outside when I would open the door and slither away into the night. And I was like, Muffin, what the fuck is your problem? Okay. So before I would go to bed, I would have to go and find Muffin and retrieve Muffin and bring Muffin back inside. And at the time, I lived in an apartment complex that had like, it was like ground level was the middle floor, and then there was like the bottom floor apartment and the top floor apartment. And so you walked across like a little bridge to get to the main floor, which was the middle apartment. So if you were down here, there was like this weird like ravine, and they put like a chain link fence like on this ravine or whatever. So if you walked like from this end to this end, you couldn't go anywhere. You had to go back up the stairwell and go back up to get across. And so they had it like fenced off so people wouldn't, you know, like horseplay or whatever under there. I don't know. I was looking for Muffin, and Muffin was on the other side of this fucking fence. And I was like, Muffin, it's time to go to bed, sweetie. Muffin, come to mother, Muffin. And so I was trying to get Muffin, and I had cut my arm on the chain link fence, like right here, because I had like gone like this, like trying to get her out from underneath the fence. And so I cut myself on the chain link fence. And so I have a scar on my arm, and it looks like I was a little bit emo in my youth, you know. Everybody's like, oh, so you're a My Chemical Romance fan. And I'm like, no, it was my cat. And everybody's like, yeah, it was your cat, I bet. And I'm like, oh, thank you, Muffin, for ruining my social life forever. Anyway, I have to go and get this tattoo, this duck tattoo. And as the tattoo artist is putting the stencil on my arm, she goes, looks like we're covering up some scars today. And then she touches my arm like this. And I was like, I think I'm going to kill myself. Thank you for, in a video game. Thanks for making this like literally the worst day of my life. I really appreciate that. I really wanted to share that with you guys. It was like the most uncomfortable thing that's ever happened to me. It was like a shh, why don't you stop, babe, for me. It was like one of those. The tattoo artist. It was terrible. We're going to cover up some scars today. I was like, I'm going to fucking die. I'm going to die. Yeah, she didn't like the... I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? It's terrible. It's terrible. It was like the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I'm telling you guys, people say weird shit to me all the time, and I don't know why. I don't know why. What is it about my temperament? People are like, I know. This guy is going to love this. I don't know why. It's fucking crazy, dude.
If you think it's just one person getting angry one time and then leaving when you
I thought you guys would like that.
ask them to, that's not abuse.
first of all, she did more than just yell at Marcella once. She screamed at Marcella for hours until her ears were literally ringing. And she was verbally degrading her with insults, which she literally admitted earlier in the live stream, and even made a spitting motion towards her. Marcella described being paralyzed in fear, being curled up in a fetal position on the floor while Anastasia was screaming at her, both of which falls under verbal abuse, which is a type of emotional abuse, so already this is wrong. And Anastasia seems to not really recognize emotional and verbal abuse as abuse. Those of you may recall that in part 1, I showed a clip where Anastasia states that yelling is not considered abuse unless you're being physically...
doesn't count.
And in part 1, I did also show another clip of Anastasia talking about her upbringing, where she mentions having endured long-term abuse at the hands of her father. So her perception of abuse may be flawed because of that. However, it does not change the fact that verbal and emotional abuse is still abuse. But even more alarming, there's a clip where Anastasia makes a claim that I think personally is by far one of the most harmful and dangerous narratives she has ever promoted on her platform.
You called it abuse yourself? Okay, it's a behavior, but that doesn't make me an abusive person. Like I made a mistake. Yeah, sure. Okay, that doesn't make me an abuser. Yeah, like an abuser is someone who like has a pattern of abuse that they repeat, not makes a mistake once and does something that was abuse. Like there's a difference.
Yeah, I hate when I accidentally scream so loud that I make my wife's eardrums ring. I hate when that happens. This is an accident. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to unleash the force of 1,000 suns on you. Wow. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Everybody gets that way. You know what I'm saying?
Abusive behavior doesn't make me an abuser. An abuser is someone who has a repeated pattern of abuse, not makes a mistake once and does something that's abusive. There's a difference. Hey, chat. If I rape someone once...
I was gonna say that. If you rape once, does that make you a rapist? Oh my god. We're the same person. I love Riley. I forgive her for not talking about my YouTube video more.
Does that not make me an abuser? I mean, abusive behavior doesn't make me an abuser. Abusers repeat a pattern of behavior, but doing it once, it's just a mistake. It doesn't make me an abuser. I only beat my wife once. It was
Your Honor, it was only one rape. Wow, she's cooking.
one time. That doesn't make me an abuser. It doesn't count. What the f is wrong with you, Anastasia? Like, genuinely,
Love
what
her.
is wrong with you?
She's getting mad, and I love that. I love that she's getting mad, and she's just like kind of over it, so she's just stepping on the gas. I love it. She's doing
I have
great.
an audience of over 430,000 followers on TikTok and Instagram combined, and you are using your influence to promote the idea that abusive behavior doesn't make me an abuser, and that if you only abuse someone once, it doesn't count unless it's a repeated cycle of abuse. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Anastasia's audience consists of women, primarily young women, as well as people struggling with mental health issues. And these are the narratives that she's promoting. And aside from that, you're also giving abusers a pass to be able to get away with their
True.
abuse simply because they only did it once.
True.
Not only is that wrong on a
Everybody
moral
gets
level,
one.
but it's also
Yeah.
wrong on a legal level. So it's just all around wrong. Oh, and never mind the fact that you quite literally just admitted that your behavior is abusive. Congratulations. That's it. We can all go home now.
Congratulations, dumb fuck. You played yourself. Good one.
You've spent hours in live streams attempting to defend your behavior and convince people you are not abusive and haven't abused anyone. And you literally just disproved yourself in 37 seconds. Wow, truly remarkable. That wasn't very educated and articulate of you, Sweet Pea. So yeah, Anastasia's opinions surrounding
she's
abuse
cooking
are
her.
extremely harmful and inaccurate. And she also admitted her own
talking to
behavior
you.
was abusive, which I think even further
doesn't wanna
speaks
come
to the validity of Marcella and Marcy's claims. And then we have a couple clips of Anastasia talking about victims of abuse. And basically what she states is that she no longer believes abuse victims, and that she especially no longer believes abuse victims if the claim that they are making is against a minority.
I hate her. I hate her. And you know what's worse about this? I'm never gonna believe her again. Like seriously, why would I? My experience is that like this. I've done
True. A woman lied one time. I will never believe another woman paste.
apparently she's lie about their experiences. Like, and that's not a good thing.
Now, I might be being a bit nitpicky here and overanalyzing this, and if I am, you guys can let me know,
I don't
and
think
I
you
will
are.
accept that, but just hear me out for a minute. I find the phrase, I no longer believe victims, interesting. Because number one, Anastasia has stated multiple times that Marcella and Marcy are not victims.
Brito Donatet $5 truc superchat. Di problem vit peuple like this is deiava no emocional permanents. Su haveri single time is just 11.
Thank you for the $5, Britt. Everybody witness. And I mean, it's true because it's like it was just once, but how many times was it just once? Is a really good question, right? Because to my understanding, there's at least 3 people that have accused her of this kind of shit. So it might have been just once with one person and just once with this person. Like, I don't know. And then the rules also ever evolve, right? Where it's like, you're right, I did it just once, but just in this relationship. This was a different relationship, so it doesn't count. It's like when you're playing tag with like the most annoying kid ever, and you're it, and you go to tag them, and they're like, "Oh, this is the safe zone." And you're like, "What are you talking about? The safe zone is over there." And they're like, this is the safe zone. You can't tag me. I'm here. Or like you're literally about to tag, and they're like, "Time out, time out, time out." It's like every time you're like, "Gotcha, bitch," they're like, excuse me, we're changing the rules." It's really fucking annoying. You're right, and you should say it.
Victims. And there's a difference between saying, I am skeptical now when abuse victims come forward because I was falsely accused, and saying, I no longer believe victims. And here's my question. If Marcy and Marcelo truly aren't victims, why would you not believe victims? They are not victims according to you, so why would that impact the way that you believe actual
debate,
victims?
bro, her.
It should not
True.
impact whether or not you believe
Got 'em.
victims if Marcy and Marcella aren't victims, which almost makes me feel as though they are victims. And again, I could very well just be way overanalyzing this, but when I try to put
I think you're
myself
doing
in
well.
the shoes of someone who is falsely accused, again, I can understand the statement of saying, like, I'm a bit more reluctant and hesitant when someone makes an abuse claim because I was once falsely accused, but I really can't see myself, even in that scenario, saying I no longer believe victims holistically. That's just a thought I had. I could be reaching.
It's a fair
honest
thought.
right now.
I think that's fair. It's like, yeah, oh, you know, I was falsely accused of something, and so now I like to, I know what it's like to be on the other side of that, so I like to take my time and, you know, kind of wait until I see some evidence of some stuff, and I'm a little bit more meticulous in, like, looking at stuff before I decide to go one way or another on things, which is, truthfully, how everybody should be, right? We should all at the very least give people a fair shake, right? We should kind of look at what's presented and kind of see what's out there and kind of go through it and, you know, make your determination to the best of your ability with what's presented and what have you. You don't have to immediately rush to judgment, like, that's totally fine. But saying that versus, like, I'll never believe another woman, like, these are two totally different things, like, completely devoid of a rationality and, like, any sense of right or wrong. It's like, this one thing, Hitler drank water one time, I will never drink water again, because I'm not like Hitler, so I will not be drinking water.
I've spent the last 3 weeks completely immersed in the Anastasia Lexity universe. I can't tell you how many hours I have spent listening to this woman talk. It could very well be affecting my judgment here a little bit and making me read a bit too much between the lines. I don't know. All right, so now we're moving on in the timeline because, believe it or not, a third person later came forward with public allegations made against Anastasia. And this actually...
Okay, so we watched this one. This one's actually kind of fucked up, guys. We only have like 20 minutes left of this video, but this one's actually fucked up.
Took place after the other allegations, and this person had not known Marcy and Marcella before these events. So yes, even after two people had made allegations against her, Anastasia still finds herself somehow being accused yet again of SA by another individual. And fortunately, we do have a video statement as well as written evidence to support this claim. Haley had met Anastasia during one of her streams, so she followed Anastasia on Instagram, and the two began talking with one another. Anastasia had an interest in learning taxidermy, and Haley was very skilled in this. So she told Anastasia she could teach her some of her taxidermy skills.
Low-key, I feel like taxidermy is actually, like, I think it'd be kind of cool. I don't know. Like, kind of weird, but also, like, kind of cool. Like, you would have to make something really silly for me to like it, though. You'd have to give me, like, frogs fencing or something. I need something really silly, goofy, you know? I think that'd be kind of funny. I don't know how I feel about this.
My name is Haley. This is my experience with Anastasia Alexandria Athena Lennon, also known as Lexity Anya Athena.
I also love how her last name is Lennon. My culture is not your costume. Bitch, I hate her.
On Instagram, I believe now. Essentially, I met Anastasia on her stream. She ended up following me on
Welcome back, I'm still here, yes.
Instagram. She told me that we could hang out. I told her I would teach.
I know, and then also, this is like a bad bitch. I don't know why she's harassing these absolute queens. Like, I don't understand. Like, is this a style that I would wear? Certainly not. But I can appreciate a girl who owns her shit. Okay, like she just is like, this is just like how she likes to dress, and I love that for her. That's fucking slay. Good for her. She gets a slay. She gets a slay, guys. Good for her.
Slay. Oh my god. Slay.
Like, would I wear this? No. But I can respect when people are just kind of, like, out there. They're just kind of like, fuck it, I want to wear what I want to wear. Love that. Good for her. Good for her.
Teach her to skin an animal and some of the taxidermy process.
Wow, scary.
And
okay.
Everything seemed fine.
The two decided that they would meet, and Anastasia told Haley it would take her about 2 weeks to get to her. However...
Yes, she did crop, so the stuff isn't there. True.
Renavescaret donatet $2 truc superchat. Ui, se puling sumany bat dies l'oll.
The accent with that is hilarious. Thank you for the $2, Reverend. Everybody witness. Yeah, I mean, I don't. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, she does have some game. She does have some game. She has good initiative. She has no follow through. We'll say that, right? Because she can, you know, pique a girl's interest and go for it, but there's no follow through, right? Like it never turns into anything like long lasting or meaningful. She can open, she can't close, and that's the problem, right? We got to be able to do both.
She showed up in 2 days. This was around January 25th. This made Haley nervous as she had already made plans with other friends that day. Haley had been drinking before Anastasia had arrived, so by the time she showed up, Haley had been really intoxicated. Haley had accidentally missed Anastasia's calls a couple times, which agitated her. Anastasia kept texting Haley asking why she won't let her inside and if she was going to have to leave town. Haley apologizes and then lets Anastasia in. By this time, Haley states that she was blackout drunk.
It's my fault.
Oh, jeez. It's still not your fault, Queen. But again, just I would say that if you're meeting somebody for the first time, I wouldn't get this fucked up. I would not get this fucked up. One, out of fear of acting a little silly goofy. I would have really bad anxiety about that. But two, you can't just like trust everybody, right? It's really easy to believe that everybody has good intentions and, you know, somebody wouldn't do this, somebody wouldn't do that. You just have to be careful, especially with people that you don't know at all. But it still isn't her fault. I can say this was probably not a good choice and still be like, Lexi is a huge piece of shit for taking advantage of this, right? Like I can say, hey, girly pop, maybe don't get like fucking hammered around people you don't know. You can give some feedback there while also completely acknowledging that what happened is not her fault. Like it is not her fault that Lexi took advantage of her at all. Not at all. We can do both, guys. We can say, hey, don't get blackout drunk around people you don't really know. Probably not a good idea. It kind of opens you up to unwanted things that you probably don't want. But that does not make those unwanted things that others do to you okay. And that is still, they still are the ones that did the fucked up thing. 100%, right?
So by the time she got here, I was already really drunk. And I had missed her call when she got here about twice. And I could tell she was getting upset. She sent me a bunch of messages. She's like, how am I supposed to get in? If you're not going to let me in, how am I supposed to see you? Are you going to let me in or am I leaving? Am I leaving town? And
I missed. Okay, so Lexi wasn't even supposed to be there yet. That's why she was a little drunky poo. Okay, fair enough. I rescind my statement. Well, I don't rescind my statement, but like, you guys know what I mean. If she was just having like hot girl drinking at home hours by herself and Lexi wasn't supposed to be there, cool, whatever. But I would still, you know, encourage the advice of don't get fucked up like that around people you don't know. I know that Lexi wasn't supposed to be there. I completely understand. I know what I'm saying. I'm just continuing to extend the advice of don't get fucked up around people that you don't know. Not very safe.
I'm like, no, like, I'm like, come on, like, I'm gonna try to help you find the place. I'm sorry.
There's a picture that Haley shows of her and Anastasia sitting on the couch together on this day, and Haley states that if you look closely at it, you can tell by her eyes that she is very intoxicated. Haley did not remember this picture being taken at all and didn't even find out about the picture's existence until about a week later. Haley does not remember exactly when she passed out, but when she woke up, she was in a state of confusion. And when she looks down, she finds Anastasia laying her head on her lap and sniffing her lower region. Anastasia is also fondling Haley's lower region with her hand. Haley is confused and
like, God, like, this is like a call the cop shit. Like, it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting that, like, people do this to other people. It's so fucking gross, dude. It's so fucking gross. It's so nasty. Get out, bro. It's fucking vile, dude. It's fucking vile. I specifically chose not to include this video in the video that I did because it is just, like, incredibly fucking gross. It is just incredibly fucking gross, dude. It makes me just upset. It makes me really... first it makes me sad. Then it makes me mad and it makes me upset. Like, even if she wasn't drunk, doing that to somebody that you don't know in their sleep is fucking disgusting. Is fucking disgusting. Like, you don't fuck with people when they're asleep. I don't know what to say. Like, even if she wasn't drunk, doing that to somebody while they're asleep is sick shit, bro.
Brito donatet $5 truc superchat. Assumeon bo esgoten macet o però un peu plaixul notava on several ocasions. Ivan to turn your warning into a neon sign.
Thank you very much for the $5 bread. Everybody witness. Yeah, I mean, listen, may he who is without sin cast the first stone. I've been a little white girl wasted when I shouldn't have been white girl wasted and shit like that. It's not a good idea for several reasons, and I will, you know, caveat certainly that as a woman, that is exceptionally something that's very dangerous. It's dangerous for anybody, but for a woman, that's an exceptionally dangerous thing to do. And I think it's just important for you to be mindful that not everybody has good intentions, and especially people that you don't know very well. It's not a good idea to be like that amount of vulnerable around them. I think that's kind of a rapport that you build with somebody, and then you have that trust. You know, just, you know, my opinion.
Scared and is asking herself what is happening right now. Haley then gets up to go smoke some weed, and when she does, Anastasia follows her. Anastasia is caressing Haley's back, telling her she has smooth, soft skin, and then says to her...
And then she goes, I would love to turn you into a taxidermy piece, and you're just like... Aah! Like, I hate this bitch so much, dude. I want her to, like, actually go to jail. Like, this shit's insane, dude.
giving me mixed signals, baby. What are we going to do about that? Haley then tells her, I don't know, I have a girlfriend. And Haley's girlfriend was actually there with both of them that night. She was actually the one that took the picture of Anastasia and Haley on the couch. Anastasia then leans in to kiss Haley, and Haley rejects her advance. Haley did not know that they had already kissed when Haley was blackout drunk. Haley is trying to alleviate some of the discomfort and tension, and she cracks a joke to Anastasia about stealing her van, even though Haley had been completely drunk and had been next to Anastasia the entire night. This set Anastasia off, causing her to insult Haley to her face. She told Haley she was a small and weak person and even insulted her physical appearance. Haley asked her, why would you say that to me? And Anastasia replies, I want to make you feel as hurt as you made me feel with the van joke.
At this point,
Hey girl, little silly goofy girl joke. You're always gonna be a pathetic little fucking worm that's not worth anything. What, bro? Matching energy is a skill, and very few people have it.
I am pretty much blacked out entirely. That's where like the night like ends for me, unfortunately, and picks up again a little bit later at a very scary, frightening, confusing time to wake up to what I'm about to talk about.
This makes me sad. It makes me really sad.
Yeah, so essentially the photo that was taken, my girlfriend Sky took that photo, and I am completely blacked out drunk. I didn't even know the photo was taken until about a week, like 5 days after that Anastasia was here. Yeah. You can see even in the photo that my eyes, when I was going that way, obviously I'm clearly very drunk. So fast forward, I wake up on the couch and Anastasia has her head on my lap. And she's like sniffing my crotch, like sniffing my her head is on my lap, and her
Disgusting.
hand is like on my, sort of like moving around a little bit, and I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
In here, and I was just showing her like the stuff on my makeup desk. So I get up to go smoke some weed, and she gets behind me and she's like caressing my back. She's like, you have such soft, smooth skin, like you're giving me such mixed signals, baby. Like, what are we gonna do? And
This
I'm like,
makes me
I don't
really
know,
sad.
my girlfriend. And it just goes back and forth for a while. She goes like this to kiss me, and I go like back like this because I don't know that we've already apparently kissed before when I was blackout drunk. And this is where the van comment comes in, where I make a stupid joke about how I stole your van even though I'm right next to her the whole time, and she insults me to my face. I already wrote about that on Reddit. I really don't feel like talking about it again, like the whole story. Yeah. The thing I failed to mention is that while I was drunk, Anastasia did end up hugging my girlfriend and groping her and her ass without consent. I was crying and shaking, and I ended up saying that I really wanted to hug my mother and my father because I'm originally from North Carolina, and I moved here when I was 18. I just turned 26. And when I said that, she wrapped her arms around me, and she said, yeah, I'm mommy and daddy.
And then I called the police. Like, this is just sicko fucking shit, dude. This is just sicko fucking shit. Like, I don't get it, dude. It's fuck this bitch. The first time I watched this video, it made me mad. The second time we're listening to it, I am mad again. Like, this bitch is twisted, dude. This bitch is fucking twisted.
And I'm like, no, I'm talking about like my parents. I want to hug my parents.
Understandably, this extreme overreaction from Anastasia really upset Haley, and Haley told Anastasia she would have to sleep on the couch because she had hurt Haley's feelings. The next morning, Haley wakes up and she is vomiting because of how drunk she was. Anastasia had started streaming while she was still at Haley's place, and there's actually a screenshot of this live stream where you can see Haley in the background. Once again, Haley had made a harmless joke while Anastasia was on stream. Anastasia perceived this as Haley trying to get Anastasia's stream banned for whatever reason, which Haley was absolutely not trying to do. Haley profusely apologizes to Anastasia, but Anastasia doesn't care.
And she gets mad that I make a joke and I say the word on her stream, and she insists that I said it on purpose to get her stream banned, which I definitely did not. Would not do that. I apologize profusely, and she does not care.
Anastasia is yelling at Haley, telling her, your apology means nothing to me. I can tell you're not fucking sorry. At this point, Anastasia is so angry that she just leaves. Haley asks if she can give Anastasia a hug, and Anastasia tells her, Sky, Haley's girlfriend, can hug me, but not you, Haley. I am very upset with you right now.
After I fucking literally molested you and like sexually assaulted you in your sleep, no, bitch. This is just, it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Now, no hugs for you. At this point, Anastasia had left and
No
began
hugs
texting
for
and
you.
video chatting back and forth following this day. Haley began to process what happened, but there were still some missing pieces. This is when Haley decides to placate Anastasia and is texting Anastasia with the intention to trying to get her to admit what had happened, but also possibly seeing if Anastasia would reveal any more detail that Haley had not remembered since she was so drunk. Anastasia would later end up posting a screen recording of this text message exchange to try and defend herself, and spoiler alert, it had literally the opposite effect. Now this full screen recording is on YouTube. I'm not going to show the entire thing here, mainly because Haley is just trying to get Anastasia to be comfortable and open with her, so it's pretty much just small talk and jokes and normal banter. It honestly really is not that pertinent to the allegations, so if you want to see the whole thing for yourself, I will leave a link in the description. I am just going to show the parts where they discuss what took place that night. So
That's all I care
Anastasia
about,
tells
so
Haley
good.
she wants to hug her, to which Haley says that she thinks she remembers hugging Anastasia a lot while she was still there, to which Anastasia tells her that you definitely enjoyed touching me. It was hard to keep you off of me, actually, not that I was complaining. Haley then asks her if she was on her the entire night, and Anastasia says, I suppose, and says Haley was trying to get Anastasia to go to her van with her. And remember,
I also, again, I wouldn't trust this fucking Lexity girl at all. Like, I wouldn't fucking trust her at all. Because if you have somebody who's blackout drunk, like, you can very easily manipulate that situation into being whatever the fuck you want it to be. Oh yeah, we fucked last night and you said that we were dating, so we're dating now. Did I really? Yeah, you were actually pretty adamant about it, so we're dating now. That could be a total fucking lie, just to get what she wants out of the situation, right? Like, obviously, I understand that the flowers and formaldehyde girl is trying to get her to, like, admit what she did over text, but again, like, I wouldn't really trust her recollection. One, she's not a reliable narrator, and two, she's incredibly fucking Machiavellian and manipulative, so she could just be making shit up to try to, like, build that fake kind of relationship that didn't even actually fucking happen to get her comfortable into doing it again, right? It fucking sick.
Haley was blackout drunk and has no memory of this. Haley then asks who kissed who, and Anastasia replies, you definitely kissed me first.
Yeah, I don't believe
definitely
that.
kissed you first, later though. You also asked me to kiss your breast. Anastasia then
I don't
says we
believe
made
that.
out a bunch of different times. I definitely started some of them. When Haley asks if Anastasia did suck her breast, Anastasia tells her, yes, I did. Haley asks how long this lasted and if there was any sex between them. And Anastasia tells her that it went on all night and confirms that there was no sex between them. Haley then asks Anastasia if she had touched her lower region, and Anastasia tells her that she had through her clothes. Haley apologizes and Anastasia tells her it was fine, but that she should have communicated better. Haley says, thank you for telling me, I don't remember due to drunkenness. Anastasia then drops a very shocking statement saying, I'm sorry I did anything. I honestly didn't think that you were that drunk when stuff started. I was very unclear on what boundaries there were, let alone if I was crossing any. Then
How, like, and I also just don't believe this. Like, very few people are good drunks where you can't tell if somebody's fucked up. Like, there are certainly people that can be, like, hella fucked up, and you can't tell, but those are usually, like, career alcoholics, right? Like, these are people that work a 9 to 5 while they're drunk and nobody notices. This isn't, like, a 23-year-old, right? Like, I can almost always tell if somebody is, like, on that level. Like, you can almost always tell, certainly, unless it's somebody that's, like, a very experienced drinker. Like, come on, you didn't know that she was that fucked up? That's crazy.
they text back and forth for a little while longer. The conversation shifts to more casual talking topics and jokes and things like that. Anastasia would then turn on vanish mode, and Haley would start taking screenshots of their conversation. I am at a loss for words at this point. I'm just going to be really candid for a second and just pretend that I am talking to Anastasia personally, and I know she's watching this. What is wrong with you?
True.
What is your problem?
Meth and fiberglass. That's probably a lot of it. I can answer that question for you. I know it's rhetorical. I know I'm being, literal and pedantic and shit. It's meth and fiberglass.
Anastasia, if I had been falsely accused of SA 2 weeks ago, the absolute very last thing I would ever be doing is having sexual relations.
Brito donatet $5 truc superchat. I va ser en a lot of maset upestuf. This is dislimies conversazioni va ver rit.
Thank you for the $5, Britt. Everybody witness. Yeah, like, every once in a while, I feel like a lot of the stuff that we talk about here, for the most part, is just kind of like weird, cringe, gay, maybe like a little a little over the line in some instances, but every once in a while I come across something and I'm like, this is actually depraved. Like, this is actually like, I think this person should be investigated kind of thing. And I would certainly say that this is one of those instances where this is probably one of the more like fucked up things that I've heard about online. And it's very distressing. It's very distressing to me. And I feel very sad for all the people that have been, you know, sucked into this bullshit just by trying to be nice. Because it's not like anybody like had the intention of meeting up with Lexity to have a relationship either. They were just trying to be nice to her. Like, not sit it, and again, I want to be like very clear in the way that I'm expressing this. Is I'm not saying it in like a she was asking for it, quote unquote, kind of way. But it's like none of these girls were even interested in pursuing any kind of relationship with Lexity. They were just trying to be nice to her. I mean, if you hit somebody up and there's like a mutual sexual interest and like maybe shit goes crazy, that still does not even remotely excuse this behavior. It's not okay to ever touch somebody without their consent or make moves on somebody without their consent or do shit to people while they're sleeping. But there's kind of that expectation, right? Where like there might be like something sexual or something romantic on the table. Like you kind of have that openness to that experience. But all these people were in relationships and none of these people were interested at all sexually. And like that's fucking nuts. I think that's fucking crazy. I think that's just it shows like such an incredible level of disrespect to other individuals. Where like if I am gonna meet up with Kitten Fart and me and Kitten Fart are like, oh well, I don't know, I like you, tee hee hee, and Kitten Fart is like, oh my god, I like you, and I'm like, oh my god, tee hee hee, like maybe when we hang out we could like hold hands or something. Like there's an expectation that that is the kind of relationship that we may have. Obviously that doesn't mean that I get to disrespect Kitten Fart's boundaries. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be, you know, inappropriately doing this or inappropriately doing that. But there's an expectation that that relationship might occur, right? It's like, oh, well, we've talked about it and this might happen. It might not, but that's kind of what we're going into it expecting. None of these people were going to Lexity looking for that. They were just trying to be fucking nice to her. And she took advantage of it. And I think that's fucking sick, dude. I think that's fucking sick. I think it takes an exceptionally unwell person to take advantage of somebody who's trying to be nice to you. They see you having a hard time on social media. They see you crashing out and crying and saying that you're having a hard time with this, that, and the other thing. And they offer you something kind. One of the girls that she met up with is like, she was like, I haven't had a hot meal in, you know, however many days because I've been living in my fucking Rafe van or whatever the fuck. And she came and brought her Taco Bell. That's just like a kind thing that somebody chose to do for her, and she decides to do this shit. I think that's fucking crazy. I think there's something wrong in her head. Like, actually, not like a tee-hee-hee, oh my god, I think there's something seriously fucking wrong with her. Like, she needs to be kept away from other human beings wrong with her. I think it's fucking sick. I think it's sick. I think it's sick. It's like, you know, you hear of these stories. This has never happened to me. But people who are, like, nice to homeless people, and then the homeless people, like, turn around and, like, rob them or kill them and shit. It's like, how fucked up are you that you're going to attack somebody that's trying to be kind to you? I think that's insane. I think that takes an exceptionally ill individual to do. I don't know. I think it's fucking disgusting.
With a drunk girl. In fact, if it were me, I wouldn't touch a drunk girl with a 20-foot fucking pole. And yet here you are admitting to groping and kissing an intoxicated girl and stating you were unclear about what the boundaries were. The boundaries are extremely clear in this scenario. You do not, for any reason, do anything sexual or intimate with a drunk person. A drunk person is incapable of giving informed consent. Congratulations, Anastasia. You just incriminated yourself for committing sexual assault.
Is there a reason you're ignoring my comments? I don't know. What did you say? Am I responding to any comments? The blackout drunk girl. Me, you mean? Yeah, Haley said me. Haley said.
Go Gadget. I was raped discourse. Throw it down and flip it and reverse it. A tale as old as time. How could I have raped? How could I have been the one to rape when I was the one that was the raped? I was the true raped. It's like, we've heard this one before, Quaden. You literally did this with the last allegation. Can you come up with something new, perhaps? We literally just heard this one. You can't know you every single time somebody accuses you of sexual assault. Like, every single time somebody's like, I was molested, and she's like, nuh-uh, you molested me. Nuh-uh, I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. It's like, what are you doing right now, dude? What the fuck?
Me, and because she's drunk, she decided that she gets to accuse me of her, which is not the way it works. Yeah, drunk people can't consent, but they can sex people.
And again, This screen recording was posted by Anastasia. Anastasia posted this thinking it would vindicate her when it so obviously implicates her. Once again, that was not very educated and articulate of you, Sweet Pea. But this story doesn't end
God, she's
there,
getting so
because
bitchy.
actually
I love it.
Anastasia, even after all of this, was still trying to convince Haley to remain friends with her. And Haley would state that during a video call, Anastasia had told her that in order for them to remain friends, Haley would have to post a video statement saying Anastasia had not SA'd her, and that she would also have to discredit.
Sorry, Sweet Pea. If you want to be my friend, you have to tell everybody that you lied about me molesting you. I hate this bitch so much.
The other victims, Marcella and Marcy, as well. So Haley does post a video. The video of her sharing her experience of Anastasia sexually assaulting her. As of right now, there.
Also, why doesn't she pick on somebody her own fucking size? Like, figuratively speaking, and then, like, obviously, like, literally as well. Because she bemoans endlessly. She's like, oh my god, cis women are evil. You know, they're always so mean to trans women. Trans women are the most oppressed, this, that, and the other thing. Conveniently, the only people that she ever targets sexually is cis women. I find that odd. Like, why don't you pick on somebody that's quite physically as large as you are? Step into the octagon with somebody the same size as you. Try to molest somebody who's bigger than you are. It's very interesting. And it's like, why do you always pick on these people that are just trying to be kind to you and you prey on their kindness? Why do you only go and, like, fucking try to actually molest people that are, like, too scared of you to say no? Like, it's just sick. It's sick.
There have been no further public allegations against Anastasia, and I really hope it stays that way. Anastasia still continues to deny all of the claims made against her. Her live streams are heavily modded so that people can no longer confront her on what she has done. Marcella, Marcy, and Haley have all been in contact to support.
I love speculating. I have no evidence for this claim. In my opinion, it's very obvious that she bots her followers. I think that's very obvious. She has, a couple 100,000 across all of her platforms, and she averages like 50 live stream viewers. I have 7.3k on YouTube. There's 127 people right now. I'm convinced that she bots her followers. And the people that are active in her community, mind you, are mostly minors. They're mostly like high schoolers and shit like that. I think that this bitch should be like Baker acted. I think this is crazy. I think this is insane. She's running around right now looking for another poor fucking person who's kind enough to offer her support, money, housing, stability. She's looking for that person right fucking now. And she's going to do the same shit to this person because they don't know any better. It's fucking disgusting. And I am happy Riley has, almost 40k on YouTube. I am happy Riley is talking about this. More people need to be talking about this bitch because this bitch is actually dangerous. Like, this is actually somebody that is, like, literally probably gonna rape somebody if she keeps going around. It's fucking insane. It's actually bananas. It's actually fucking mental.
One another. I worked with each one of them personally to
Brito donatet $5 superchat. I datat sumeon just like a ronce. Livet bitem fo avila. Run. Jet away.
Thank you very much for
They are dangerous.
the $5 buckaroonies, Brett. Everybody but us. No, and the thing is people like this don't even want to be fixed. There's something to be said for people who are wanting to work on themselves and wanting to change, wanting to, learn the error of their ways, yada, yada, yada. That certainly is true for some people, right? This person is not doing that. This person has no desire to change their behavior at all. And if anything, they've demonstrated that they have the ability to temper their emotions and their reactions to things, but they choose not to because they can code switch incredibly easy when they're upset. She can do it. She has the ability to do it. She's shown live on her own streams that she can do it, but she chooses not to because she likes behaving this way. She likes acting this way. Fuck people like this, dude. Unironically. Seriously, it's disgusting.
To share their stories. We have finally reached the end, and I need to say something that I think is very important before I end this video. I seldom use the word canceling on this channel. If you've been following me for a while, you already know that. I'm very big on promoting personal growth on this channel. I believe in the idea that people who make mistakes should have the opportunity to grow and change as a person. But objectively speaking, some actions are irredeemable in this world. I think there was a time in the story where Anastasia could have made different choices and had been able to redeem herself. When it came to the rage and the dog situation, those things were bad, but had she chosen to get help at that point, I think she could have turned herself around in a positive way.
It's not even about getting help because she can do it. She's demonstrated that she can do it. She chooses not to actively. At this point, it's not a matter of, like, quote unquote getting help. It is a matter of actively choosing to be unwell. And that's kind of when people's empathy doesn't exist anymore. And I would say reasonably that's when mine doesn't exist anymore either, right? It's like you have demonstrated that you have the ability to temper and control your emotions and you actively choose not to. It's not about getting help. It's about like making good choices. She doesn't need the help to make the choices. She's demonstrated she can make them. She just doesn't want to. And she chooses not to. So fuck her.
And continued her online journey. But she didn't make those choices. She instead chose not to better herself and continue down this path. And she has now made choices that are beyond redemption. I wish this story could have ended differently. I really do. I believe Anastasia needs to be canceled. I believe she needs to be deplatformed. I think she is dangerous not only to the people within her personal life, but to the internet as well. She promotes incredibly harmful narrative about abuse and abuse victims to her audience of young
and the young and impressionable adults are the audience that she targets specifically. These are the people that are being kind to her, reaching out to her, that she's meeting up with in real life 100%. It is irresponsible and dangerous for her to have a platform because this is where she's finding these people. Yeah, 100%.
Impressionable people as well as mentally ill people. She also promotes extremely negative stereotypes regarding mental health and has continued to stigmatize mental health conditions on her platform. Her platform is a weapon. It is a way to manipulate and draw people into her world of harm and danger. The other problem that comes with cancellation is that once people get to a point where they've done something irredeemable and are deemed canceled, they begin to embrace the canceled and lolcow status and become the worst version of themselves in order to get views and clicks and money. I don't want to encourage Anastasia to get worse, but I can't pretend like she can redeem herself at this point. Anastasia has truly gone beyond redemption. I hope in doing this that it will shed more light on this situation and that more creators, bigger creators than I, will choose to speak out on this in order to bring awareness to the harm that Anastasia is doing with her platform. I am going to link the video statements below as well as the victims' YouTube channels in order to further share their stories. I urge you all to go and listen to them and to show them all support and kindness. Thank you all for listening. I hope you all have a lovely day or night depending on where you are.
Yeah, dude, that's kind of my perspective. That's kind of like my perspective on it as well, is where like once you're actively harming other people, like I'm talking like actually hurting people. I think it's one thing for you to be like a shitter on the internet, misinformation, blah, 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 whatever the fuck. When you're actively looking for people in your audience to take advantage of physically, sexually, and shit like that, I think it's time to stop. Like, I think like the deplatforming of Onision was objectively a good thing. That was objectively a good thing because that's where he was looking for these young, vulnerable individuals to manipulate and abuse. And by deplatforming him, you take away his ability to reach these people. Sure, there's an argument to be made with deplatforming that people get pushed like further out of the light, so they're able to do the same thing but with less transparency and visibility to what they're doing. I think that's true to an extent, but when people are truthfully getting access to all of these people by virtue of having a platform, I think at that point you've done enough to lose your platform. At least in my opinion. I think when it gets to that point where you are actively looking for, finding, targeting, meeting up with, physically harming people that you are curating specifically in your audience, you should not have a platform anymore. I completely agree with that. Cancel culture, bad. I get it, whatever the fuck. There's a difference between like canceling somebody for having a shit take or saying something fucking crazy from time to time or even doing some crazy shit from time to time versus actively seeking out and harming other human beings and using their platform to access these people. I think that's like a totally different ballgame. So I completely agree. Fuck her. She should be in the loony bin. She shouldn't be in her van. She should be in the loony bin and away from polite society. I completely fucking agree with that, dude. Fucking disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Ah, we made it. We made it to the end of that one, guys. Woof, that was rough. That was rough. Yeah, I agree. It's a form of violence. I completely agree with you. Okay. What did I say we were doing next? We were doing Lio next, right?
Que l'oja donatet sea a $3.99 truc superchat. Happy Euro back.
Whoa, $13.99 Canadian. Let's go, everybody. Witness. Thank you, Keldodge. Thank you. I appreciate it. My back and my allergies have just been fucking killing me lately, dude. So I have been fighting for my life, but I am back now. Okay. How long is this video? Really quick. This will determine what we're watching. Is going to be the length. I mean, I have time. We can do either. How long is this video? Hour and a half. What else do I have on my list? An hour and a half. Oh my god, all of these are an hour and a half. Why? Why? Everything's an hour and a half, guys. Everything. Everything's an hour and a half. What the fuck? Everything's an hour and a half. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Alright, you guys win with your gay stuff. These are your options. These are your options. Okay, these are your options. These are what I present to you, my children. We're going to take an emotional break. We're going to take like 10 minutes. I got to feed my animals, let them out. And then I need to go to the bathroom and smoke a cigarette. Little gay people on my computer. We have time for one more thing this evening. The other thing that's on my list that I'm adding right now is the Daniel Green thing. Everybody's been dying for me to do the Daniel Green stuff. We'll probably do that on Sunday. But right now, this is our, these are our options, okay? I gotta go to the bathroom, I have to smoke a cigarette, I have to cry, I have to weep. All that other stuff. So we're gonna take a little break. We'll come back in probably like 10-ish minutes. Okay, we're gonna take a little reset, guys. And also, Killdoge, congratulations. I'm glad that you were a free bird. That makes me happy for you. We're gonna take a little break. So you guys employ the spirit of democracy. Decide what you guys want to do next. I'm gonna feed my animals and smoke a cigarette. Blah, blah, blah. Mandatory bathroom time. Reconvene in like 10. Okay, ready? Everybody, break. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Everybody behave.
fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. 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 Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop.
Alright, I'm back. We can chill for a minute. Let's chill for a minute. Chill for a second. Chill for a minute. Relax. Let's take it easy for a minute, guys. Take it easy. Take it a little easy. Oh. I'm gonna listen to a little bit of tunes.
This is I've seen all that fucking
I feel so refreshed. Wow, much better, much better, much better. Much better. Wow, I feel much better now. Okay. Payment says, as a grooming victim, I hate predator hunters. They don't help. I remember when I was 16, I tried to get a predator hunter. Ended up getting groomed several times because it. Yeah, the fucking predator hunter shit is so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. I don't know how much of this I can play, but this is... I don't think I can play very much of it. I want, like, right here. I gotta find, good. What is this? This is, I think, I don't know how much of that I can play either. It's just so annoying because everything is, DMCA. It's really fucking annoying. Now that's what I call rhythm, guys. That's what I call rhythm. Just kidding, that wasn't rhythm. Painful. I bet I could do the... where's the... It's the, oh god, what is it? It's the... Where's the cappuccino flip of this? I think I can play that one. What's it called? Hang on. I'm logged into somebody else's SoundCloud on here. Hang on. I need to get my SoundCloud. What is it? It's the... Fuck. Where is this? It's it's this one.
Grab it, fold it, flip it, fold it, grab it, touch it, grab it, fold it, flip it, flip it, fold it, grab it, touch it.
A millionaire, I'm a young money millionaire, tougher than Nigerian hair. My criteria compared to your career just isn't fair. I'm a venereal disease, like a menstrual bleed through the pencil and on the sheet of the tablet in my mind, cause I don't write shit, cause I ain't got time.
That's a good one too. That's a really good one too. Great. I love to reset. And then hang on, I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys this. This is what I've been making. Hang on. Let me get up. Oh, you want that one? Hang on, let me open my history. What is that one called? That was the Levity Cappuccino hit. Oh, copy link. Here's this one. Here you go. Okay, and then I'll show you guys the fun things I've been making, and then we'll move on, okay? So, I've been making a lot of different sprouts. Okay, so these go on your hat. These are what these are. So I have a flamingo. So you normally wear a hat, but you can clip them to different things. Kind of fun. So I have a flamingo. I have E.T. Got E.T. going on. And then I have these little trees. I've made like 10 of these little trees. You know, you put them on your hat and shit like that. I also have a tiny beer. Okay, tiny beer. What other good ones do I have on here? Oh, I have a hedgehog. Got a hedgehog. These are great. Big hit. Everybody loves these. And then I made a collar, you guys. Not a dog collar. Not like that. Don't be sick. I made a collar. So I made like all these perler beads. These are little Black Tiger Sex Machine helmets. And then look, you wear it like this and it's like a little collar. This one's backwards. See? Oh, I've been just going crazy. I've been going crazy, guys. I've been going crazy. I've been deep in the candy mines. I don't think I made anything else super. I traded a lot of the stuff that I've been making. I've been busy going to raves and shit. I've been very busy these days. So that's what I've been doing. Are you gonna come here? Are you gonna let me pet you? Come here. Bring your Snoopy. Give me Snoopy. Hey, come here. No. Fucking asshole. He won't come here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get him to come here. He won't come here. Oh, I'm trying to get him to come. It's Snoopy. Give me your Snoopy. I'm trying to get him to come here. He doesn't want to come here. He doesn't want to. I'm sorry. I put them on my hat. I don't put them in my hair. He's playing with Snoopy, but he doesn't want to come here. Snoopy is his favorite, but he doesn't want to come here. He's shy, I guess. Okay, let's see. Where is this? I want this, because... Okay, so... For those of you who don't know who Lyo Convoy is a quote-unquote amateur pedo hunter. Whatever the fuck that means. And he's just like a fucking... I think he's like almost 40. He's just like a mouth-breathing fucking loser. He doesn't really get anything done. His biggest claim to fame, quote-unquote, is that... So he did some predator hunting or whatever. There was a kid...
On one hand...
Oh, fuck. The kid's name was Jordan. And Jordan, I think at the time, was like 16 years old. And Jordan was being sexually assaulted by either his stepdad or his mom's boyfriend. One of the two. And so this kid went to Lyo Convoy for help. And Lyo Convoy literally told this kid, instead of giving this kid resources or giving them like someone to call to like get help, Lyo Convoy's solution was to have this kid put up a camera and record it. So this guy's just like a fucking idiot. This guy's insane. So Lyo Convoy is kind of back in proximity to like a bunch of this other shit. Lanza made a video kind of detailing all of this shit that we're gonna watch, but Lio Convoy has been getting involved in like some background drama. So for we're gonna explain our orbiters and then we'll get into it. Okay, so what has ended up happening is so there's Lily Orchard, Lorch. Lily Orchard, writer of sibling incest fan fiction, allegedly sexually assaulted incestuously her younger sister. Big creator, made, a lot of videos about Steven Universe, endlessly crashes out on live stream. Have covered her in the past. Anyway, Lorch is somebody that Lio Convoy has like kind of ignored, swept for, at the very least turned a blind eye to for a very long time, which is very against Lio Convoy's character, because Lio Convoy hates pedophiles. It's like his whole fucking personality. Like, congratulations, you're just like everybody else. Everybody else also hates pedophiles. Congratulations. Off the back of that, Anthony has been one of the people who has essentially been... Hang on, Kick has been so fucking annoying, dude. So annoying lately. Annoying. Okay, sorry. So, Ant has been one of the people that, like, critiqued Lily Orchard's media takes because they're dog shit. Okay, they're dog shit. Dog shit. He critiques her media takes, and that's pretty much the extent of it. He doesn't really do drama. He doesn't really do any of that. He talks about media shit. Okay, and so for a while there, Courtney Orchard is Lily Orchard's sister, the one who was allegedly incestuously abused by Lily when she was growing up. And Courtney has said before that she dislikes how people go after her media takes when there's like far more heinous shit that she has done, which, I mean, in general, I don't necessarily disagree with, but it's not everybody's wheelhouse, right? Like, not everybody is interested in like the quote-unquote drama behind it. Not everybody is interested in the quote-unquote allegations, predator hunting, blah, 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 blah. Not everybody is really into that. So that's been a criticism that she's had against Ant for a while. So somehow they had like a falling out. They kind of like make community posts, or well, more so Courtney makes community posts about Anthony from time to time, like talking shit about him, whatever, back and forth, tit for tat, this kind of thing, whatever the fuck. Now Lio Convoy is coming in to essentially try and get in on the Lily Orchard shit now that it's been dead, and has been going after Anthony. And it's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here right now? I don't really understand why Lio is even considering doing this. Lio is also trying to go after Psy for some reason. I don't know. I don't pretend to understand it. I have no idea. Yeah, out of all people, we're kind of buddying up with Lio Convoy. If we're gonna pick somebody in the fight against pedophiles, I don't think that I would pick Lio Convoy. Lio Convoy conveniently seems to find himself embroiled in a lot of controversy around these kinds of people. That's not really the kind of person that I would want on my side if I was, on fighting a war against pedophiles, which is a virtuous cause, mind you. But I don't think that I would want him on my team per se, if that was kind of what I was interested in doing. Nonetheless, we're gonna watch just a little bit of this because I thought it was interesting. Lio is kind of like soft threatening Ant, and it's like I don't really know what the fuck he's doing. I really don't know. And he also moderates for I Love Kim Possible now. I don't know what the fuck happened. It was just like overnight. Like, Anthony did a live stream talking about it, and I was like, I apparently missed a lot. So
that she was targeting a person without any.
I gotta see. So this is them bitching. This is Anthony going over the KP stuff, and then this is where does Lio come in?
Editing bibble, artist bibble, animation bibble, non-disclosure agreement. By being on the team, you agree to a non-disclosure agreement, which means you didn't know.
So KP and Anthony kind of had like a weird falling out. To my understanding, they were working on a project together, and then the project just kind of fell apart. Like organically, like for whatever reason, whatever they were working on together just didn't work out. And then now there's like this beef between Anthony and Psy with I Love Kim Possible, Lio, and Courtney. And I don't understand it. But I know that Lio did threaten Anthony, so that's the part that I want to listen to.
what the fuck the Senate was. I didn't know about
here
any of
we
that. And
gotta say
nothing else.
Yeah.
The Senate is in charge of KP server essentially, and Leo Convoy.
So the Senate is Lio Convoy is gay name for his Discord community or whatever the fuck. If you're unfamiliar with the Senate, I should say, the Senate is pretty infamous for having Discord calls with like 27 people like fucking screaming at children. Like I that sounds insane, but that's like a lot of what it is. So that's what he's talking about when he's talking about the Senate, okay? And then so Lio Convoy now moderates for I Love Kim Possible in Discord. I don't know about like all this like backrooms kind of shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on. All I know is that for whatever reason, Lio is pissed the fuck off at Anthony and is going after him and is going after. And I don't know, but we're just gonna listen to this bit, okay?
He reached out to me to mediate the difference between myself and KP.
Oh, that's right. So he wanted to mediate their disagreement or whatever the fuck. Because he just has to be involved in everything. He's very uncomfortable when we are not about me, is really, I guess, a lot of what it is. And very true. It's a good thing that he did actually threaten an adult this time instead of like a minor or somebody who's neurodivergent.
That's where I get pissed. Now, Leo Convoy had reached out to me initially because I had, during my phase of one of the debate people who I felt were disagreeable, I thought we can see some common ground. I casually mentioned on Blue Sky, it would be kind of funny if I had a debate about religion with Leo Convoy. This was shortly after Psy had released a video about Leo Convoy, discussing his takes. And I just thought of him as like, oh, he's just some guy who makes weird opinions online. I didn't know what the fuck the Senate was. I didn't know about any of that. And unfortunately, in the last week, I've learned way more than I ever want to humanly learn about this person. We'll get to that.
I did miss a lot. I was on hiatus. I was on break. I don't know what to say.
So Leo
taking a break.
DMs me and says, hey, I want to talk to you about this KP situation. How do you know she's a bully? And I said, well, because I've seen her bully people. First mistake I made responding.
I also don't know shit about this, like, KP is bullying people and everything. I don't know. I don't know. Who is KP bullying? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. All I know is Lio Convoy now moderates her Discord. That's all I know.
And he's like, well, I'm going to independently investigate this. I'll figure it out. And mind you, I have people who are in KP server who then told me that KP was then talking about how Leo Convoy was talking to me and handling the problem. So I knew immediately, oh, Leo Convoy is just feeding KP whatever he says to me. That's how she's going to get information. Okay. Immediately, like that, I knew what the game was. The attempt was he was going to get me to soften up and talk to him and expose vulnerabilities. Well, he would leak stuff to KP, and KP would use it for leverage later on. That was the game, obviously.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn my volume. No, I didn't turn my volume up. It's here.
So, let me give you a few super chats real quick. Angel Gaming, okay, feel bad, I'm so sorry. Britt, KP wanted to mediate between me and Leo regarding Lily. Good to know this is a common angle they put up. Oh, yeah.
Qui te'n far donatet $2 truc superchat. You are a witnessing and joke arc RN.
Ooh, thank you so much for the $2 kitten fart. Everybody witness. I just work here. I'm playing hella catch up to all this shit, dude. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I listened to some of this and I was like, I don't really get it. But I wanted to give everybody just like a taste of kind of like what's going on right now before we watch this the Lanza video about Lio Convoy, because it's something that we're approximately close to, you guys. We're approximately close to it by like 2 degrees of separation, so
it's a common angle.
It's just Anthony. My bar is peaking for me. It's just Anthony. It's peaking for me. Hang on. It's peaking on my end. I don't know. I'll boost it.
Now you're probably wondering, if you're sane like me, who's Leo Convoy? He's a guy. He's a big figure in the commentary community. And he's famous.
He's not a big figure in the commentary community. He has like 10k subs. 14.
Calvin Garrar. Who is he?
Everybody witness, Matty Kitten. Everybody witness. Thank you so much, Matty Kitten, for the membership. Okay, RB, I'm listening.
S'ha donatet $5 truc superchat. I keep saying peu plating quindi danger. Ens diuen bobill in your life lol.
Thank you very much for the $5 side, everybody witness. Like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's like, Lio Convoy is not scary unless you're like 15. He's like a bloated 40-year-old toy maker who tells people who are intellectually disabled to like kill themselves and shit like that. Like I don't understand. I don't know. And I don't know why he's like picking fights with people. I don't know why. Like I don't get it. I don't get it.
especially for predator hunting. You're starting to see where this is coming together, right? It's almost like, what was Courtney's big video again? Let's see that real quick. Oh, that's not right. No, I don't know who Courtney is. What was Courtney's big video again? That was, what was that? That was, oh, that's right. It was predator hunting. Black Griffin, right? That was Black Griffin's video. So funny how that keeps happening. Again.
Yeah, I think pedo hunting videos are gay. They don't really do anything. If you're somebody who really like gives a fuck about this kind of stuff, there are proper, like, appropriate ways to do this to actually get people arrested, actually get people convicted, actually get people like this away from children. Making YouTube videos, I don't think really does that. And there's like a 2 or 3 that actually do it the way that it's supposed to be done and like work closely with law enforcement and shit like that. Other than that, it's like you're just like clout farming off of this, and it's kind of weird.
Keeping about the predator hunting, it's really strange that keeps happening. And KP's working with a predator hunter. Very unusual, very unusual. So, I make a joke post. This is the post I'm going to show you. That apparently it really upset Leo. Really bothered him. We'll get to that in a second. Because he says something in that message that motivated me to make this entire fucking stream. Because I was going to let it go. I was going to say, this isn't worth it. It's not a big deal. Whatever. People are jerks online. Who cares? I made this post saying, oh, if Google AI is saying it must be true. Basically, recreating a post I made on Blue Sky saying, KP's a snake in the grass who will share private messages with anyone who will share private messages with anyone sends her in order to gain even a modicum of clout. So right there. This pissed him off a lot.
This is really wild to me because you guys be doing crazy shit in DMs. I don't understand it. You guys are playing like crazy gay ops all the time. I don't fuck with any of that shit. There's been a handful of people that have drugged me into that shit. I just don't fucking talk to those people anymore, dude. It's insane. It's insane. Why are we gay opsing each other, you guys? Why are we doing this? I don't understand. Oh, you said this in DMs to so and so. It's like, okay. What are you doing right now? What are you talking about? What's happening? You guys are crazy. You guys are fucking insane. I don't know.
Enough for him to make one stupid mistake. He managed to piss me off.
You won't like me when I'm angry. Look out, kittens.
Right now. It's loading. I saved it in case you block me.
One thing I think you need to keep in mind is that whatever weapon you use against other people can be turned around on you. And so you not only continued after you said you'd stop, but now you made it very clear that this can be weaponized against you as well. I think you need to take a few days and think about that.
Oh, I took a few days to think about it, Leo.
I love how he's like gasping for breath between each sentence as well. Like he's about as threatening as like a bag of Dorito chips blowing in the wind at you. It's like okay, dude, chill.
I took a few days to think about it. Leo, who the fuck do you think you are? Threatening me.
He thinks he's really important.
You are a figure in a pond who is respected by people in your community. Sure.
True.
Okay. All right. That's a threat in terms of my opinion, especially when I saw what you posted elsewhere. Because, hey, guess what? People look, and people like me, and they send me things that you say publicly. Let's take a look at what you've said publicly, shall we? Here's a chart from, this looks like Courtney's stream, right? Talking shit about Crimson Ender here. By the way, you also misgendered Crimson. That's going to piss me off, too.
Shove Crimson in the locker. What? Oh. Lio only says that because he peaked in high school, and he was the one that was getting shoved in a locker. That's the only reason. That's what he's going for. He's like, oh, this little dork needs to be shoved in the locker. It's like, convenient that that's your go-to, dude, because you probably spent most of your fucking career in high school in a fucking locker. Okay.
Because most of them are more angry that she's mean about cartoons and opinions, they couldn't care less about the actual crime she's done. Heck, I'd tell her to go out in that snow naked and get lost. Would do the world a favor. This is in response to Crim. I'm not sure what it's in response to, actually. But it's in response to Courtney saying something. Real big man, huh? Big old sturdy statement saying that you don't care about the actual crimes, but weren't you also the one who was arguing with Courtney that she was a groomer?
Lio couldn't take like a wet paper towel in a fight. Lio Convoy probably runs out of breath from walking to the fucking fridge to refill his Mountain Dew. Like, this guy doesn't, like, what are you talking about? Like, dude, I think that my dog could beat Lio Convoy in a fight. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
About Lily being a groomer that she wasn't one? I think someone has told me that. Didn't you defend Lily for many years? Didn't you? Now, again, hey, it sounds like the next message was even more concerning. Hey, zoom in there, 'cause you can't read it too well. Same stream. We now have an entire export of Psy server, so... Oh, the public server that everyone has access to, that everyone can read. You have an export of it, huh? The same one that Lily had for a while when other people leaked it to her first. The same one that was leaked on Tumblr about 4 months ago when everyone looked through it and found nothing of value. I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of fun scraping it for hunting those predators. It's the same bullshit every fucking time. They're looking for an enemy, they're looking for someone to hunt, and it's preemptive. You're gonna waste about 4 months of your time looking through a bunch of photos of furries and a bunch of photos of people goofing around.
True. There are lots of furries inside this community, I can confirm.
Leo, let me put it to you before I share my real thoughts, when I share with you all that I've learned very quickly. You could have just signed up for Psy's server if you really wanted to know what was going on in there. It's a public server. Also, who are you gonna find in there? You're gonna find me? Well, everything I say is public. Hell, some things I said in that server, I just quoted directly and posted on Blue Sky. Because I don't care what people say. What I say in private, I say publicly too. There is nothing I say, ever, that is private. Everything I say, I post out there. And by the way, Leo, what was it that you said again? That the same tactics I use will be used against me? What was it again? Let me repeat that again for you. Just in case you forgot.
One thing I think you need to keep in mind is that whatever weapon you use against other people can be turned around on you. And so you not only continued after you said you'd stop, but now you made it very clear that this can be weaponized against you as well. I think you need to take a few days and think about that.
Oh, Leo, you dumb fucking idiot. I was going to stop. I wouldn't have said a damn thing if you didn't talk. But then you managed to piss me the fuck off. And so I decided to act.
Anthony's like actually hella cringe. Like I love Anthony, dude, but this is like hard. I was going to remain silent, but then you pissed me off. Anthony, please. Anthony, you're making it so hard to defend you. I love you, King. Anthony, please.
If I act, I decided to do a little more digging of my own. Listen to this. It's a call, Leo. You might have heard of it. I think you'd have.
It's
play a little bit of
the Rosa call.
To listen to what
You've activated my trap card, Lyle. Anthony, I love you so much, but this is killing me. This is killing me.
Courtney and KP's new friends in Predator Hunting said when confronting someone who in a Discord, as a Discord mod, didn't ban someone fast enough.
It's true. I would just like the record to reflect that I won the debate against Anthony because I asked him the breakfast question and he couldn't answer it. So Anthony has actually been defeated in the marketplace of ideas, so I'm free to make fun of him.
For your satisfaction.
Rosa's last stand. And the purpose? Stop these kinds of
This is a Senate call, by the way. 100 fucking people all sitting around mocking a person with disabilities, who, by the way, Leo knew had a disability. Keep it in mind when you hear what comes.
No, I will not, because you know what would happen if I acted like this? You guys would roast the fuck out of me, okay? It's not fair, and it's not right, okay? It's not right. I'm looking at you guys. If I acted like this, you guys would be flaming the fuck out of me. But because it's Anthony, it's fine, whatever the fuck. It sounds like transmisia to me is what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
The Greek Goblin?
I said, quote, not villain. Do you not know the difference between
Not
those
you.
two things?
Quote.
Yes, quote, as in a phrase he is most used to being heard saying.
DZ, shut the fuck up.
Oh, I'm sorry, would it work better if it was a Star Wars quote since you're all up in your dick about that?
Hold on, I want to know. Have you ever
All
seen
up in your
Spider-Man?
dick. That sounds crazy.
movie?
Yeah, skip ahead here because this is
I'm
really
not
hard to listen
listening to
to.
the fact that you've been sat here completely unfazed about
This call went on for 4 hours, by the way.
the fact that
Crimson Ender, do not start with me. Do not start with me. Post physique before you run your mouth like that in my chat, Crimson Ender. Are we going to have some trans on trans violence right now?
people who actually been affected by
Post physique
are actually in distress, and you do not give a shit, and yet you've been sat here the whole time messaging Blue, crying because you're in call and no one's helping you through it. But if you really wanted someone to help you through this call, like you've been begging from Blue, that's when I say one more time. Did I finish talking, or did my mic just cut out? I'm sorry. Is my mic working? Sorry, Lio, is my mic working?
Sure is, kid.
Oh wow, I'm so.
Sure is, bucko. Kill me. Krim, post hands. Don't be scared. Post hands, Krim. Post hands. Post hands. Let me see those hands. Let me see those hands. Let me evaluate those hands. Let me see them. Let me determine them. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You. Watching you. Watching you.
So amazed. That's so funny. Maybe you want to clean your ears out, little slut hole, because I didn't finish speaking. So I was going to say
That's my favorite. That's my
to
favorite.
Blue, who does not give a shit about how you feel.
Sooner you might be known as Rosa, the child predator enabler, in your own hometown. And frankly, couldn't happen to a better person. The only person more culpable other than Star Giant is Necopon themselves. So congratulations, you're the bronze medal here. Star's the silver, Necopon's the gold. Aren't you smart? You've accomplished nothing, you have not redeemed yourself, and you never will because you refuse to take actual accountability. Instead, you want to blame conditions that were well within your control. You're dishonest, disingenuous, disgusting.
So either way, Anthony like crashes the fuck out over this, which I think is fair, but I don't know what the drama is right now. That's like the extent of what I know to be true. But we're gonna play catch up.
Related situations within their circles.
Oh shit. We're gonna watch the Lanza video on Lio Convoy. I just wanted to let you guys know that there is drama. I don't really know what the fuck is going on, but there is drama. Okay, we'll hear some more. Okay, let's go, guys.
Also known as the ArtCC, is a subsection of the general YouTube commentary scene that focuses on artist-related situations within their circles. They fell apart for a bit a few years.
Is this too loud? I still have my booster on.
Years ago after the Creepshow art situation went down, and as they were scattered about not knowing whose Twitter page to follow or whose Discord server to join, they would find themselves heading to a place called the Senate, a Discord server owned by someone named Lio Convoy, ushering in a new era of the ArtCC. Sooner than later, things will fall apart in expected fashion, however. But before we get into—
Also, that mask haunts my nightmares. That's Lio Convoy, in case you guys were wondering. This is Lio Convoy in this fucking taxidermied nightmare fuel fucking mask. And he thinks that he looks badass with his, like, chalice of Dr. Pepper. It makes me queasy, dude. It makes me queasy. I am ill. I am unwell looking at this image. It makes me really unhappy.
Into all that, we must first start from the very beginning and ask ourselves, who exactly is Lio Convoy? Back in the day, Lio Convoy was known as Lio Convoy's Reviews, in which he would review a multitude of his personal interests like toys and the 80s cartoon series Thundercats on his YouTube channel. The toy interest in specific is the more interesting of the two, as this will lead to him becoming a fan of the channel Retro Blasting, a toy review channel run by Michael D. French where he talks about anything toy related. The channel will talk about things like Star Wars and Ghostbusters and other classics like Masters of the Universe and G.I. Joe, and it was your typical niche type of content on the platform, but Michael here had a knack of getting himself into drama, and one of those dramas will lead into Lio's first foray into what he would become known for in the future. Back in 2018, toy company Hasbro would announce HasLab, a Kickstarter-like crowdfunding service where people can fund a production of certain more expensive collectible toy ideas they find the most interesting. After this news dropped, a man named Paul, who runs a website called Jedi Temple Archives, would express his excitement for the possible creation of a toy based off a scene from Star Wars Episode 6 and write a blog post about it on February 17th, 2018. Michael didn't feel the same way about this, as he has a dislike for Disney owning the Star Wars IP and would make a video talking bad about the funding for the project and saying how he won't support it, throwing soft shade at those excited for the project as he thinks it's just Hasbro being
Too loud now? Okay, sorry.
cheap and trying to siphon money from the older adult collector crowd. Paul will put out a since-deleted blog post criticizing Michael for being rude and assuming people who are excited for the project aren't financially literate or buying into false hype, with this entire situation so far being nothing exactly interesting going on. This would, however, turn into Michael talking trash about Paul and his fans on his Facebook page, basically turning into a nerdy slap fight over opinions on Hasbro and the ethics of the toy industry. Lio comes into the mix after getting him onto his channel for a podcast episode, in which they vaguely mention Paul before going on about toy community-related stuff.
It's kind of like what happened with me just recently, where I did not say that an individual backer of this thing was unethical. I said a channel of influence trying to convince people to get on a payment plan so they can reach their 5,000 goal is unethical.
Lio would also mention how he would start to argue with people about this stuff online, a trait of his that would become very well known about in the future.
And I said this in the comments, and then it wound up, of course, derailing into absurd personal attacks, which I roll with because at this point I just don't care.
Michael continued to talk about the Paul situation on a World Class Bullshitters podcast and say how he tried to get him to take down his video but wasn't going to, and in April would vague post in a negative tone about the Star Wars IP, coincidentally right around the time the toy he was talking about funded, meaning he was probably just coping that things weren't going the way he wanted them to. In fact, just a day prior, another toy reviewer named Denobi2 would make a video talking about this very news, and in said video he talks about how he believed Michael was trying to sabotage the funding because he's a hater in general.
The fact that he personally went out of his way, his own little personal crusade, went, in my opinion, to see the campaign fail. I really do.
1 year later to the date, Michael would end up making a video showing that he got the toy in question, not because he bought it himself, but because a viewer named Brent that lived in Australia couldn't get it shipped his way, so he donated it to Michael instead. However, the next day he would make an update video saying he was going to return it to Brent as people were making fun of him for supposedly going against his beliefs, with him also saying that this Brent person was made up as a way for him to not admit he bought it himself, with one of those people being Denobi himself.
Hello there, I'm Brent from Australia. I don't think you're real.
I don't like this
at all. Of course I am. I'm the one that wrote that letter.
He would then make a second video basically telling Michael to prove that Brent is a real person as people kept saying and such, and things were overall seeming like a tame little internet beef that wasn't of much interest at all. That is until Michael would post a since-deleted video allegedly showing Dan's private information to all his viewers, with Dan making another video explaining that he had to file a complaint to YouTube because of it as he has a family to protect. While we don't know what exactly was shown in Michael's video as there's no archive of it, he would end up sending a very long email to Dan that alludes to the info being found on his Facebook page after looking and piecing together context clues like his face and full name being seen in the description of some of his uploads. The whole base of the email reads like someone overreacting to the most basic form of internet criticism quite possibly on YouTube, and at the end he tells Dan to delete the videos he's made about the recent situation going on as he wants things to end. Dan would reply in a light tone, not scared or offended or anything by the stern messages, and seems to end off with him deleting all 3 videos he made and Michael deleting the one where he shared his private info, with their beef ending off that very day. Now while it was pretty unhinged and rather insane for Michael to dox Dan over petty toy reviewer drama, they came to a resolution together, so by all means at least they were able to talk it out and fix things between one another. However, in the background, Lau would jump right in as after Michael would tell him
I'm
about
sure he
Dan
would.
reporting his video, he would upload his own to defend him the very day the videos are taken down and show his viewers that Dan is stupid and stuff. The video is quite literally just Lau overreacting to basic internet beef for a good minute, before directly mentioning how he found his info on him by checking his email that's attached to his channel, then going on to say how he won't show any of that on screen but instead in a Google document to circumvent Dan's ability to report the video for containing his full name.
Well, Dan
No,
didn't know
I'm-
this.
No!
The email address is easily accessible on YouTube, a feature you directly allowed. And that's all it takes to do a deep dive on you. But here's where I wreck you, because I'm not going to put any of that on screen, nor will I speak of it in the video directly. But the viewers here can feast their eyes on the pinned comment to see what type of man
Here's where I wreck you. Okay.
you really are deep down.
Lau would hold true to his word and leak a Google document for his viewers to click on, a document that has him stating his intentions aren't malicious despite what we just heard and that he isn't doxing him, while also showing his full name that I blacked out myself, before showing old court records of him guilty for theft in July 1998 and trespassing in July 2000. That's right, Lau Convoy got Dan's rather tame criminal record to epically own him over internet toy reviewer beef between him and his friend Michael. Mind you, Michael was the one who allegedly had his full name in that deleted video of his, and given how things have gone so far, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Lau who gave Michael's name to begin with. Dan
Probably.
didn't seem to do anything about this either because he couldn't report the video or simply didn't know it existed, and Michael would move on and post a video on June 1st, 2019 where he flew all the way to Australia to give Brent the toy he originally backed over a year ago. The Denobi
S'ha donatet $2 truc superchat. Vos animes pitches ara cringie, lius o rants?
Thank you for the $2 site, everybody witness. And obviously Lio. Obviously Lio. Hang on one second. Yeah, Lio easily.
beef wasn't over yet, however, as on January 19th, 2020, Michael emailed him back after he struck down Lau's video for copyright, with Dan saying he didn't do that but that he ran a new copyright tool that YouTube recently introduced and it was flagged down for using his content after he told people he didn't want them to do so, and he thinks basically saying he doesn't want to deal with their shit. Michael would reply saying how he's been harassing him in the past despite their old beef being none of that at all, going on a rant about how he's acting in bad faith with Lau and telling him to release a copyright strike against him. Dan would say he did make those videos about him but that Lau should have minded his own business and stayed out of their beef to begin with Michael now calling him a sociopath because buzzwords make people feel smart when arguing. The exchange would end off with Michael playing up the same act of his and Dan saying that YouTube said it was okay to strike the video down, with no more emails coming after those final words to one another. Now, we didn't know what video Dan struck down yet, but that question would be answered later that day as Lau would upload a video confirming it was the old video where he posted that Google Doc to his audience, going on to say that the reason he's been blurring out info in the current upload was so Dan couldn't report his video to YouTube, then going on to threaten him because his info is public now after what he did last year.
But Bird, you may all ask, why aren't you sharing these emails yet? And why are you blurring names? To not give this douche
The worst part is, like, he set up, like, a table for this, and then he's probably, like, crouching behind this. Like, I'm imagining, like, a full-grown fucking man squatting on the floor behind this fucking table with a puppet. Over YouTube beef over a fucking Star Wars toy. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? That's way outside of my reach. Way outside of my reach. I don't know.
Knew the ability to report this. He's already proven that he's a snake. I personally hope he doesn't have kids, because idiots like him shouldn't be allowed to breed further generations of snakes. Scooter, I know you're watching this right now, so let me make this clear. All your info is public. You don't get to do underhanded nonsense anymore. You will either straighten up and knock this off, or a letter comes to your doorstep.
On February 9th, 2020, Lau would upload a video promoting his expose on Dan that he uploaded on BitChute, with no reason given as to why he didn't upload it on YouTube yet. Michael would repost a video on his Facebook page for his followers to see, and the video will open up with Lau sitting in his chair wearing a lion mask and saying Dan's full name for people that click to watch.
Today's person of interest, Denobi Ortiz, doesn't seem to like people talking about the Bible.
He would give a quick rundown of their beef and even cite the art of war as some sort of intimidation tactic, before going on to say the reason he's uploading the video on BitChute is because the info he's going to speak about will let Dan report it on YouTube, basically admitting to showing and talking about private information on a man, again, over petty internet toy beef that he wasn't a part of until he inserted himself into it.
The type of data I'm going to put out about Denobi would surely make him copyright strike or privacy strike the video there. But here, he can do none of that.
He would go on to claim that Dan's
Brito donatet $2 truc superchat. Weavadon tuk mains careta toma. Bookmoon donatet $4 amb 99 centaus truc superchat. I Malcolm i abaixingles in mai a andis nun sense sumeu llurs borsa.
Oh my god. Double witness, guys. Double witness. Thank you for the $2, Britt. Yeah, I'm actually really good on the hug, bro. I don't like hugs in general, but I think I would run. It wouldn't just be like a no thank you. I think I would like sprint in the other fucking direction. And Buckmoon, thank you for the $4.99. Yeah, at least we're all crashing out together, you guys. At least we have each other.
Crimson en ve donatet que 2 trucs superchat. Sparging about what is pupetry technica is.
Thank you for the $2 Canadian, Grim. Everybody what is. I obviously disavow this language, but yeah, the puppet isn't even on like key. The puppet isn't even like synced to yeah. There's a lot going on here, and I it's a lot.
Fanny wasn't actually in danger when Michael made that video on him, and that he was just afraid of people finding dirt about him. Going on to show an old channel he had that had his full name for the world to see in the description.
Your family wasn't threatened. You just knew your name being public would lead to people finding dirt on you. Your claim is that your legal name isn't public by ordering that privacy strike. But what's this? A Denobi channel ran by you with your legal name made public? Oops. Looks like you did an oopsie.
Lau would then talk about Dan's legal issues.
I think that I would actually rather be dead than live in a house with all these toys in glass cases and sit with my chalice of Dr. Pepper in the scariest mask I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, I think I would rather be dead than have this be my fate. Like, this is a horrifying image. This is going to give me nightmares for weeks. This is like the scariest fucking Halloween mask I've ever seen. Put this mask on a villain in a horror movie and oh my god, I'll never recover. It's insane. It's insane. I know it will look really badass on my YouTube channel if I wear a possessed fucking taxidermied lion mask on stream. That'll make me look really badass. Actually, you're scaring the hoes. The hoes are terrified.
Sai donatet $2 trucs superchat. I call 17 upisman corner.
Thank you very much for the $2 Sai. Everybody witness. Yeah, dude, we can't afford a whole man cave, so we get a man corner.
Before getting into how he was running a raffle during the old Michael beef and how he was technically breaking Nevada law where he lived. Clearly,
I also really like the fake chalice. That just is doing something for me. I don't know what it is. It's just doing it for me. It's like when President Sunday will drink apple juice on stream. It's like, fucking sack up, dude. Start doing shots. Okay, if you're gonna drink on stream, let's do it. Okay.
Taking for the most mundane thing to put against a man to paint him as a scammer and a criminal.
Also, you have to make sure purchase entries and free entries have the same chance of winning.
I also hate how the lion mouth moves. I just don't like any of this. Like, I'm violently unwell. I'm violently unwell.
Denobi violated immediately by having people that buy his mugs have a second entry. Then again, the man already has a criminal past, so I'm sure exposing this won't bother him one bit. Granted, I make no claims that he'll be convicted for any of this, but it is a gross misdemeanor. At least, according to the law.
He would say how he was grifting off the old beef and that the copyright strike was only over a 10-second clip that he used of him in his video, showing that Dan manually reported it in the process. He would then show an email that he sent directly to Dan that he's going to go through with legal action if he keeps things up, with Dan replying that the strike has nothing to do with fair use, but how—
Bro, he could never. He'd have to sell his toy collection. He could never
use this content in his video while also vaguely threatening legal escalation himself, before Lau rages on about how he never de-escalates stuff and that he hunts predators and will always keep things rising until the other person backs down.
Denobi Ortiz, I want you to pay very close attention to what I'm about to say. Do not ever try to play that game with me. I don't de-escalate. I go full scorched earth. Michael is a peaceable man. I
don't know, if there's a man that's deranged enough to sit in his living room with a moving lion mask. I didn't even notice the cat urns. Oh my god! What the fuck is that? Look! 1, 2, 3!
Brit donatet $2 trucs superchat. Un ironic alligets angry if you calli ma furry.
Everybody witness Brit. Thank you, Brit, for $2. You guys! The dead cats are in the video! Oh my god. This is worse than when that girl had the dildos in the background. This is worse! This is somehow BRB going to get my grandma's urn for this stream, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Every second is getting worse.
Far more comfortable with conflict. I've been
Demon, do you not see the little cat ashes? They're just here.
sexual predators for years now, and I've been dealing with lying clowns like you my whole life.
Lyle would go on to say how his clip was fair use, even showing how Dan didn't even sign his name properly in the initial YouTube copyright strike.
I didn't notice this at first, but my pal Coyote Lovely did, and we had a
I bet
good laugh at
Coyote
your
Lovely
expense,
did.
Denobi. Thank you for your
That aged
stupidity.
well.
The strike would obviously get dropped due to Lyle's video not being copyright, and Dan would give it one more shot at getting the video taken down by filing a privacy complaint to no avail. Lyle would end the video off going on an unhinged rant over this rather mundane situation to begin with, so take a listen for yourself to really grasp what we're dealing with here.
You claimed earlier that you were protecting your family by hitting Michael with that privacy notice. But the truth is, the biggest threat to your family is you, because you will raise a generation of kids that'll share your same lack of moral conviction. The best thing you could have done as a father is learn from your criminal past and do better for your kids. Instead, you just moved those...
What even is his criminal past? Like, was it something cool or not? Because if it was like, I stole a cop car, I'd be like, alright, hell yeah, brother, let's go. Like, what is his criminal past? Is it something super sick or is it something bad? I'm kind of curious.
Bad habits onto a new platform. Make no mistake, Denobi Ortiz, your channel is a cancer, and it is my fullest hope that this video causes your channel to plummet. For those of you upset about that statement, don't worry, he has a full-time job. I know what your job is, homeboy. I even left you a voicemail when you filed the DMCA. But I'm not...
That's crazy.
I probably should, but I won't. Your sins are yours, and it's within the scope of YouTube and the collectors community to address it. I will not attack you by forwarding this to your workplace. While you're a human piece of garbage, your kids don't need to suffer because of your evil any more than they already do. You want to play pretend that you're being big here? Raise your kids with better values.
I'm just in the middle of doing something, Crimson. I did see the picture of your hands.
God, that just sounds
No.
like murder.
Get out. Get out! Fuck. There's no justice, no peace.
Next time you want to play big man and bump your chest out at someone, you better know how hard they'll hit back. If you're going to hit the king, you better kill the king.
Michael would also put out a video about Dan on BitChute
Please euthanize me.
as well for the same reason as Lyle, but his isn't of much importance, so there's no need to go any deeper. This beef was insanely overblown by two man-children who clearly don't know how to handle things in a mature way. Michael tries to paint it like Denobi was a massive harasser when all he did was give his opinions on the man, and at that, the allegation that Dan made saying that Brent wasn't a real person isn't even a drastic career-ruining one, as there are far worse things that people could say about one another online. Michael wasn't being harassed by Dan, he was simply annoyed that someone was saying mean things about him, but instead of ignoring the guy or explaining that he was wrong, he turned that into finding out his real info and posting a video with it before they agreed to take their videos down on each other. He's still talking about it this past April, bragging about surpassing Dan on YouTube and trying to paint it like he was a bad person when he was the one who doxed him, but I digress. Lyle wasn't even part of that initial beef, but he would insert himself into it by making that Google Doc about Dan for his audience as we saw. While it was pretty obvious at this point Dan indeed manually put in the copyright strike even though the video was fair use, it was most likely because he didn't like that Lyle basically doxed him to all his viewers, even if he was incorrect on his course of action. There was no reason for Michael and Lyle to escalate things by gathering and publishing his private information. It was clearly just an intimidation tactic to shut him down, and the fact that this all started over fucking toys just makes it that much more deranged to witness.
Yeah, true.
Now Lyle
Yeah.
here was involved in another situation back in September 2018 when a minor named Mint Hart told her friends that they were sexually assaulted by her mother's boyfriend at the time, with the news coming to the attention of Lyle and his friend Joshua Vida. They would end up in a Discord call together to discuss on what to do about this, in which Lyle says that one of the options would be to set up a camera to record her that very night in case he does so again.
Again, this is insane. This is, behold, your predator hunter, you guys. You're getting raped? Record it.
Hela Vitrum donatet $10 truc superchat. Five Nights at Freddy's? Nah. Five Nights at Leo's.
Thank you for the $10. How everybody what is. Yeah, dude. You have to spend the night with Lexity? No, that's too charged. You have to spend the night at Leadhead's Puppy Ranch, or you have to spend the night at Lyle Convoy's house. Death is not an option. You must choose. Are we staying the night at Leadhead's Puppy Mill, or are we staying the night in Lyle Convoy's dead cat mausoleum? What are we picking, guys? What are we picking? Death is not an option.
Well, I'll leave that to your discretion. Or her other option is, of course, to set up that camera tonight and see what happens.
Oh, I was just saying to leave her phone plugged in and just have the phone pointed at her because nobody's going to suspect a phone on the bedside.
No, but if you see the screen, you can see that it's recording.
Yeah, so I flipped over.
I think it'd be better if she surely has a desktop PC or a laptop.
She got a new laptop, yeah.
Yeah, put the camera on that sucker, have it recording in the corner, minimized, and you're good to go.
Now, obviously, telling a minor to record her potential inadvertently producing CP is an extremely bad look, but there's no point in hammering in on this for too long, as thankfully the idea was never followed through with, instead deciding to run a GoFundMe for Mint Hart to move her out to her own place. Mint Hart would state that her mother—
Oh yeah, that was his whole thing. Oh, you're being raped? Record it. That was his genius idea. There was no other option, no other alternative, not another thought popped into his head other than, oh, record it. Yeah.
seemingly not caring was the reason why it was made. And there's also this undated YouTube comment where she states she went to the police but they didn't do anything about it. Vita was originally helping run the GoFundMe, but behind the scenes will hand it off to Lio. And while the exact reason isn't known and probably never will be known, it showed that Lio had a lot more interest in being hands-on with the situation than it originally seemed. Now this GoFundMe would do fine and people donate to help Mithart out in this tough part of her life. However, there's this undated call before April 2020 I found where Lio would get Mithart and an adult who was creeping on her to confront each other on Discord, a call that while isn't exactly worth anything of note, it's just really weird to see.
And then this kid ended up getting groomed by Vito, by the way. Just fun fact.
Grown adult use a minor and a creeper to entertain themselves instead of keeping the two away from each other, even if the minor asked for this to happen to begin with.
Is there something wrong at the moment?
Is there something? You were orbiting a child, you mental infant!
Now the reason I know the calls before April 2020 is because Vita himself got into drama that very month that blew up in his face. To make a long story short, Vita was trying to bait drama on Twitter in April 2020 because he was bored, typing out some pretty suspect stuff about underage girls and such on a Zoophile police account, the very first attempt by Lyle and friends to go after Zoophiles online. This would cause Lyle and friends to disassociate with the man as what he said was really stupid and gross, and this was in fact the reason that his friend Queen Seraphina created her Discord server, the Senate, as she claims so herself in a video she made about Vita.
On April the 26th, 2020, Lio and I separated from Top of the Barrel and settled in a backup server I made that is now known as the Senate.
Vita wouldn't like this and would go on to threaten to dox Lio and his family in an attempt at revenge against his former friend. This drama would take a turn for the worst, as just 2 days later someone named Jazz would come out and expose him for grooming them all while he knew they were underage and he was an adult, such as sending nude images of himself to them and even threatening them after they were 18 as they had begun going around telling people about their relationship behind the scenes, saying how he'll call her mother and such. He would get his shit kicked in and some more miscellaneous stuff will happen, but things seem to end pretty quickly for the man in his online activity. Obviously this is already a pretty bad—
What are we doing, guys? Like, what are you guys doing online? How does this fucking happen? Why are there so many, like, grooming dens? Why is everybody like, you said a mean thing about me on Twitter.com, I'm gonna fucking dox you and shit? Like, what are we doing right now? What are we doing right now? Perspective? Does anybody go outside? Does anybody else go outside? It's like, dude, you quite literally dox somebody over a fucking Star Wars toy. And now you're like, oh, somebody that I know that came to me for help is getting raped. I'm going to tell them to record it because what a great idea. And then, all in the meantime, you're harboring a literal fucking groomer in your own community. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I don't understand.
Look, but where things get interesting is that this wasn't the only minor Vita was talking to like that. In fact, Vita had been talking to none other than Mithart herself for years at this point since he was 22 and she was 13. And despite this recent stuff, she wouldn't come out about her experience with a man until September 2020 when he was around 27 years old now, just a month after she moved into her own place once she turned 18.
Literally, I'm gonna help you solve your literal rape and abuse by telling you to record it, and I'm gonna help you with this guy who is literally grooming you right fucking now. Great, phenomenal, show-stopping,
his own
brilliant.
life in an attempt to control her and cause her stress, in which she would make an attempt on her life but thankfully get the proper medical help she needed to get through things. Now, even though Vita was gone from the Brony community by this point, he would move on to another one soon after, that being the Dead by Daylight community, now using the name the Drunken Legion in his online streaming adventures. He would meet someone named Jib sometime in summer 2020 when they were just 16 years old, in which they would become friends and chat with each other about their lives and such. Eventually, the Mithart news would come their way and they would talk about it with Vita, with him still trying to keep them around because he's sick in the head like that. Jibs would actually open up about their experience with him in that Queen Seraphina video I just showed, saying how they had a bad habit of removing and re-adding him because they missed talking to him despite learning these bad things about him.
There began a cycle of me repeatedly removing Vita, adding him back because I miss chatting with him, and I'm a little dumb sometimes. Then removing him again, because either something major would happen, I'd have a breakdown, or a friend would ditch me for talking him to him still.
It was very clear that Vita was manipulating yet another impressionable teenager, and eventually people would contact Jibs and get them to finally drop the guy once and for all. After worries of her mental health deteriorating would persist, Mithart would end up moving in with Lio to live at his own home in March 2021 just a few
Yep, and then the kid that Lio suggested to record their own sexual assault was in the presence of somebody who was actively grooming them at the same fucking time, invited this kid to come and live with him. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. This is who you want on your side in the war against pedophilia. The guy who was like rubbing elbows with the literal fucking child groomer told a kid to record their fucking rape and then move that kid in with them. Insane. Insane. I can't fucking believe it. It's nuts. It's nuts. It's nuts.
Later. It just so happened that Lyle would go on to adopt Mithart and start calling her his daughter, despite this not being an actual real legal adoption and just some weird online LARPing shit. A leaked DM from Mithart right around sometime early May 2021 would even show that Lyle had adopted 2 other girls alongside herself, with one of them apparently being married as well, in which he says that he calls them his own kids now, despite again this not being a real adoption but just some really weird online LARPing. Despite the extremely weird look that it is pretending to adopt 3 different women online and call them his own kids, Lyle's community seemed to not have an issue with it either because they were too gullible to understand this is very weird or simply didn't care. Lyle's reputation after this in the Senate and the general niche art commentary community sphere was seen in a good light due to his and Queen Seraphina's work to expose Vita and his crimes to the wider public, but it was a couple months after this video was posted where things started to really form together here. After her drama where she was wrongfully dragged by the RCC, Hopeless Peaches would wander around the wreckage and find herself becoming close with Lyle, officially becoming his 4th daughter of his sometime in March 2022. It just so happened that very month Peaches would find herself in online drama, and with Lyle now at her beck and call, things are about to get a whole lot easier for her to handle now. In fact, during a drama she was vaguely a part of that month, he would mention in a call he's a pedophile hunter again with someone backing him up.
I'm in two communities. The boomer cartoon community, I hunt pedophiles. Go ahead, tell me how stupid about
No, he is actually a pedophile hunter. He actually hunts down.
However, despite
Well, he's not a very good one if he's been in community with many of them for many surprising moons. I mean, it's like he hunts rabbits, but the rabbits quite literally live under his house. It's like, I'm the great mouse hunter. Your house is infected with fucking rodents. The call is coming from inside of the house, bro. What the fuck?
this claim, Lau doesn't really do much other than bully them in Discord calls for the Senate and his YouTube fans to enjoy, as the one and only person he ever got arrested was Joshua Vita from earlier, not because he was a pedo, mind you, but because after calling the police on him, he would go on to assault his mother after being sent in for a mental health evaluation, and they would step in and do the rest. Vita also hacked into some BronyCon information.
Yeah, so his claim to fame is that he got Vito arrested. What ended up happening is they called like a wellness check or something on Vito, and while the cops were there, Vito like punched his mom in the fucking face, and so he got arrested for that, obviously. He's like, I got him arrested. He actually got himself arrested.
Database and leaked a bunch of private information about the guest too, in which he would get arrested for that and was booked in Brunswick County, North Carolina for what he did after they were made aware of that. Lau would run with this reputation as a super serious predator hunter, and with Peaches now under his wing, she'd refocus her content to be more about the same subject matter, such as making a video about Cody Lovely back when that news dropped in early 2023. This content would revitalize her career as a predator hunter alongside Lau, and he would continue to work on many projects, such as a video about known YouTube troll Smash Bandicoot, for example. However, in the opening section of this video, Lau would show people he was willing to abuse YouTube's copyright system in order to get his docs information, as he explicitly talks about how he did so before getting into everything.
The day I uploaded the first video was not only Smash's birthday, but also the day his channel went down. Why was that, though? Well, it's because I issued him a copyright strike. You see, he used art I commissioned for a thumbnail to do a stupid video threatening my family and I. This strike served two purposes. The smaller purpose was to throw dirt in his eye, and the main purpose was to gain entry into Smash's info.
Now, Lau would justify his actions by stating how Smash is a known degenerate who spams porn to anybody, including children, so nobody on that side of the internet would give him any flack for this because what he did was seen in a morally good light. And I understand. Smash is a heathen on society and he should get arrested and sent to jail as soon as possible. However, him willing to show that he would do whatever it takes to get the personal information on someone was interesting, and he would confirm that he was able to get information like this through this stunt.
I may sound a bit insensitive when I say this, but at this point, I don't care if people think the strike was too far. He's a degenerate scumbag, and frankly, it's a courtesy that I don't actually publish his identifiable information for the stunts he's pulled.
While one can easily morally justify it with Smash Bandicoot, if you remember, Lau got identifiable information on a toy reviewer who simply said mean things about his friend, something that wasn't justifiable in any way, period. Now, one of the projects that Lau and Peaches worked on together was their videos on Spoctor, a former YouTuber with over 300,000 subscribers. The Spoctor situation is what would get more mainstream eyes to take a look at Lau and Peaches, introducing a whole lot of people outside the RCC to this new era of its existence. More and more people start to look into them and their antics that go down in the Senate, but that begs the question, what exactly is the Senate to begin with? The Senate was a Discord server that was set up on April 26, 2020 by Queen Seraphina and friends after Joshua Vita started posting suspect stuff that eventually led to his exposure. However, this wasn't the first server that they all met in, as Seraphina and friends were already acquainted in their previous server known as Top of the Barrel. While it's virtually impossible to find anything concrete about what went down in that server, when I was asking around the grapevine, the kinds of stories I heard about it reminded me a lot of the old ML Poll days back on 4chan. For those who didn't know what ML Poll was, it was an April Fool's prank on 4chan back in 2017 that combined a My Little Pony and politically incorrect boards to cause some chaos between two vastly different parts of the website. The thing is, however, despite the board's users seemingly being the complete opposite of each other, they would get along much better than anyone ever anticipated, as the trolls and edgy people from both sides would start to go back and forth talking about their shock on just how well they got along together. After all, old school 4chan was a different breed of the trolliest and edgiest people on the internet, with the multiple boards being the one thing that brought in a specific interest of the same personalities, and when putting aside those main interests, they found themselves enjoying one's company in a twist of fate and forever remembered in internet lore for that very short period of time. The reason I bring this up is because Top of the Barrel was an old Brony Discord server, and I was able to get my hands on a handful of old recordings of stuff that went down in some of their Discord calls. The way these calls progressed immediately reminded me of that same old trolly and edgy nature of the early to mid 2010s internet, and as I went through each and every one, I realized that Top of the Barrel was similar to those old 4chan and ML trolls in every way possible. This was the Wild West of the internet back in the day, where normal rules don't exist, and so the members didn't abide by these internet rules and expectations that we become accustomed to, and it's just so fascinating to listen to.
Alright, let's make this very quick then. You come in the server, you start running your stupid teenage mouth about threatening people with knives, talking about how you have two knives, how we've done illegal activity. Put up or shut up. What illegal activity has gone on in the server? You hum me one more time and I will call your parents. Answer my questions.
Well, for one, you can't dox people.
It's literally, and this is a 15-year-old, by the way. These 15-year-olds were in a voice call, like fucking around or whatever the fuck, and Lau Convo comes in, and then he's like, I'm gonna call your mom and dad. It's like, what?
People actually
define doxing and give me state legislature. Give me a penal code that varies state by state. I want to hear one. Because doxing is not illegal in 90% of states. So what state am I from? Because you're talking to the man who doxes in this server.
Myers, here's the thing. Leo has your address, right? And he just shared it with me. I'm not that far away from your house.
CPS. Call CPS. Call CPS. Call CPS. Call CPS.
Hold on. What goes on in your house? Tell me.
Call CPS. CPS.
First off, she's not.
No.
She's not home. She's at work. What I'm trying to tell you
Doesn't matter.
Even though she doesn't change, she does every now and then. Otherwise, I have to.
Yeah, every now and then. She should be able to take care of her own kids every time, every day. You're a shitty uncle. Take care of your nephew.
Are you uncle, bitch? Are you uncle? Are you?
I am.
You're my uncle. No.
This is just like an autistic Call of Duty lobby. This is just like a 2010 Modern Warfare fucking Call of Duty lobby, but with like actual like people with autism. It's crazy. It's crazy, dude.
Qui te'n far donatet $2 truc superchat. Ja em diuen Boc Nux o Aduxes.
Thank you very much for the $2 kitten fart. Everybody witness. Listen, it's different, Si. It's different.
Then shut your goddamn mouth! I'm not gonna call CPS, but I'm gonna make sure she does her job.
What are you gonna do about it? How are you gonna make sure?
How about protect in there? She has a shit ton of stuff right out there. I could set it right on fire outside.
And then you go to jail for
You're getting jail. Here, I'll kick her out of the house.
You wait 3 days to have an overreaction to a hyperbolic statement made you get a reaction from you. You took it as though I was making an actual threat. Panzer, if I actually had the intention of your boyfriend, I would be in Germany right now.
What the fuck,
Panzer,
dude?
call the police right now in the call. Do it. Panzer, if I were to message your boyfriend right now, how would you stop me?
Well, I would tell him to just immediately block you so that you can't message him any further.
You don't think if I really wanted to, I couldn't find him in some way or another?
Probably, yes.
I know that was a long watch of some of the highlights from Top of the Barrel, but this
Jesus
is like a blast in the
Christ.
past on what the remnants of the old edgy internet days were like. You heard how Lyle admitted to being a doxer
Just
and using
a-
white pages to get people's info.
just a
And the most
Call of
interesting
Duty
part is that
lobby.
this kind of stuff is normal in these niche corners of the internet. Obviously, this isn't a good look at all in the mainstream public, and I agree, it's very bad. But in these niche circles, this is just another way for people to get their laughs for the day. And seeing how Top of the Barrel used to operate helps me understand how the Senate was like when it was first made back in April 2020. Top of the Barrel was also the beginning of Lyle and his predator hunting career as well, as the first ever situation he found himself in was a Toon Critic Y2K stuff after he inserted himself into it from way back when for those that remember. Now, for the first year and a half,
Y2K,
the
oh my
Senate was
God.
basically like Top of the Barrel.
Oh my
However,
God.
with Lyle and Queen Seraphina starting to gain a reputation in RCC by helping out content creators in that space with their own issues, the people who started to join the place weren't the typical edgy trolls, but young teenagers and adults who were in the general art community online and for more mainstream internet circles or threatening to dox people wouldn't fly. That doesn't mean stuff would slow down, however, as there's a recording where Lyle got someone's mother's phone number and called them.
This is his mom. What's going on, dear?
Well, your son has apparently taken some enjoyment on going online, defending people who children and animals, and not accusing, but threatening to one of my kids.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what? I just got home. I'm on the way in the house right now.
This is insane.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I understand. Most parents don't know what their kids are doing online. I know he's on the spectrum, but he's been doing this for a while now, and I think it's better you find out.
I know your kid is on the spectrum, but oh my god, dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is insane.
Then have the cops knock at your door, because that's the other option I have available, and I don't want to pursue it.
Jesus Christ.
Hurry up! Talk to me, son!
I don't know what you want me to say. I wasn't being legitimate when I said that. I was trolling.
Listen, then you can't be online because nobody understands that you don't understand the ramifications of what you just put out there because you have autism. You don't understand. This gentleman on the phone, you could go to prison and this gentleman on the phone is so upset he's beside himself.
This is insanity, but again, it's just another
What the
example of
fuck?
niche internet entertainment that the mainstream public would find abhorrent and wrong. Yet given how we've seen that Lyle has been doing this for at least over half a decade now, it's clear he never saw an issue with it because he's been doing it for so long. After Creepshow Art's downfall in 2021, a lot of refugees from the ArtCC will end up finding their way to the Senate, in which it would start to very slowly change the vibe from one whose morals, or lack thereof, stem from old school internet trolling to a mixture of that and what is normally seen in today's mainstream circles where none of that doxing and such would fly. In April 2022, be it because of the art kids joining, not wanting to deal with online stuff as much, or a little bit of both, Queen Seraphina will end up kicking out all the minors from the server. She would eventually promote Lyle as a new owner in June 2022, just 2 months later, meaning that the Senate was now under Lyle's control and what went down in there would reflect back on him. Things would be fine for a bit until August 21st, 2022, as Queen Seraphina, server mod Baji, and other people would raid the Discord server someone named Gilded Poo after he called Lyle names on Twitter. Someone dropped a link to his own in the Senate, with Baji sending a shock image of a dolphin horse vaginal vor comic in the server before they all got banned.
Oh. Oh.
Now, Gilded is an old school edgy troll just like him, and his own server members would counter-raid the Senate 6 hours later, posting shock images like scat and a chicken image, with that image being a close-up of a guy sticking his member into a freshly slaughtered chicken head. It's important to point out that Gilded wasn't the one who posted the chicken image, it was someone else who admitted to it months later when talking about it when the subject was brought up. Queen Seraphina even told people that they were just trolls and not into the stuff they posted, showing her fairly representing the situation to people. Now, nothing would come of this situation.
Dude, we're only 30 minutes. There's still an hour left of this fucking video. I don't know if I can do this tonight. I don't know if I can do this tonight. I have to go to bed soon. I'm gonna have nightmares. I'm gonna have nightmares, you guys. We might have to finish this tomorrow. We might have to finish this tomorrow, you guys. I think we're gonna finish this tomorrow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, this is a great place to stop. This is a great place to stop. The horse vor and the chicken fucking. That's a really good natural stopping point in my opinion. Is the horse vor and the chicken fucking. Really good place to stop. That's a really good place to stop. That's a really good place to just take a break, I think. That's a great place to relax, I think. I'm not trying to cuck you. We're gonna finish it tomorrow. I'm coming back tomorrow. It's It's not just vor, it's vaginal vor. Stop. Guys, none of these words are in the Bible. None of these words are in the Bible. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. Stop. I'm going to leave this. I'm going to leave this right here. I'm going to leave this right here. I'm not going to touch it. We're going to leave it right there. It's going to stay there. Unfortunately, it's going to stay there. What time are you streaming, though, Sai? I don't think we're going to stream at the same time. I'm spending time with you guys on Easter, and I'm going to Mass. That's what I'm doing on Easter. Easter Mass and spending time with my mamacitas, just like Christ intended. Holy fuck. Okay. Yeah, wow. Oh, what time are you streaming tomorrow, Sam? Yeah, I don't think that we're going to be at the same time. I'm going to be probably much later. I still need to have a... Maybe I do need to go to this dinner tomorrow. After hearing Vaginal Horse Vor, I think that I do need to go to this dinner. I think that I need to touch grass just a little bit. That's kind of a lot for me. But that's okay. That's okay, guys. We're gonna have more girl time tomorrow. Don't even stress. Don't even worry about it, okay? Don't even worry about it, all right? Don't worry about it at all. Don't worry about it at all. We're gonna do great tomorrow, guys. We're gonna be amazing. We're gonna be amazing tomorrow. We're gonna be really brave. We're gonna finish it. And it's Friday, so that means that I can stay up late with you guys, but I do have to go to bed. I do have to go to bed at some point. Yeah, I need to go to sleep. I need to lay down. I need to lay down. Wow. It's gonna be yeah, they're all archived. You're good. The link for the VOD playlist is pinned in the Discord. Yeah, guys. Wow. I'm on wow. Hey, guess what, guys? I really appreciate everybody coming and spending time with me today. It's very happy to be back, Mamacitas. Thanks for being patient with me. My back has been in a significant amount of pain, so I needed a little break. I needed to spend some time not sitting in this chair. But nonetheless, I'm back. So tomorrow, we'll finish this video. We do have to do the Brianna Wu debate. I've got the I'm Alex stream going on. And then we have to go over Daniel Green shit. There's plenty to do. There's plenty to do, you guys. So don't worry. Don't worry at all. We have plenty of time to yap and girl time over the weekend, okay? So worry not, Mamacitas. I will be back tomorrow, okay? I love you guys lots. Thank you for spending time with me this evening. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow, and we're going to do some more fun stuff, okay? I'm sending you guys to Cope and Seethe. They're doing iDub shit. So I will see you guys tomorrow. I will see you hasta mañana, Mamacitas. Te amo mucho. XOXO Gossip Girl. You guys were very generous today. I appreciate it always. Love you guys lots. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, my little kittens. Sleep tight. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll go kiss. Mwah.
Slay. Oh my god. Slay.